There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. Wang Lin's expression darkened. The news that the Locking Kingdom formation had been broken was not good news for him at all. Once the fire spirit beasts swarmed in, their target would be him alone. Recalling the scene of a sea of fire spirit beasts chasing him, Wang Lin felt a numb sensation in his head. He immediately made a decision. He had to quickly obtain the map. As for the heavenly separation pill, he could wait a while longer. Thinking this, Wang Lin frowned. Stealing the map from Feng Lon's hands was not as good as going out and killing 150 people. After a moment of thought, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he had an idea. His divine consciousness moved, and the locations of Yangshang and Lindao appeared in his mind. Silently retreating a few steps, he quickly flew towards Yangshang. Yangshang was one of the disciples of the war god temple left behind to patrol the mountain. He dared not relax, remaining extremely vigilant and observing everything around him. However, his eyes occasionally glanced towards the mountaintop. Just now, a nascent soul cultivator who had lost their physical body had flown past. Yangshang sensed that something big was about to happen. Trying to remain calm, Yangshang sighed inwardly, intending to head northwest to investigate. Suddenly, his mind stirred, and he changed direction, heading towards the forest. After entering the forest, he looked around briefly and respectfully said, "Yangshang greets the master." Wang Lin emerged from behind a tree. He glanced at Yangshang and said, "Where is Chu Zihang?" Although curious, Yangshang didn't ask. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I remember junior sister Chu was assigned to the 3rd squad, 4th group. I'm not entirely sure of her exact position." Wang Lin glanced at Yangshang several times before saying, "I've returned Chu Zihang's life essence." Yangshang's body trembled slightly, his breathing becoming rapid. However, he quickly regained his composure, looking up at Wang Lin as if wanting to say something. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, and he said casually, "If you can bring Chu Zihang here, I will return her life essence." Yangshang's eyes immediately turned red, his breathing becoming shallow. After a while, he whispered, "Is what master said true?" Wang Lin frowned but nodded. Yangshang said nothing, took out a jade slip, pressed it to his forehead, and said something. After the jade slip flashed with a few rays of light, Yangshang tossed it into the air, and the jade slip disappeared. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the sound of flying swords whizzing through the air echoed from afar. Immediately afterward, a woman with luscious lips descended from above. It was Chu Zihang. She retracted her flying sword, slightly frowned, and was about to speak when she suddenly noticed Wang Lin standing beside Yangshang. Her face instantly turned pale. Wang Lin waved his hand, releasing Yangshang's life blood essence. After receiving it, Yangshang, too embarrassed to look at Chu Zihang, quickly left the forest. Chu Zihang's face was pale, and she slightly pursed her lips. After taking a breath, she opened her mouth and said, "Ancestor Feng Lon is my mother." After she came to see me, she immediately noticed something unusual. Therefore, Wang Lin shook his head and sighed. "This matter is over. There's no need to bring it up again." "Chu Zihang, I want to ask you to help me with something." Chu Zihang was stunned, thought for a moment, and then said, "Is it the map?" Wang Lin nodded and said, "My hometown is very far away. Without a map, I can't determine the direction." Chu Zihang's eyes held a complex expression as he glanced at Wang Lin and said, "You help me kill 2 people. What are their cultivation levels?" Wang Lin frowned. "One is at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and the other is at the late stage of foundation establishment, nearing perfection," Chu Zihang said, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Okay." Wang Lin nodded in agreement, without hesitation. "You've met those 2 before. One is Susi, Ma Liang's childhood sweetheart. The other is Chu An, the one who's always been clinging to her. You don't need to kill them right now. You can kill them after you leave. As for the map, I'll bring it to you later." After saying this, Chu Zihang glanced at Wang Lin, then turned and flew away on his sword. "Ma Liang, this is the last thing I can do to help you." Chu Zihang's expression was sorrowful as he slowly flew away. Wang Lin's gaze followed Chu Zihang's retreating figure for a moment. Then he released his divine consciousness, quickly locating Susi's position. That day, he had left a trace of his divine consciousness on Susi, so finding her was incredibly easy. After locating Susi, Wang Lin stomped his foot and quickly burrowed into the ground. An hour later, Wang Lin returned to his original position, sat down cross-legged, and waited for Chu Zihang. His expression was somewhat strange. Just now, in a secluded spot behind the mountain, he had found Susi. But at that time, she was clinging tightly to Chu An, so she didn't recognize him. Both of them were moaning and groaning in a lewd manner. Wang Lin watched for a while, then left a trace of his divine consciousness on Chu An's body, which would take effect after about half a month. After that, he quietly left. After returning to the dense forest and waiting for a while, Chu Zihang appeared. She stood outside, threw a jade slip into the forest, and then left. Wang Lin waved his hand, catching the jade slip. He examined it with his divine consciousness and then put it into his storage bag. Then he took a deep breath, burrowed underground, and left. After examining the map, Wang Lin learned that the fire-burning kingdom was located on the Chu continent. Between it and the Zhao Kingdom's continent lay the cultivation Demon Sea. To return to the Zhao Kingdom, one had to pass through the cultivation Demon Sea, a famous place in legend. The map also briefly described the cultivation Demon Sea, emphasizing its danger. Even nascent soul cultivators dared not enter it carelessly. Moreover, according to what was written on the map, the cultivation Demon Sea was not a real ocean. In ancient times, during a great battle, a cultivator used his divine power to evaporate all the water in the sea to kill his enemies. Since then, the entire cultivation Demon Sea has been covered in fog. To be precise, the term foggy sea is most appropriate. Many creatures that originally lived in the ocean have evolved and adapted to the fog. Due to the foggy nature of the cultivation Demon Sea, for about a month each year, the fog transforms back into seawater. After a month, it transforms back into fog. This harsh environment has made the resources here extremely barren, and spiritual veins are sparse. It has even become a place for murder. Gradually, more and more cultivators of the cultivation Demon Sea have gathered here. Some high-level cultivators from cultivation nations who caused great disasters and were hunted down by their countries also fled here, taking advantage of the unique characteristics of the cultivation Demon Sea to hide. From then on, the place was officially renamed the Demonic Cultivation Sea. Its original name was completely forgotten. The forces within the Demonic Cultivation Sea were extremely chaotic, a motley crew of dragons and snakes. Unless one was a demonic cultivator, they rarely ventured in. Wang Lin moved while examining the information recorded on the jade slip. Suddenly, his body paused slightly, and he released his divine consciousness. Based on his divine consciousness, he could see 2 streaks of sword light piercing through the air. The one in front was a pale-faced woman, her body swaying precariously. She had delicate, willow-like eyebrows. Her face was like a blooming lotus flower, extremely gentle and kind. She was Li Muan, a disciple of the Luo sect whom he had met once before. The one chasing behind was a pale-faced young man. He slowly followed behind, teasingly saying, "Little lady, 13 men in your squad have been killed by me. Where else can you run to?" Li Muan said nothing, gritting her teeth and flying forward. The young man lightly raised his right hand, and a rip sound echoed. Li Muan cried out in alarm. The back of her dress was torn, revealing her snow-white skin. The young man laughed heartily, his right hand touching his nose, his eyes filled with lust. Wang Lin watched for a moment, then looked away. The young man's cultivation was very high, having reached the mid-stage of the core formation realm. Therefore, Wang Lin didn't want to cause any more trouble. The most important thing right now was to quickly leave before the fire spirit beast caught up. He had only met Li Muan once, and it wasn't necessary to risk his life to save her. Just as he was about to leave, the young man suddenly lowered his head. He flicked his hand, shooting a black light towards Wang Lin, who was hiding underground. I didn't expect to find a junior here using Earth. Earth, since you've met him, stay here. Wang Lin sighed inwardly. Just as the black light struck the ground, he leapt up. Li Muan noticed something unusual and turned to look. Seeing him, she was overjoyed and shouted, "It's you, senior brother, save me." After saying that, the flying sword beneath her feet spun around, and in an instant, she was beside Wang Lin. The young man laughed heartily, and with a flick of his finger, 7 or 8 flying swords appeared before him, instantly closing in on the two of them. However, most of the flying swords focused on Wang Lin alone. Only one was aimed at Li Muan, and it wasn't in a dangerous spot. Clearly, the opponent had lost their temper and didn't want to kill her. Wang Lin sighed inwardly. He grabbed Li Muan's hand, his body nimbly dodging the flying swords, and quickly used Earth escape technique to flee. Earth is indeed a great divine ability from ancient times. Although it's only a variation of it, its speed is still very fast. Wang Lin, carrying someone whose speed only slightly decreased, quickly fled. The young man above deliberately taunted him, controlling his flying sword to continuously strike the ground. But after a while, Wang Lin's speed increased even more. The young man stopped laughing and quickly chased after him. However, although his cultivation was at the core formation stage, he wasn't skilled in speed. If it were a foundation establishment stage cultivator using a flying sword, he could easily pursue them. But encountering the 5 elements escape technique, his weakness became apparent, and he was quickly left behind. Wang Lin's expression darkened. He turned his head and glanced at Li Muan. Li Muan was startled. Knowing she had implicated the other party, she quickly parted her cherry lips and said, "This person is an elder of the dual cultivation sect in Zhuanwu Kingdom. I don't know why he knew I had a heavenly separation pill, so he came looking for me." Before she could finish speaking, Wang Lin's eyes blinked, and he said in a low voice, "Do you have the heavenly separation pill?" Wang Lin's gaze terrified Li Muan. She considered herself intelligent and capable, otherwise she wouldn't have revealed the information about the heavenly separation pill. To get him to save her, she had no choice but to take a gamble. After all, he was from the fire-burning kingdom, just like her. Falling into his hands was much better than that foundation establishment cultivator. Thinking this, she quickly said, "I don't have a finished heavenly separation pill. I only have one semi-finished pill here." Seeing Wang Lin's somewhat displeased expression, she quickly explained, "The heavenly separation pills of the Luo sect don't have finished products. They're all just semi-finished. However, it only takes half an hour of refining to complete the final step, making it a complete pill. Because once the heavenly separation pill becomes complete, it's not convenient to store. It had to be used within a year, otherwise its medicinal effect would be depleted." A thought flashed through Wang Lin's mind, and he quickly turned back. He had originally intended to take a detour to the cultivation demon sea, but because he had to leave the other person behind, he grabbed Li Muan's small, soft arm, changed direction, and fled towards the border of the fire-burning kingdom. Wang Lin silently considered 2 options. One was to go to the fire-burning alliance's mountain, where countless experts resided. Getting close would guarantee rescue. However, not only would the young man from the Zhuanwu Kingdom's core formation stage allow them to escape that way, but if Li Muan betrayed him once they reached the mountain, it would be very difficult for him to obtain the heavenly separation pill. The second option was to go to the fire-burning kingdom's border. Calculating the time, the fire spirit beast was already ahead. Wang Lin didn't hesitate and chose the second option. The young man still followed relentlessly. Seeing his opponent's speed increasing rapidly, he angrily snorted, taking a leaf from his storage bag. He gently lifted it, examined it for a moment, and then threw it straight forward. The leaf instantly grew in size, eventually reaching over a meter in length. The young man stepped on the leaf, and with a swift movement, the leaf shot forward. Its speed was so great that it left only a trail of afterimages in the air. The distance between them gradually shortened. Li Muan's face grew paler and paler. She didn't dare think about the consequences if she were caught. She felt resentful that Wang Lin hadn't fled towards the Fire Flame Alliance's mountain. However, she didn't dare show it, fearing she would anger him and leave her behind. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, secretly calculating the time. Only about 3 hours had passed since the formation was broken, excluding the time it took for the nascent soul to teleport and deliver the message. It was likely that the fire spirit beasts were currently heading from the fire-burning kingdom towards the border of the Xuanwu kingdom. He silently calculated the time. In an instant, Wang Lin's divine sense detected a red cloud drifting in the distance. The young man chasing them in midair, upon seeing the red cloud, changed his expression and, without hesitation, quickly turned and fled. He now knew the reason for the fire-burning kingdom's invasion of the Xuanwu kingdom. It was all caused by this pack of fire spirit beasts. The fire spirit beast's speed was obviously very fast, and Wang Lin's escape technique was even faster. In a flash, the two sides had overtaken each other, widening the distance. Li Muan watched in horror as the red cloud in the sky grew further and further away. Just as she had calmed down a little, she suddenly remembered and hurriedly shouted, "Stop! We must report this quickly. Aren't the fire spirit beasts already sealed by the Locking Nation's grand formation?" Wang Lin coldly glanced at her and said, "They already knew beforehand. You don't need to worry about it." Just then, a very powerful divine sense suddenly appeared. It swept across the sky and then suddenly focused on Wang Lin. Wang Lin inwardly cried out in alarm. He quickly took out the spiritual energy liquid from his storage bag and drank it. Then, without saying a word, he grabbed Li Muan's hand and unleashed the Earth Escape technique to its highest level, quickly fleeing. The fire spirit beasts that had flown away suddenly stopped. They roared furiously and turned to chase after them. However, the distance between them was very far. Moreover, Wang Lin reacted extremely quickly. His speed did not decrease but increased even faster. For a moment, no matter how fast the fire spirit beasts chased, they could not close the gap. Li Muan's divine sense noticed this and panicked. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. She felt as if the target of those fire spirit beasts wasn't the fire flame sect, but rather the young man with the icy face holding her hand. The 5 elements escape technique was indeed one of the great divine abilities. Using it not only consumed a great deal of spiritual power, but also demanded extremely strict aptitude. However, what Wang Lin cultivated was only a variant of it belonging to the pseudo-earth escape technique. For this type, apart from the high spiritual power consumption, the aptitude requirements weren't high. In fact, one could master it after only a short time. Although Wang Lin hadn't understood it for long, he had used it many times, so by now, his ability to use it was extremely proficient. As for the consumption of spiritual power, Wang Lin wasn't worried at all. Continuously using Earth for 3 days, Wang Lin carried Li Muan across the fire-burning kingdom. The fire spirit beasts behind him grew closer and closer, their roars echoing in their ears. Upon reaching the border of the fire-burning kingdom, Wang Lin emerged from the ground, looked at the cultivation demon sea, and wearily sat down. His face pale, he said to Li Muan, "Are you sure you can refine the complete heavenly separation pill before the fire spirit beasts catch up?" Now, Li Muan felt a sense of apprehension towards Wang Lin. She could be certain that the fire spirit beast's target was him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have turned back to chase after them. Along the way, their attitude showed that the fire spirit beasts hated him intensely. Most importantly, Li Muan fully understood Earth. Except for cultivators at the core formation stage and above, foundation establishment stage cultivators basically couldn't use it continuously for 3 days. Whenever his spiritual power was depleted, he would drink a certain liquid. This made her very curious. Now, after hearing Wang Lin's words, her face turned even paler. Being an intelligent person, how could she not understand his intentions? If she could refine it, perhaps he would give her a way out, for example, by leading her away from the fire spirit beasts. But if she couldn't refine it, he would certainly not hesitate to take the heavenly separation pill in its semi-finished form and then abandon her. Thinking of this, Li Muan's delicate body trembled even more. She had seen the fire spirit beasts tear apart cultivators many times, so she was extremely frightened. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows. Time was of the essence. What if she refused? No matter what, he couldn't guess what was going on in her mind. In fact, Li Muan's thoughts weren't entirely accurate. If she couldn't produce the finished product in a short time, even if Wang Lin took the heavenly separation pill to sell, he would still give her some magical artifacts to protect her life. Moreover, the fire spirit beast's target was him, so Li Muan's chances of survival were very high. Seeing Wang Lin frown, Li Muan's heart trembled. Her lips moved for a moment before she tremblingly said, Senior brother. Time is too short. I can't produce the finished product, but I can refine pills. I can refine almost all kinds of pills from the Luo sect. Furthermore, I have memorized many ancient pill formulas. As long as I have the medicinal ingredients, I can refine them. Wang Lin was stunned, glancing at Li Muan several times. Seeing a red light appear from the horizon, he quickly grabbed Li Muan's hand and swiftly rushed towards the cultivation demon sea. Li Muan didn't know that her words had stirred Wang Lin's heart. Now, Wang Lin regarded Li Muan as a mobile alchemy furnace. If he could use her well, his cultivation would undoubtedly increase significantly. Wang Lin learned this from Sun Yokai's Jade Slip records. The area of the cultivation demon sea was vast. To say it was a large, flat piece of land wouldn't be an exaggeration. However, that flat land was dotted with mountains. Although there were no trees, there were countless strange plants. If one studied them carefully, these plants were actually ancient marine plants. When Wang Lin entered, the fog on the cultivation demon sea was at its thickest. Before long, the fog would turn into seawater. A month later, the seawater would turn into fog again. Wang Lin pulled Li Muan by the hand and they jumped into the thick fog. Her delicate body trembled and she whispered, Senior brother, this is the cultivation demon sea. I know, Wang Lin said coldly. Li Muan sighed inwardly, then said nothing more. As soon as they entered the mist of the cultivation demon sea, a wave of icy cold air immediately emanated. The long-awaited chill shocked Wang Lin. He hadn't expected there to be such icy spiritual energy here. His heart was filled with both joy and fear. Compared to the fire-burning kingdom, the cultivation demon sea was like an iceberg, a complete contrast to the scorching heat of the fire-burning kingdom. This was Li Muan's first time in the cultivation demon sea. Before, she had heard all sorts of rumors about it. Now recalling it, her face turned even paler. Wang Lin stood in the midst of the cultivation demon sea. At this position, the mist wasn't too thick. Through the mist, he could still see the coastline of the fire-burning kingdom. There, a red cloud appeared, and countless fire spirit beasts gathered. However, they only dared to stand on the shore, letting out furious roars, but not daring to step forward. Gradually, the number of fire spirit beasts increased, but not a single one dared to enter the cultivation demon sea. It was as if something on the boundary between the continent and the cultivation demon sea prevented them from advancing. After a while, finally, a fire spirit beast leapt out. But as soon as it touched the mist, it let out a mournful cry. Its body quickly shrank, emitting thick white smoke. Its red skin quickly turned gray. The scene was exactly like a piece of charcoal thrown straight into water from a furnace. Wang Lin felt relieved. According to his plan, if the fire spirit beasts dared to enter the mist, the creatures in the cultivation demon sea and the cultivators there could stop them. Moreover, the area of the cultivation demon sea is equivalent to several thousand fire flame kingdoms. If Wang Lin wanted to escape, even the fire spirit beasts would have great difficulty finding him. Wang Lin's body flashed, and he quickly grabbed Li Muan's hand and rushed downwards. His supreme divine consciousness spread out, observing the anomalies around him. Creating a cave dwelling and quickly forming a golden core was Wang Lin's only intention at this moment. Only by successfully forming a golden core and becoming the #1 person below the nascent soul stage could he be sure of surviving in the cultivation demon sea. The demonic sea was shrouded in mist. Within this mist emanated a chilling sensation. After entering for a while, Wang Lin's clothes were almost completely soaked, sticky, and uncomfortable. Li Muan's face, however, was no longer pale, but had turned a rosy red, looking incredibly alluring. Especially since her clothes, now soaked by the mist, clung tightly to her body, revealing her beautiful curves. Wang Lin glanced at her briefly before turning away, his heart completely unmoved. If Li Muan didn't know how to refine the heavenly separation pill and wasn't skilled in concocting various elixirs, he wouldn't have let her follow him. The demonic sea was vast. Wang Lin descended for a long time without reaching the bottom. The further he went, the thicker the cold became. From within the mist, several strange creatures began to appear. Some of them emitted faint fluctuations of spiritual power, filling Wang Lin with dread. Fortunately, he had been extremely cautious along the way and hadn't encountered any danger. Li Muan was extremely nervous. She had heard many rumors about the cultivation demon sea. There was no room for morality there. Everything was decided by strength. Moreover, there weren't many female cultivators in the cultivation demon sea. Therefore, if a female cultivator was discovered without strong backing, the outcome would be disastrous. Before the recent catastrophe, many cultivators guarded the border between the fire-burning kingdom and the cultivation demon sea every year. Among them were nascent soul-stage cultivators. Their purpose was to prevent some demonic cultivators from emerging from the cultivation demon sea to plunder. Fortunately, some of the powerful forces in the demonic sea were located in the center. Only a few smaller forces remained outside. With proper precautions, there was certainly no danger. Wang Lin didn't know how long he had been flying. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly, causing Li Muan to almost crash into his back. Wang Lin's eyes were icy cold as he turned to look at the mist in the distance, saying, "Come out." 3 tall, thin figures emerged from the mist. However, due to the mist, their faces were unclear. All that was known was that they were male cultivators. A shrill voice rang out, "How dare you? This is the territory of our demonic sect. Be sensible and leave the female cultivator behind you. Otherwise," before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin snorted coldly. "So much trouble. Die." The map indicated that there was no room for morality in the demonic cultivation sea. Only the strong prevailed here. He waved his right hand, and his supreme realm divine consciousness instantly spread out. The 3 men were only at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, not a threat to Wang Lin. In an instant, a red lightning flash appeared in their eyes. Their eyes immediately fell into a state of unconsciousness, becoming increasingly scattered. Their divine consciousness quickly dissipated, and they ultimately perished. Wang Lin stepped forward, collecting the 3 storage bags. Then, he kicked the 3 corpses into the mist without a second thought, quickly moving forward. Li Muan watched the scene in horror. This was the first time she had seen Wang Lin take action. The 3 men were also at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, just like her. Yet they died without any resistance, shocking her. Looking at Wang Lin's back, she suddenly remembered what her brother Li Keqing had said. In the battle at the border of Zhuanwu Kingdom, the number of participants on both sides exceeded 1,000. At the beginning of the Great Battle, something extremely strange happened on the Zhuanwu Kingdom's side. Any Foundation establishment stage disciple participating in the battle would suddenly die, falling from the air. If it were only 1 or 2 people, it would be normal. But the enemy had nearly 200 Foundation establishment stage disciples, yet more than half of them died. At the time, after hearing about it, she thought it was just a rumor and didn't quite believe it. But now, after witnessing the deaths of 3 mid-Foundation establishment stage disciples before her, she couldn't help but think of the battle. She followed behind Wang Lin, her voice trembling, and asked softly, Senior brother, which squad are you in the Fire Flame Alliance?" Wang Lin didn't turn around and coldly said, "The 10th squad." The 4 words 10th company struck Li Mengguan like a thunderclap. She remembered her brother saying that the number of soldiers from the fire-burning kingdom fighting there was indeed the 10th company. Now she could confirm that the young man before her was the reason for the deaths of a large number of Foundation establishment stage disciples from the Zhuanwu Kingdom. Thinking of this, any resistance in her heart completely vanished. But then, she suddenly remembered a strange type of magic mentioned in the Lo Sect scripture repository. She blurted out, "Was the magic you just used the death curse?" Wang Lin was startled, but his expression remained calm. He continued walking, asking, "You know the death curse?" Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, Li Muan became even more certain that the technique he was using was the legendary, extremely difficult to cultivate death curse. It was rumored that the death curse was an ancient divine ability, incredibly difficult to master. Once mastered, simply uttering the word death would instantly kill the opponent. In ancient times, this level of magic was considered one of the most wicked and evil demonic techniques. To cultivate it, one had to cultivate 3 types of energy. The first was yin energy, essentially the primordial yin of a woman. It was accumulated through the Tai-yin technique. The second was death energy. It was formed by absorbing the energy emanating from skeletons. It also had a cold, yin tendency, but its essence was vastly different. The third was killing Che. After killing to a certain extent, a kind of will would form within the body. After cultivation, that will would transform into killing Che. The 3 energies merge, and after experiencing 9 near-death experiences, the person born will grasp the rudimentary techniques of the death curse. Once they cultivate the death curse, they must endure unimaginable pain every day. Then, every 3 years, they must face another 9 near-death experience. This process repeats several times before the death curse can be considered somewhat accomplished. If they wish to continue cultivating, the chance of death increases even further. According to calculations, the probability of achieving mastery in cultivating the death curse is almost 0. Although this divine ability possesses immense power, it is excessively cruel. Even among those in the demonic path, very few cultivate it. Hearing Li Muan tremblingly speak of the death curse, Wang Lin's expression subtly changed, and he remained silent. His silence only increased Li Muan's fear, her heart pounding. After traveling through the cultivation demon sea for some time, Wang Lin finally sank to the bottom of the sea. The fog here was even thicker, and the yin-cold air was much denser. After gazing thoughtfully at the ground for a moment, Wang Lin retreated a few steps. Then his body instantly moved around, and he discovered a towering mountain. Standing on the mountainside, he crushed a large rock, then took out his flying sword. With a light touch of his right hand, the flying sword immediately began digging. The sounds of metal clashing echoed continuously. Wang Lin frowned. He hadn't expected the mountain's hardness to exceed his imagination. The digging efficiency of the flying swords had significantly decreased. He snorted softly, patted his storage bag, and 30 flying swords flew out. His extreme realm divine consciousness spread to all 30 flying swords. Instantly, a rain of swords appeared, bombarding the mountainside. The speed of digging instantly increased. A cave quickly appeared on the mountainside, visible to the naked eye. Along the way, Li Muan had become accustomed to Wang Lin's actions. She thought to herself that if this person had practiced the death curse technique from a young age, it wouldn't be surprising if he could control 30 flying swords. Although she knew well what it required of a cultivator's spiritual consciousness to control 30 flying swords. Time slowly passed, and a large cave appeared on the mountainside. Inside the cave were 4 stone chambers. A simple cave dwelling was officially completed. Wang Lin blinked, quickly took out spirit stones from his bag, and set up a formation. After Li Muan saw the formation, a hint of surprise appeared in the corner of her eye. After examining it carefully several times, the surprise diminished, replaced by a hint of disdain. However, that quickly disappeared. Nevertheless, even that slight change was noticed by Wang Lin. Although he was focused on setting up the formation, his consciousness was still paying attention to Li Muan. From the moment they set off until now, his consciousness had been closely monitoring her. If Li Muan made any unusual moves, Wang Lin would not hesitate to kill her immediately. Wang Lin threw the spirit stone in his hand, coldly saying, "I intend to stay in this cave for a long time. If someone breaks through the formation and breaks in, I can escape. But as for you, your life and death depend on yourself." After saying this, he turned to look at Li Muan. Li Muan gritted her teeth, not saying a word, and gently stepped forward. She took out several small black flags from her storage bag and threw them in all directions. Then, still somewhat worried, she continued to set up several formations. Finally, she repaired the formation that Wang Lin had set up earlier. After finishing, she hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and took out a piece of blue animal bone from her storage bag. Then she used her flying sword to chop off a few pieces. Her expression was extremely serious. She carefully calculated for a while before placing them in the predetermined positions. It took her an hour to calculate and arrange all 18 pieces of animal bone. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she wearily said, "The formation you set up has some power, but it's only a basic formation, only capable of preventing foundation establishment cultivators from entering. Just now, I used animal bones to set up another 9-bone formation. However, due to insufficient animal bones, the formation's power only reached 3/10, but even that is enough to hold off a golden core cultivator for at least an hour. I only have this much animal bone. If I want to increase the formation's power, I need more animal bones. After saying this, she produced a jade slip from her right hand and tossed it away. Wang Lin took the jade slip and glanced through it with his divine sense. Inside, there was a record of the method for setting up the 9-tailed corpse formation. After carefully examining it, Wang Lin crushed the jade slip, looked at Li Muan, and pointed forward. Li Muan knew he still didn't believe her, so she didn't resist and entered the formation. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes, left a trace of his divine sense on Li Muan, and followed her in. Nothing happened along the way through the formation. After entering the cave, Li Muan took a small flag from her storage bag and lightly waved it. Immediately, the formation outside the cave moved, and a mist rose. From the outside, nothing unusual could be seen. Even if one went inside, they could only see a mountain and not the cave. Inside the cave, Wang Lin's gaze was fixed on Li Muan. His gaze made her face even paler. She hastily stepped back a few paces, whispering, "Senior brother, can I refine the heavenly separation pill for you now?" Wang Lin shook his head and said in a low voice, "I dare not use the pills you refine." Li Muan's eyes immediately reddened, and she lowered her head without speaking. After a while, she raised her head, revealing a captivating and alluring charm, and softly said, "Senior brother saved my life. Tell me what I need to do for you to believe me." At this moment, her beauty was truly breathtaking. Wang Lin remained unmoved by Li Muan's beauty, calmly saying, "I don't want to force you, nor do I make any unreasonable demands. Just refine enough pills for me before I form my golden core. After I form my golden core, I will take you away from the cultivation demon sea. However, at this time, I want you to give me your lifeblood to ensure the pill refining process goes smoothly." Li Muan pondered for a moment, then nodded. She gently stroked her forehead with her right hand, drawing out a drop of fresh blood. After infusing her soul into it, she blew it towards Wang Lin. After receiving it, Wang Lin threw out several storage bags and said, "All the materials are here. See what kind of elixirs you can refine." Li Muan scanned them with her divine consciousness and immediately exclaimed in surprise, This is the desolate wood root, the elixir emperor grass, and even the burning gold root and the heavenly spirit grass." The more she looked, the more astonished she became. More than half of the materials in the storage bags were medicinal herbs for alchemy. Among them were even some that had disappeared from the fire-burning kingdom. Only disciples who went to the outer battlefields could bring back a few. Wang Lin stroked his chin and threw out more than 10 storage bags. These were all his spoils of war. He had taken all the magic treasures and spirit stones inside, leaving only a few unknown materials. Now, he took them out for Li Muan to examine. After looking through all the storage bags, Li Muan's face lit up with excitement. Taking one of the storage bags, she looked up and asked, "Senior brother, can I use these things freely?" Wang Lin nodded and said, "I only need the elixirs. You can do whatever you want with them." For the first time, Li Muan smiled at Wang Lin. Her voice was full of confidence. "Senior brother, rest assured. With these materials, I can refine 300 Huangling pills that increase cultivation, 50 anti-poison pills, and several other elixirs with different effects. After I successfully refine them, I will introduce them to you, senior brother. Among your materials, there's a very precious one, the demon blood vine," she said, taking a piece of pink wood from a storage bag. The demon blood vine is one of the main ingredients for refining the heavenly separation pill. To be precise, it's the most important ingredient. I've only seen the demon blood vine in ancient texts. This is the first time I've seen it in person. With it, I'm confident I can refine a heavenly separation pill. The only problem is the effect might be slightly weaker. After all, I'll have to find substitutes for the other herbs. Wang Lin said calmly, "I don't want to ask about pill refining." He pondered for a moment, then said, "I'm going out for a while. I'll be back in 3 days at the earliest, or half a month at the latest. Be careful." He then left. Li Muan hesitated for a moment, then quickly said, "Senior brother, can you find me a pill refining furnace when you go out? The medicinal materials are fine." My personal alchemy furnace can also be used. But to refine the heavenly separation pill, if I use an ordinary alchemy furnace, the success rate is only half. Historically, refining the heavenly separation pill has always required a heaven and earth alchemy furnace. Wang Lin frowned, glanced at Li Muan, remained silent for a moment, then left the cave dwelling. Li Muan sighed inwardly. She didn't want to deceive him. Before, if she told the truth, he might not believe her. But now that she had given him her lifeblood, she couldn't hide the matter of the success rate. Otherwise, if some unforeseen events occurred later, he feared he would be angry with her again. After leaving the cave dwelling, Wang Lin determined his direction. Then, looking towards the cultivation demon sea bordering the mainland where Zhao Kingdom was located, his eyes flashed. He muttered, "Teng Ichui Yuan, I will quickly form my core. When I form my core, I will definitely return to Zhao Kingdom and bloodbath your Teng family city. You mustn't die so soon. Try to live and wait for my return." The coldness in his eyes gradually disappeared. He lightly kicked, using the earth escape technique, and quickly rushed forward. His purpose in going out was to search for spirit beast bones. According to Li Muan, the nine-tailed fox bone formation needed more beast bones to unleash its greatest power. Wang Lin knew that the time for his seclusion to break through to the golden core stage was approaching. In a place always fraught with danger like the cultivation demon sea, a safe cave dwelling was necessary to ensure nothing would happen. On the other hand, Wang Lin was learning the refining techniques of the War God Temple, so he also wanted to use spirit beast skulls to create a flying eagle furnace. Both of these things made it necessary for him to search for beast bones. According to what was written on the map of the cultivation demon sea, there were quite a few spirit beasts in this mist. In addition, there were some death zones where the bones of spirit beasts were scattered at the bottom of the sea. The only problem was that in those places, animal bones were often dug up. Therefore, along the way, Wang Lin didn't see a single bone. Moreover, the fog at the bottom of the cultivation demon sea was extremely thick. His vision was almost useless. He could only observe using his divine sense. While walking, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed. He immediately retreated a few steps. He saw a dim sword light, staggering, pierce through the spot where he had just been standing. Wang Lin's cultivation had reached the great perfection of foundation establishment, advancing to the false core realm. On that flying sword was a man over 40 years old, with early foundation establishment cultivation. His face was dark, his breathing was rapid, indicating that he had been poisoned with a potent toxin, causing the spiritual power in his body to become disordered, making it difficult to control the flying sword. As soon as that sword light flew past, another rainbow-colored light shot out, chasing after it. Wang Lin's expression was somewhat strange. The one chasing after the foundation establishment stage cultivator was unexpectedly a young man who had just reached the 15th level of the Cha condensation stage, with a face as white as jade. His eyes were long and narrow, giving him a sinister look. In his hand, the young man held a black animal bone. As he chased, he blew on the bone. With each blow, a wisp of black smoke emerged from the bone. The smoke, upon appearing, quickly transformed into a wisp of thread, swiftly chasing after the foundation establishment stage cultivator ahead and entering his body. "Senior brother, you're quite fast at escaping." Junior brother wants to see how far someone with 16 kinds of deadly poisons in their body can run. The sinister young man continued to blow on the bone, saying, "Senior brother, it took me a long time to prepare all 16 kinds of deadly poisons. Otherwise, with your foundation establishment stage cultivation, how could I possibly attack you? Now you can't escape even if you try." The middle-aged man in front gritted his teeth, remaining silent, and continued to fly forward on his flying sword, staggering. "Senior brother, you're getting old. Why don't you help your junior brother and let me seize the opportunity?" The sinister-looking young man said anxiously, closing the distance between himself and the middle-aged man even faster. Wang Lin watched the beast bone in the young man's hand with interest. He silently followed. The middle-aged man, fleeing for his life, didn't even turn around after hearing the young man's words, but instead cursed, "Tang Muyai, you're truly ungrateful. If it weren't for my pleading on your behalf, how could Master have accepted you as a disciple? Aren't you afraid Master will find out about your cruel actions against your fellow disciples?" The sinister-looking young man laughed, saying, "Master, heh, senior brother. If it weren't for Master's approval, how would I dare use the poisonous bone to ambush you?" The middle-aged man's body trembled, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, which fell from the flying sword. The sinister young man snorted, flying to within 3 meters of the middle-aged man. He controlled the flying sword to pierce through the opponent's body. After confirming that the opponent was dead, he lifted the corpse and turned to leave. Suddenly, he stopped and stared at a figure standing in front of him. Sweat beaded on his forehead. While chasing after his senior brother, his divine sense had spread out and hadn't detected anyone else. But now the opponent appeared before him, clearly possessing a cultivation level far superior to his own. He quickly put down the corpse, clasped his hands together, and his sinister face transformed into a benevolent one, respectfully saying, "This junior is Tang Muyai, a disciple of the Dozi sect. Paying respects to senior, may I ask what senior has commanded me to do by stopping me?" "This junior will do my best." Wang Lin slowly emerged from the mist, glancing at the opponent. The young man's seemingly innocent expression under Wang Lin's gaze suddenly sent shivers down his spine. He felt as if his innermost thoughts were being seen through, and a sudden fear gripped him. He only felt this way when facing his master. But his master had reached the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage, with 1 foot already in the core formation stage. Could it be that the person before him, whose age wasn't much different from his own, had already reached the pseudo-core stage? The young man trembled even more, his attitude becoming even more respectful. "Give me your beast bone." Wang Lin's voice was icy cold. The more he acted like that, the more confused Tang Muyai became. He had grown up in the demon cultivation sea since childhood, absorbing the nature of demon cultivators. Although his cultivation level wasn't high now, he had cultivated a pair of dual demon eyes. He knew that powerful demons with profound cultivation were usually ruthless and heartless. He had seen such ruthlessness many times before, but most of it was just imitation. But the coldness of the senior before him chilled his soul. Especially the other's gaze sent shivers down his spine. He hastily threw away the beast bone in his hand, not daring to resist. Wang Lin's figure swiftly flew at a low altitude over the cultivation demon sea, holding a small flag in his hand. This was the soul-facing flag, within which were sealed over 100 souls, including Tang Muyai's. Through the story of Tang Muyai and his group, Wang Lin had gained some understanding of the 100-mile radius around him. The cultivation demon sea had many different sects, large and small, and the evil fighting sect was one of them. The highest-ranking cultivator within this sect was the sect master, Liu Shen, who was also Tang Muyai's ancestor. He had reached the peak of the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm and had some reputation within the cultivation demon sea. Outside the cultivation demon sea, resources were scarce and spiritual veins were sparse. Given this situation, very few nascent soul stage experts were willing to stay there. Most of them resided in the center of the cultivation demon sea. Apart from that place, Wang Lin found almost no bones of demonic beasts on the outer edge of the cultivation demon sea. Powerful spirit beasts were all deep in the center of the cultivation demon sea, rarely venturing to the edges. Although there were some exceptions, these were not something that the demonic cultivators on the outskirts could stop and kill. However, Wang Lin finally obtained important information. Within a 100-mile radius of this area lay one of the 3 dangerous places, the Corpse Valley. The Corpse Valley contained many bones of demonic beasts, and sects from the surrounding area often came here to search for beast bone materials. What was strange was that scattered throughout the Corpse Valley were some bones of spirit beasts. These spirit beasts must have been very powerful when alive. They shouldn't have been able to come here, and the reason for their deaths in the Corpse Valley was unclear. Fortunately, although the Corpse Valley was mysterious, as long as one didn't enter it, no danger would arise. As for Tang Muyai's use of bone poison against his senior brother, the materials used to create it were also the bones of the mystic beast found in the Corpse Valley. After studying the bone poison, Wang Lin discovered that it was effective against Foundation establishment stage experts, but its effectiveness decreased with increasing cultivation. It was almost ineffective against late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, let alone those in the Golden Core stage. Wang Lin's goal now was the Corpse Valley. Following Tang Muyai's directions, he quickly flew towards it. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Corpse Valley, Wang Lin surveyed the surrounding terrain and found a series of towering mountains. Between the peaks, a valley formed a central depression. This place is the Valley of Death. The fog here isn't thick, in fact, it's somewhat thinner than outside, so visibility isn't significantly affected. However, as Wang Lin entered, a trace of yin-cold energy emanated from within the valley, its quality completely different from the outside. Wang Lin immediately formed a hand seal, muttering something under his breath. Suddenly, a red light began to condense around him. It eventually formed a white sphere of light, and as the sphere appeared, its color changed, finally turning blue. Wang Lin's eyes flickered incessantly. This was a specialized technique used to test the quality of yin-cold energy. Based on the color of the sphere of light, its quality is judged. The spheres of light are classified into 4 colors: purple, blue, white, and pink, corresponding to the 4 extreme yin energies of heaven, earth, Zhuan, and Huang. The fact that the sphere of light is now blue indicates that the yin energy here is extremely rare. Wang Lin took a deep breath, pointed his hand forward, and the light sphere immediately flew away. Wang Lin followed neither quickly nor slowly, observing the color of the light sphere while searching for beast bones in the surrounding area. In the Corpse Valley, Wang Lin's divine sense swept across the area and detected several cultivators, who were also flying back and forth searching for beast bones. Wang Lin pondered for a moment. The Corpse Valley wasn't just one valley, but countless valleys. The deeper he went, the fewer cultivators there were, and the more beast bones there were. After passing 8 valleys, the number of corpse bones before him increased, their size frighteningly large, occupying half of the valley. Wang Lin stood before a very large beast bone, carefully observing it for a while before abandoning the idea of taking it. Although this beast bone was large, it contained no spiritual power whatsoever. It was clearly not from a spirit beast, only large in size. As he continued deeper inside, the colors of the light spheres changed even more. Since passing through the 9th valley, he hadn't seen any cultivators, and beast bones appeared in greater numbers than before. Wang Lin paused in the 9th valley, carefully spreading his divine consciousness in all directions. He always felt that this 9th valley was different from the previous ones, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. However, he felt countless eyes staring at him. He inwardly sneered, quickly dispersing his extreme divine consciousness. The eyes that had been focused on him instantly dissipated, and the valley returned to its normal state. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then slowly and deliberately made his choice. After a moment of intense concentration, he headed towards the 10th valley. As he passed the 13 valleys, the luminous spheres ahead suddenly split into with a bang. Wang Lin's expression turned serious. He knew this meant the quality of the yin-cold energy here had surpassed the 10 ordinary assessment levels, reaching the 11th stage. Waves of cold air emanating from the 14th valley made Wang Lin's body stiffen slightly. Looking around, Wang Lin sighed inwardly. In truth, this was the best place for secluded cultivation. Unfortunately, while seemingly peaceful, it was known as one of the 3 great perilous places of the cultivation demon sea, thus posing considerable danger. Wang Lin dared not rashly stay here for long-term secluded cultivation, even though the conditions were excellent. He hadn't yet fully grasped the situation here, so he hadn't chosen this place to remain. Hesitating for a moment, he had collected some animal bones on his way here. Although their effects weren't great, they could still somewhat enhance the power of the 9-tailed corpse bone formation. However, he was unwilling to leave now. Nevertheless, he could see the appearance of the 14th valley. The 14th valley was completely different from the previous 13. Its size alone was comparable to the combined size of the previous 13. Besides that, the 14th valley gave him a strange feeling. There were almost no animal bones inside, its surface covered in a layer of mist, looking very mysterious. Wang Lin observed from afar. This 14th valley seemed to have no end, which meant he was only halfway there. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then shook his head and decided to turn back. At that moment, a roar suddenly came from behind, followed by a dragon leaping out from within the mist. Wang Lin's expression changed, and he quickly retreated a few steps, lightly stomping his foot to burrow into the ground. But his divine sense continued to spread out to track the dragon. He saw the dragon's massive body move, causing a roaring wind to erupt all around. In an instant, it broke through the air, flying over 13 valleys and entering the 14th. As the dragon flew over Wang Lin's head, a large spurt of blood fell from the sky. Wang Lin turned his head to look, only to see a very deep wound under the dragon's belly, the long wound occupying nearly half of its body. Wang Lin looked behind him, only to see a long trail of blood on the ground, indicating that it had not stopped on its way here. The dragon stopped at the 14th mountain valley, its eyes cold, seemingly unconcerned about the blood gushing from its wounds. It raised its head and let out a series of roars, the air around it rippling in all directions, spreading rapidly like layers upon layers. The animal bones outside were reduced to dust by these waves, and then continued to be blown out of the mountain cave. Wang Lin, underground, also sensed the changes in the ground and quickly retreated 3 steps. His heart trembled. This dragon's strength was probably several times greater than that of a nascent soul stage expert. After a short wall of roaring, the dragon's eyes finally dimmed, and with its last ounce of strength, it descended from the air. Its descent caused the surrounding blue mist to disperse, as if it were sinking into water. In an instant, Wang Lin emerged from underground. Without a moment's thought, his body swiftly entered the 14th cave. While still in midair, he grabbed the tail of the dragon, which was slowly sinking into the blue mist, and fiercely pulled it out. A series of cracking sounds echoed as he directly dragged the dragon out. Overwhelmed with shock, he didn't say a word but hoisted the dragon's corpse and quickly left the corpse valley. The dragon's body was incredibly heavy. Wang Lin had to exert all his spiritual power to barely carry it. He could even hear the cracking sounds in his shoulder joints from the weight. But compared to picking up the recently deceased dragon's corpse, that pain was nothing. Stumbling out of the valley, Wang Lin saw the cultivators outside collecting the bones, all opening their defensive artifacts, shielding themselves while staring at him in midair with their mouths agape. These monks had obviously formed a habit. Whenever changes occurred in the valley, they would instantly scatter, opening their spiritual energy chambers to find safe hiding places. Even so, the ripples caused by the howling sounds claimed several lives. Those who were lucky enough to survive, besides their cultivation level, also needed quick reflexes and sharp minds. These people earned their living in the Valley of Corpses through trading. But even though they encountered a few powerful spirit beasts flying into the valley each year, they had never seen anyone carry out the corpse of a recently deceased spirit beast. Such a thing was unheard of, let alone witnessed, someone carrying out the corpse of a dragon. A still intact dragon corpse caused most of the surrounding cultivators to lose their minds, their eyes gleaming with greed. Wang Lin could feel several scrutinizing gazes fixed on him. He snorted coldly, lowered himself to the ground, and activated the earth-shattering technique, sinking himself and the dragon into the earth. The moment he sank, his ultimate divine consciousness was activated, instantly killing the surrounding cultivators who were all below the core formation stage. The dragon corpse was too large. Even though Wang Lin continuously drank the spiritual liquid, it was difficult to move quickly. He could only slowly carry the corpse back to his cave dwelling. Using earth, it took him 10 days to travel from the Valley of Corpses back to his cave dwelling. Upon arriving, he carefully observed his surroundings. After confirming there was nothing unusual, Wang Lin jumped out and threw the dragon's corpse to the ground. The ground immediately trembled. The noise attracted Li Muan's attention. After Wang Lin used his divine sense to contact her, she opened the formation and came out. But immediately, her eyes were mesmerized by the dragon's corpse, which was several meters long. Is its remains enough to set up the formation? Wang Lin asked Li Muan after dragging the dragon into the formation. Li Muan nodded, bewildered. She had read some ancient texts about dragons. They were a type of spirit beast whose strength was comparable to a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Its body was a treasure. Within its head lies an inner core. The dragon core is a type of 1,000-year-old elixir. After refinement, it can become a cultivation-enhancing elixir. The dragon's skin is an excellent material for crafting inner armor. Dragon bones and tendons are rare treasures. Among them, the most precious is the dragon's bone marrow. The quality of the dragon's marrow is determined by its lifespan. The longer it lives, the less marrow it possesses. Its effects are incredibly powerful, surpassing even the highest cultivation levels. Upon shedding its skin and officially becoming a dragon, its bone marrow transforms into a dragon core. The dragon core is something that ancient cultivators always dreamed of. Legend says that after consuming it, one gains a dragon body, and from then on, cultivation is no longer limited. However, to form a dragon core, the dragon must live for 999,000 years. But no ancient text has dared to definitively confirm this. After tossing the dragon to Li Muan, Wang Lin paid no further attention to it. he turned and went into his cave dwelling. This time, apart from the furnace, everything else went very well. As for the furnace, Wang Lin learned from Tang Muyai that in the cultivation Demon Sea, all kinds of artifacts could be purchased at a place called the Artifact Refining Sect. The Artifact Refining Sect had many branches, with shops in every location. The nearest one was about 40 miles away, outside of Nando City. However, items like furnaces were usually very expensive. Wang Lin thought for a moment. But after hearing Tang Muyai say that the sect master of the Dozi sect had just spent more than half of the sect's spirit stones to buy a top-grade furnace, he abandoned the idea of going to Nando City to buy one. Wang Lin temporarily set aside the matter of the dragon bone. With the dragon bone in hand, the power of the nine-tailed fox bone formation would undoubtedly increase significantly. Finally, he could protect himself. Wang Lin decided to go into seclusion to break through to the core formation stage. In a stone chamber, Wang Lin sat cross-legged. After sealing the door with a large stone, he potted his storage bag. More than 30 flying swords flew out. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he pointed to the ground. The flying swords quickly dug. In no time, a tunnel through the mountain was completed. Wang Lin's eyes focused, and he unleashed a beam of spiritual light, transforming it into a light sphere. The color of the light sphere immediately changed, finally turning blue. Wang Lin frowned, but then relaxed. Although the ordinary first gradient earth couldn't compare to the Corpse Valley, it was sufficient for cultivating the Yellow Springs Ascension technique. He quickly descended into the tunnel. At the bottom of the cave, the quality of the extreme yin reaching the third grade ordinary earth yin was already the limit. Wang Lin retracted the light sphere, closed his eyes, and sat down. After all, Wang Lin had already cultivated the Yellow Springs Ascension technique once. This was his second time. But this time, his feeling was extremely proficient, and the yin-cold energy was slowly absorbed into his body. Time passed slowly. 3 days later, Wang Lin opened his eyes, a thoughtful expression on his face. Then he patted his forehead, and the heaven-defying pearl appeared. A drop of dew containing yin-cold energy flowed from the surface of the pearl, which Wang Lin caught. Time passed extremely quickly. Every day, Wang Lin sat absorbing and cultivating the Yellow Springs Ascension technique. At the same time, he did not forget to collect yin-cold spiritual liquid. After collecting a considerable amount of spiritual liquid, he spent half of each day entering the space within the heaven-defying pearl to cultivate. From then on, his cultivation speed increased rapidly. In just under a month, he had condensed to cold pills. Only one more remained to complete the fusion of the 3 pills and proceed with the final formation. The final cold pill would take considerably longer. Back then, Wang Lin could only condense 2 at most. Now, his cultivation had reached the late stage of foundation establishment, reaching the great perfection. Cultivating the Yellow Springs Ascension technique to condense the 3rd cold pill wouldn't require years of breathing exercises to succeed. For the 3rd cold pill, Wang Lin was confident he could succeed within 3 months. From then on, his heart was completely calm, without a trace of worrying. Every day, besides collecting yin-cold spiritual liquid, he devoted some time to slowly cultivating the demonic head. Previously, Wang Lin had tried many times but still couldn't directly condense his divine consciousness to control the demonic head. Therefore, the only way was to use the method of gradual cultivation to condense it. Wang Lin valued the demonic creature and paid close attention to it. He continuously extracted souls from the soul banner, then added a little bit of his divine consciousness and fed it to the demonic creature. The souls on the soul banner were clearly those of cultivators in the demonic cultivation sea. Most of them were disciples of the evil fighting sect. According to Tang Muyai, in recent years, he had killed all those who competed with him for the sect's favor, then captured their souls and sealed them. Time passed slowly. After the demonic creature devoured almost all the souls, a wisp of Wang Lin's divine consciousness gradually condensed within its body. Even the demonic creature was unaware of this presence within its body, and therefore constantly sought an opportunity to escape. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had been in seclusion for 3 months. The 3rd cold pill in his body had begun to form. During these 3 months, he had gone out a few times. Li Muan's stone chamber contained a pile of medicinal herbs and materials. She even obtained some soil from somewhere and planted several kinds of spiritual herbs. Around the spiritual herbs, countless medium and low-grade spiritual stones were arranged in a formation to ensure the herbs received sufficient spiritual energy. A pill furnace sat in the center of the chamber. Beside it lay a large amount of ashes from failed pill refining. Since Wang Lin's seclusion, Li Muan had also begun refining pills. On the ground, besides the ashes, there were several jade slips scattered around. Usually, during pill refining, whenever she had an inspiration or insight, Li Muan would immediately take out the jade slips to record or consult them. The cave dwelling had 4 stone chambers. Except for the one Wang Lin used for seclusion, the other 3 one for pill refining, 1 for cultivation, and the remaining 1 had been transformed by Li Muan into a bathing room. The entire cultivation demon sea was shrouded in fog. Even inside the cave, things were no exception. Usually, clothes would get soaked in no time. Li Muan, being a woman, couldn't stand that. Moreover, the sticky feeling of wet clothes made it very difficult for her to create a space for bathing. Wang Lin didn't pay much attention to the bathing space. He simply channeled his spiritual power, and the cold energy on his clothes was absorbed into his body, integrating into his cold elixir. Outside the cave, the 9-tailed corpse bone formation was set up. Because of the dragon bones as the formation's core, its power was greatly increased. According to Li Muan, this formation shouldn't be called the 9-tailed corpse bone formation, but rather the 9-tailed dragon formation. Once the formation is activated, any cultivator at the core formation stage who enters will be trapped for months. Even those at the nascent soul stage will take several days. One thing that makes Li Muan feel regretful is the death of the dragon. If it were still alive, its soul could be incorporated into the formation, not only trapping it but also adding offensive capabilities. Anyone below the nascent soul stage who enters the formation will surely die. Even those at the nascent soul stage would have to give up in agony. Unfortunately, obtaining the dragon's soul is extremely difficult. Li Muan only thought this to herself. As for the other parts of the dragon core in its head was kept in the alchemy room, waiting for a high-quality furnace to refine it later. As for its skin, it took her a month to skin it with her flying sword. Besides those, there was also a section of dragon tendon. On the dragon's body, besides the bone marrow and dragon core, the dragon tendon was the 3rd miraculous item. If refined by a master alchemist, it could be enlarged or shrunk at will. It could also be divided into countless segments. Finally, there was a small bottle containing the bone marrow. Due to its immense value, even though it was meant for refining elixirs, Li Muan feared that a failed elixir would be too wasteful. Therefore, she gave everything to Wang Lin. Wang Lin only kept the bone marrow and the dragon tendons. He gave everything else to Li Muan. After processing its skin under Li Muan's skillful hands, the skin was crafted into 2 sets of inner armor. Wang Lin wore one set and pondered for a moment. The other set, which looked somewhat feminine, he gave to Li Muan. Li Muan smiled, said nothing, and put it into her storage bag. After finishing the 2 sets of inner armor, there was still a lot of dragon skin left. Wang Lin collected it into his storage bag to exchange for materials later. A complete dragon transformed into all sorts of treasures. A month passed, and finally, the 3rd cold pill in Wang Lin's body was condensed. 3 cold pills were located in 3 different positions within his body. Yin cold spiritual energy continuously circulated between the 3 pills. Wang Lin opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and felt a surge of excitement. He quickly focused his mind on merging the 3 cold pills into one. Sichu Nan had explained in detail that in cultivating the Yellow Springs Ascension technique, the process of merging the 3 pills was divided into preliminary merging and deep merging. If he could achieve preliminary merging, he would have already taken a step into the core formation stage. At the deep merging stage, consuming a heavenly separation pill would give him an 80% chance of successfully forming a core. He hadn't yet allowed Li Muan to refine the heavenly separation pill into a finished product. Anyway, there was only one semi-finished pill. He needed to find a better cauldron to increase the success rate. At the same time, he prepared thoroughly, using the demon blood vine to create a substandard heavenly separation pill. He knew that the cauldrons of the refining sect in Nando City were very valuable. Now that he had the dragon skin, he was sure he could exchange for one. If he still couldn't exchange for one, Wang Lin decided he had to obtain one at all costs. Thinking this, he took a deep breath and attempted to fuse the 3 pills. Each acupoint, ancestral acupoint, Chisi, and Dantian contains a cold elixir. The unification of these 3 elixirs involves breaking the balance of the 3 acupoints, causing the cold elixir in the ancestral acupoint to sink and merge with the cold elixir in the chassis. This is the first step of fusion. If this step is achieved, the next step is to sink it to the danchin, and finally, to merge it with the cold elixir of the danchin. If the three cold elixirs are successfully merged, one can break through to the core formation stage, truly forming a golden elixir with a certain success rate. Wang Lin sat quietly in the stone chamber. The space was not large, and the yin-cold energy was dense. He closed his eyes, his consciousness entered his body, and his mind immersed itself in the ancestral acupoint. The first step he had to take was to eliminate the ancestral acupoint within his body, causing the cold elixir of the ancestral acupoint to sink. The difficulty of the three-pill unification is immense. Previously, Wang Lin only had a vague understanding of it, but today he felt it deeply. To describe this difficulty with the words immense would be an understatement. It's truly extremely difficult. Just to break through the ancestral acupoint, Wang Lin spent a month meditating. During that month, he made no progress. An invisible resistance surrounded the ancestral acupoint. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't budge it even slightly. The requirement for cultivating the Yellow Springs Ascending Acupoint technique is to shatter the three ancestral acupoints Jesse, dancing 3 times in succession to form the cold pill. Each time is more difficult than the last. The first time is difficult, the second is very difficult, and the third is incredibly difficult. What Wang Lin is currently doing is essentially shattering the ancestral acupoint for the 4th time, so the difficulty is unimaginable. After repeated unsuccessful attacks, Wang Lin changed his approach. Instead of attacking, he slowly wore it down. Over time, that invisible layer gradually deteriorated considerably. However, the pain caused by the constant friction of draining the spiritual energy from his body was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even words couldn't describe it. With each friction, Wang Lin's body trembled, his head ached intensely, and sweat poured down like rain. He hadn't changed the clothes he wore since he began meditating. Without immense willpower, the unification of the 3 elixirs would have been impossible. However, what Wang Lin didn't lack was willpower. Back then, during the trial to enter the Hengyu sect, his willpower had moved people. 2 streaks of blood were still visible on the stone steps leading to the sect. If it weren't for his somewhat lacking aptitude, his willpower at that time could have earned him the sect's attention and focused cultivation. Now that too had vanished along with the Hengyu sect. Wang Lin's willpower was astonishing. Despite his unimaginable suffering, after 3 months, his ancestral acupoint finally dissolved. A fist-sized, blue-colored cold pill slowly descended from the ancestral acupoint. As it sank, a fine, thread-like stream of energy spread out, extending throughout Wang Lin's body. Each time the pill sank a little, these threads lengthened slightly. When the pill stopped outside his chassis acupoint, Wang Lin took a deep breath and, without hesitation, began the second friction. Another 3 months passed, and a crackling sound echoed within his chassis acupoint before fading away. Simultaneously, the 2 cold pills collided violently. Wang Lin felt a loud boom as his body erupted with a terrifying force from the collision. His face instantly turned pale, devoid of any color, his throat tightened, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The spurt of blood instantly transformed into a cold mist, clinging to the cliff face and forming red snowflakes. After spitting out the blood, Wang Lin took out 8 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag. Upon being released, these 8 stones collided with each other, turning into spirit powder, and following a certain trajectory, stopped outside his body, forming a strange talisman. This talisman flashed and then disappeared. At that moment, a black flying sword shot out from his storage bag, circling Wang Lin once before floating in midair. A demonic figure appeared on the sword's blade. It first glanced at Wang Lin, a look of hesitation on its face, but very quickly, Wang Lin's divine consciousness, hidden within his body, took effect. The thought of retaliation that had just arisen in its mind instantly vanished, leaving it to stand guard around Wang Lin. Having done all this, Wang Lin's head buzzed, and he collapsed to the ground. Before losing consciousness, he managed to set up another defensive formation. Speaking of this formation, Wang Lin had previously set up several simple teleportation formations to use in emergencies. The Demon Lord, looking around, secretly glanced at Wang Lin, who had fallen to the ground, his heart stirring. He thought to himself, should I risk my life fighting him? He's probably not faking it. It's hard to know. He's truly cunning. Alas, should I risk my life? If I fail, the consequences. The demon lord couldn't help but shudder, quickly pushing the thought aside. A day later, this thought slowly occupied his mind again. His eyes flashed as he looked at Wang Lin, his heart rising. Risking my life fighting him. This is the best opportunity. If I miss it, I might not have another chance later. No, this Wang Lin is very cunning. How could he not be wary of me? Why did he release me before falling unconscious? Alas, it's hard to understand. The demon shook his head violently, glaring fiercely at Wang Lin, and continued to think. I'm not stupid. You can keep pretending. The thought of risking his life was put aside. Another day passed, and the demon's gaze once again fixed on Wang Lin, his heart stirring. He roared, muttering to himself, I'll risk it. Death is the end. It seems he's not faking it. I'll risk it. I'll risk it. I'll risk it. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he swiftly lunged forward, attacking Wang Lin. The defensive formation was ineffective against him, piercing through and striking directly at Wang Lin. But immediately afterward, the demon let out a series of mournful cries, his body emitting wisps of smoke, showing signs of dissipating. He quickly retreated, saying pathetically, I knew he was a cunning fellow. How could he not be worried about being bitten back when he released me? When did he leave his consciousness inside me? How will I survive after this? The demon stomped his feet and beat his chest, constantly wailing. After this experience, the demon obediently settled down, sitting in a corner, staring at the opposite wall, his heart filled with resentment. On the third day, Wang Lin regained consciousness and sat up. He let out a bitter laugh, knowing that he had underestimated the difficulty of the three-pill fusion. The key was that the two cold pills, when fused, generated a destructive cold energy. This cold energy could not be released from the body, otherwise, the fusion would fail. But if it couldn't be released, he couldn't bear it. Wang Lin's expression was uncertain, and he was lost in thought. His body simply couldn't withstand the cold energy, but Wang Lin couldn't understand how his predecessors, when cultivating the Yellow Springs Ascending Aperture technique, managed to fuse the three pills. Like Sijunan, he also cultivated the Yellow Springs Ascending Aperture technique. So how did he succeed? Wang Lin pondered in frustration, unable to figure it out, especially since Sijunan had never mentioned it. How can my body withstand such terrifying cold? Wang Lin murmured, his gaze lingering on the demon huddled in the corner. Seeing Wang Lin regain consciousness, the demon cautiously glanced at him, then trembled upon his gaze. He hastily said, I never let my guard down, always protecting you. Wang Lin extended his hand, grabbed the demon, and threw him into his sword. He then leapt out of the passageway and left the stone chamber. Outside Li Muan's room, Wang Lin looked back inside. Li Muan was sitting leaning against a stone table beside the alchemy furnace, her breathing even, fast asleep. Her silky hair cascaded down, a few strands framing her ears, revealing a beautiful, rosy face, but not one that seemed artificially enhanced, but rather one whose natural beauty was untouched by makeup. She wore a purple dress that accentuated her fair skin, making one's heart pound uncontrollably. At this moment, wisps of white smoke rose from the alchemy furnace, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial maiden. Furthermore, Li Muan had meticulously arranged this stone chamber. She had hung many dark green vines on the walls, seemingly acquired from somewhere, adding to the captivating atmosphere. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his mind becoming clearer. After observing for a while, he slowly withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the next stone chamber. Half of this chamber was filled with medicinal herbs, while the other half contained materials not used for alchemy. Half of a dragon's skull was also placed there. The dragon's skeleton was very long, especially its skull, which was quite large. Using the entire skull to set up the 9-layered corpse formation would be somewhat wasteful, so Wang Lin instructed Li Muan to keep some. After giving these instructions, he began the process of merging the 3 elixirs. Looking at the nearly half skull, Wang Lin became pensive. The skull exuded a deathly aura. It didn't look like bones at all, but rather like some kind of crystal. This was probably formed by the unique physical structure of the dragon's body. Wang Lin observed for a while, then suddenly his mind stirred, and he turned around. Li Muan, with sleepy eyes and a long yawn, came out of the stone chamber, glancing at Wang Lin in surprise, her sleepiness instantly vanishing. Li Muan's mood had been slowly changing over the past few days. She often pondered, fearing that Wang Lin might harbor lustful thoughts towards her. After all, those who cultivate the death curse technique are usually skilled in replenishing their yin energy. But then, she discovered that Wang Lin was almost always in seclusion, diligently cultivating. Li Muan had always thought her brother, Li Keqing, was extremely diligent in his cultivation, but after learning about Wang Lin, the word diligent immediately shifted to Wang Lin. In her eyes, Wang Lin had already reached the great perfection of foundation establishment, and the next step would be the golden core stage. But Li Muan knew that breaking through to the golden core stage was no easy feat. In the Fire Flame Kingdom over the past several thousand years, the fastest person to achieve golden core was a cultivator who reached the great perfection of foundation establishment at 17. But it still took him more than 30 years to successfully form a golden core. This person was the founder of the Fire Flame Kingdom, a nascent soul cultivator who elevated the Fire Flame Kingdom from a Tier 2 to a Tier 3 cultivation nation. But looking at Wang Lin's appearance, he was at most only a little over 20 years old. It was absolutely impossible for him to form a golden core in such a short time. Earlier, Wang Lin had said that after forming the golden core, he would take her away from this place, and she inwardly chuckled bitterly. She thought that waiting for him to successfully form the golden core would take decades, even centuries. A hint of mockery arose in her heart towards Wang Lin. Instead of being so mysterious, he was trying to be more direct. Are you encountering a bottleneck in your cultivation? Li Muan hesitated for a moment, her eyes fixed on Wang Lin, and gently asked. Her soul blood was in his possession. If he made any unreasonable demands, she didn't know how she should choose. This was a question she had long pondered. Today, seeing him frown, she couldn't help but think that cultivating the purple curse technique often required absorbing the three energies. Otherwise, the cultivation would stagnate, and bottlenecks were easily encountered. She calculated that after returning, the other party had been in seclusion for several months. During these months, he hadn't experienced the touch of a woman, nor had he killed anyone. Perhaps his death curse technique had reached a bottleneck. Wang Lin didn't know what Li Muan was thinking, and nodded at her. Li Muan's heart trembled, and she took a few steps back, her face pale. After avoiding his gaze for a while, she finally gritted her teeth and said, I only agreed to refine pills for you. If it were I would rather die than accept it. Her voice held a hint of resentment and reproach. Wang Lin looked at Li Muan in surprise, then turned to look at the skull, calmly saying, Why does this dragon's skull have such a color? A dragon's entire body is full of potent poison. It's not surprising that its bones turn purple. She bit her rosy lips, lowering her voice. The whole body is poison. Wang Lin was stunned, carefully examining the skull. The body of a dragon while alive is filled with potent poison. Upon death, the toxins transform its body, turning it into a treasure. Ancient texts state a dragon's body is poisonous at birth. A dragon's body is a treasure at death. The dragon's bone marrow is the most poisonous, but also the most precious. Li Muan's voice grew colder, her expression gradually becoming calm. Wang Lin stared at the skull, not saying a word, his face showing a mixture of emotions, lost in thought. After a long while, he muttered to himself, a body full of poison, how could the dragon itself be unaffected by the potent poison hidden within its body? A flash of insight suddenly appeared, but quickly vanished. Wang Lin thought he understood, yet he remained bewildered. Li Muan glanced at him indifferently, seeing his furrowed brow and thoughtful expression, and couldn't help but say, this dragon, when alive, was filled with toxins, its flesh, bones, internal organs, even its saliva contained potent poison. Naturally, it wouldn't be affected by those toxins. A thought flashed through Wang Lin's mind, becoming clearer and clearer. His eyes lit up, his brows relaxed, and finally he burst into hearty laughter. He waved his hand, and the dragon's skull was collected into his storage bag. If my body can't withstand the cold, then I'll make every part of my body cold, and then I'll naturally be able to withstand it. Wang Lin took a deep breath, turned to look at Li Muan, and quickly walked towards her. Li Muan's face turned pale, and she quickly retreated to the cave wall, her body trembling, revealing a sorrowful expression, as if she were about to sever her own heart meridian. Suddenly, Wang Lin said, "The day I successfully form my golden core will be the day I take you back to Lo Sect." After speaking, he didn't look back, but turned and left the cave, exiting the formation, disappearing in an instant. Li Nuan was completely stunned. Her mind was a chaotic mess, all sorts of thoughts pouring out like a stream, and finally she collapsed to the ground by the cave wall. Wang Lin fully deployed his Earth escape technique, heading towards the Corpse Valley. Li Nuan's words had the spell of the fog in his head. Now he was 100% certain he could fuse the 3 cores. He accelerated his speed, and 3 days later he arrived outside the Corpse Valley, following the familiar path that led straight from the first valley to the 13th. Standing before the 14th valley, he took a deep breath and resolutely stepped inside. In the 14th valley, the ground was covered with a layer of blue ice. As Wang Lin stepped on the ground, a chill rose from beneath his feet and entered his body. Without hesitation, Wang Lin stomped his right foot down, using his Earth escape technique to sink his entire body underground. As his body sank, the icy cold air intensified. After descending approximately 100 meters, Wang Lin had no choice but to stop. His body was completely frozen. The immense icy coldness of this place only allowed him to descend this far. If he went any further, not only his body, but even his soul and consciousness could be instantly frozen. As for what mysteries lay at the bottom of this valley, Wang Lin had no time to investigate. He focused on maintaining his heartbeat, slowly shifting his body into a cross-legged sitting position. "Unless the 3 elixirs are fused, I swear I will not leave this valley," Wang Lin muttered to himself, closing his eyes tightly. Spring passed, autumn arrived. Time flew by, and 3 years had gone by in the blink of an eye. The fire beast plague in the Fire Flame Kingdom forced the 4th level Cultivation Kingdom to send people to resolve the situation. Finally, 3 nascent soul stage experts spent 9 days completely subduing all the fire beasts, refining them together to create a mid-grade spirit level fire beast, which they brought back to the 4th level Cultivation Kingdom. The ranking of spirit beasts is clearly divided into 4 stages: ethereal, spiritual, wild, and immortal. Each stage is further divided into 3 grades: lower, middle, and upper. The fire spirit ancestor, having been absorbed by the heaven-defying pearl, could only be considered to have just entered the wild beast stage, according to the ranking. It would be a peak upper grade spirit level beast. Its descendants are only lower grade spirit beasts. The difference between the upper, middle, and lower grades is enormous. If the fire spirit ancestor hadn't been in a weakened state, it wouldn't have been so easily devoured. It's worth noting that a peak upper grade spirit level beast is equivalent to a nascent soul great perfection cultivator. The 2 mid-grade and lower ranks correspond to the great perfection of the nascent soul and the great perfection of the golden core. The dead dragon was a mid-grade spirit beast. Although the fire beast calamity had been eradicated, the fire-burning kingdom truly couldn't resolve the scorching spiritual energy in the country. They could only wait for time to pass, using time to slowly neutralize this scorching spiritual energy. The fighting with the Zhuanwu kingdom continued, but battles involving over 100 people were rare, mostly consisting of small battles of a few dozen. Gradually, the fire-burning alliance stabilized, occupying about a third of the territory, but eventually lost the strength to advance further and stabilized. The battles between the cultivators of the 2 countries transformed from life-or-death battles into training grounds for disciples of both nations, providing them with combat experience. The previous battles, for those disciples who died in battle, were unavoidable circumstances. Furthermore, after Wang Lin plunged 100 feet into the 14th valley, he sat like an old monk in deep meditation. His heartbeat slowed down considerably. The extreme yin cold energy permeated his entire body, spreading throughout his flesh and blood. Slowly, the yin energy accumulated. 6 months later, the flesh and blood in his body and limbs had turned blue, showing signs of crystallization. During this 6 months, his heart beat only 9,837,543 times, and his body sank 180 feet. Another 6 months passed, and his internal organs were completely infiltrated by the extreme yin energy. His flesh and blood in his limbs began to crystallize. His hands had even turned into blue crystals, feeling as if they could shatter with a light tap. In this 6 months, his heart beat only 487,559 times, and his body had sunk 730 feet. Another 6 months passed, and the crystal spread throughout his limbs. His entire body was now a crystalline blue. Even his bones were clearly visible. His body also began to show signs of crystallization. His heart rate had decreased to 3,865, and his body sank 1,460 feet. By another 6 months, his body, except for his head, had completely turned blue crystal. His heart had frozen and stopped beating. At this point, he was 3,672 feet above the ground. 2 years went by, and in the middle of the 3rd year, Wang Lin's head slowly turned blue crystal. At this time, all of Wang Lin's life force had completely disappeared, truly achieving the requirements of the Yellow Springs Ascension Technique, the Yellow Springs realm. His body sank to 7,979 feet, appearing in a blue world densely packed with the enormous bones of spirit beasts. These spirit beasts, for some unknown reason, were in this place of extreme yin, yet their bodies were still disintegrating, leaving only a sea of bones behind. Wang Lin sat quietly in this sea of bones for half a year. He spent a month restoring his heart, 2 months recovering his consciousness, and 3 months sensing the 3 cold pills. After the cold pills of the ancestral acupoint and the chassis slowly merged, destructive cold energy reappeared. However, this cold energy was incomparable to the extreme yin energy within Wang Lin's body. It was too insignificant. The 2 cold pills easily merged, becoming inseparable and gradually condensing into one. Immediately afterward, the merged cold pills continued to flow down to the danchan. An invisible shield formed outside the danchan, blocking it for about half an incense stick's time before instantly dissolving. The cold pills sank down, colliding with the cold pill in his danchan. A surge of extremely dense cold energy, more than 10 times stronger than the previous one, emerged, but still slightly less dense than the extreme yin energy within Wang Lin's body. The 3 cold pills completely fused and merged together. However, their color was no longer yellow, but a deep blue of death energy. Wang Lin didn't know that because he possessed the heaven-defying pearl and his peak spiritual power, his cultivation of the Yellow Springs Ascending Aperture Technique was somewhat different. The difficulty he overcame could only be described as moderately challenging. The reason the Yellow Springs Ascending Aperture Technique was considered the fastest pill-forming technique was because it contradicted other methods, first fusing the cold pills into a pill embryo, then impacting it with spiritual power, and finally evolving it into a golden pill, entering the pill formation stage. He had now completed more than half of it, only needing to use spiritual energy to impact it. However, achieving the pill formation stage wouldn't be easy. This final step also has a certain failure rate. The 3 cores merge. Once the core embryo is formed, the next step is to fuse with the body. If there is no rejection, spiritual power can be used to attack, and consciousness can be used to nourish it, forming a golden core and entering the core formation stage. The success rate of attacking with spiritual power requires the heavenly separation pill. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. A tear suddenly appeared on his lower body. This tear grew larger and larger, quickly spreading all over his body. With each movement of his body, the tear spread at an increasingly rapid pace, with several places peeling off in chunks. Wang Lin slowly stood up, his whole body trembling violently. The small tears fell off as if swept away by a strong wind. His clothes also peeled off, turning into dust and dissipating, leaving only the slightly damaged dragon inner armor on his body. Wang Lin stood silently, closing his eyes again. After a while, he opened them, to cold rays of light appearing, and his hands unconsciously clenched. Although the fusion of the 3 cores only marked the first step into the core formation stage, his Netherworld Ascending Aperture Technique had already reached a high level of mastery. A cluster of blue flames spread from the core embryo, flowing down the meridians to the tip of his right finger. At this moment, a 3-inch-long blue flame silently appeared at his fingertip, burning quietly. It emitted not heat, but cold. This cluster of blue ice flames was the essence of the Netherworld Ascending Aperture Technique, the Netherworld Flame. As soon as the Netherworld Ice Flame appeared, a thick layer of blue crystals beneath Wang Lin's feet emitted white mist, showing signs of melting. Wang Lin moved his right hand, and the ice flames immediately disappeared, and the white mist also dissipated. At this moment, a small indentation appeared in the blue crystal. The power of the ice flame shocked Wang Lin. He looked around, took out a set of clothes from his storage bag, and changed into them. He gazed at the pile of spirit beast bones for a while, lost in thought. A short while later, he sat down cross-legged, patted his storage bag, and the head of a dragon flew out. Wang Lin's eyes flickered as he looked at the dragon's head. He was about to go to Nando City to exchange for a pill furnace to help Li Muwen refine the heavenly separation pill. Although 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye, based on a connection with the soul blood, Wang Lin knew that Li Muwen was not in any danger. However, seeing the countless frozen beast bones around, Wang Lin's thoughts changed slightly. The most important requirement of the War God Temple's refining technique was the eagle flying furnace. After his failure that time, he didn't have any more beast heads in his possession. Previously, he had let Li Muwen keep the dragon's head with the intention of refining the eagle flying furnace, but it was delayed by the matter of the 3 pills unification. Moreover, Wang Lin wasn't sure of success. If it failed, he would have to find another beast skull to refine, which would be a waste of effort. But now that he had discovered this bone sea, that idea resurfaced. He took a deep breath, recalling the refining jade slip that described the method for crafting the reaction furnace. After a while, he took out the jade slip and looked at it again. He clapped his hands together, then extended them, and 3 spiritual lines gradually appeared in his palms. Wang Lin's face showed a serious expression. He simultaneously waved his hands forward, and the spiritual lines immediately flew up. His eyes were fixed on them, and his hands formed a cross, continuously circling around. Gradually, the spiritual lines in front of him became more numerous and denser, finally forming a spiritual thread that emitted a translucent light. Having completed everything, Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. The first step of spinning the silk to make the cocoon for crafting the eagle furnace was complete. Now he needed to test whether the furnace blank could withstand the refining silk. He pointed at the dragon's head, and the spiritual silk quickly transformed into a ribbon that wrapped around the dragon's head. Wang Lin calmly observed the changes unfolding. He saw the spirit thread slowly penetrate the skull, causing the dragon's head's purple color to fade. However, after a short while, a crackling sound suddenly emanated from within the dragon's skull, followed by cracks appearing where the spirit thread was enveloping it. Finally, the entire skull shattered into fragments of bone, leaving only the spirit thread suspended in midair, emitting waves of spiritual energy. Wang Lin sighed inwardly, a look of unwillingness in his eyes. His gaze swept across the area, and he leapt into the air, grabbing the spirit thread and swiftly plunging into a place filled with numerous animal bones. Some of these bones were 50 or 60 feet long, their scattered bones a grayish-white color, and their skulls were also enormous, comparable in size to the dragon's skull he had just damaged. In an instant, the spirit thread had penetrated the bones. Wang Lin was stunned and tried again. The spirit scepter was unimpeded, piercing straight through the beast bone. Wang Lin stared at the beast bone, his eyes flashing. This beast bone was covered in a layer of icy blue ice, looking like glass. He extended his right hand, gripping the bone, and with a slight exertion of force, a cracking sound emanated from within, but it didn't break. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then waved his hand, and the netherworld ice flame flowed from his fingers. As soon as it entered the beast bone, waves of white mist dispersed. The closer the ice flame got, the more white mist escaped, enveloping the blue crystal, then rapidly dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye, finally disappearing completely, revealing the white beast bone inside. Without hesitation, Wang Lin took the spirit scepter and pressed it down. At this moment, the spirit scepter directly wrapped around the skull. But after about half an incense stick's worth of time had passed, the color of the beast's bones had changed 3 times before exploding and shattering into ashes. The spiritual energy escaped, the threads were fewer than before, and the spiritual power gradually weakened. Wang Lin's eyebrows furrowed. Crafting the eagle returning cauldron was far more difficult than he had imagined. Very few people in the War God Temple possess the art of refining artifacts directly related to this eagle returning cauldron. Outsiders would probably be extremely lucky to even obtain a spirit beast skull, but crafting the reaction cauldron required a spirit beast skull, and the sufficient condition was a hard, solid skull. If the spirit beast had been dead for a long time, using its skull would reduce the success rate. Of course, if one obtained a wild beast skull, regardless of whether it had been dead for a long time or not, the success rate would increase significantly. Therefore, the difficulty also increased. When the dragon died, Wang Lin was confident that if he immediately began refining, the probability of success would be slightly higher. However, at that moment, his mind wasn't focused on refining the artifact. He only thought about quickly forming the core. Wang Lin snorted softly. Looking at the endless sea of bones, he couldn't even count how many spirit beast bones were here. I don't believe that with so many spirit beast bones, I can't refine a single reaction furnace. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, his hands formed a cross, and he refined spirit threads. After adding them to the spirit threads, he controlled them to place on another beast bone. A moment later, the beast bone shattered again. He continued like this, not knowing how many beast bones he had shattered. He only knew that he had replenished the spirit threads more than 100 times. His face grew increasingly grim. Finally, Wang Lin leapt up, standing in midair, his cold gaze sweeping across the area. Then he released the spirit threads. The spirit threads transformed into a swirling vortex, moving around Wang Lin's body. His hands continuously formed a cross shape, waving them out. Each time, a small amount of spiritual thread appeared, merging into the spiritual cauldron. Then, as Wang Lin's speed increased, the spiritual thread continuously merged into the cauldron, causing it to grow rapidly. Outside his body, the spiritual cauldron spun faster and faster, forming a large whirlwind. Wang Lin didn't stop, using all his spiritual power to refine the spiritual thread, then drank several mouthfuls of spiritual energy liquid, and continued refining. As time passed, the whirlwind outside his body grew larger and larger, spreading out to over 100 feet. It's probably still not enough. Wang Lin gazed at the vast expanse of the bone sea, muttering to himself, I'll drink more spiritual liquid and continue the transformation. Thus, the swirling vortex transformed into a massive, 1,000-jiang-wide vortex. Wang Lin took a deep breath, let out a soft shout, raised both hands, and released his divine consciousness to control the spiritual vortex, bringing it downwards. At the same time, the ice flames were unleashed at will. A continuous rumbling sound echoed. Within 1,000-jiang radius centered on him, the beast bones surged like a tide, churning up layers of ashes. The ashes flowed endlessly, no bones could withstand them, all turning into dust and merging into the bone waves. Within them were countless white mists, accumulating over time, becoming incredibly massive. After the white mist dissipated, the 1,000-jiang radius was empty, devoid of anything. He gritted his teeth, took out more spiritual liquid, and refined another 1,000-jiang-wide spiritual vortex, heading in another direction. The swirling bone fragments and white mist dissipated, and Wang Lin's pupils narrowed. He saw a small animal bone within 1,000-foot radius. A look of joy appeared on Wang Lin's face. He lowered his body and immediately rushed to the side of the bone, concentrating his gaze on it. It was an ordinary animal bone, seemingly unremarkable. The bone was silver in color, quite delicate, and appeared extremely unremarkable. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he raised his right hand. The spirit staff, as if grasped by an invisible hand, descended towards the small animal skull. The skull's color instantly changed once, twice, 3 times after 9 transformations. The skull cracked, separating from the spine and floating off the ground. The spirit staff had completely merged into it. After 9 changes in color, it transformed into a bowl-like shape, with waves of spiritual energy emanating from within. Wang Lin drew it into his hand and began to examine it closely. The refining techniques of the War God Temple have a very mysterious origin. It is rumored that the ancestors of the War God Temple were also the discoverers of the Heavenly Tao technique. Later generations separated to cultivate independently, spending a great deal of effort researching refining techniques. And only then did they organize and divide the eagle-shaped furnaces in the refining technique into 10 grades. The higher the grade, the better the effect. Different grades require different methods. The number of changes in the color of the eagle-shaped furnace during refining represents its grade. 9 grade. Wang Lin murmured to himself, a hint of regret in his heart. He had expended so much energy, even using this mysterious bone sea, yet he couldn't refine a 10-grade eagle-shaped furnace. However, a 9 grade is better than nothing. Wang Lin took out the refining jade slip again and concentrated on examining it. Wang Lin didn't know that even the current head of the refining hall of the War God Temple, with his nascent soul cultivation, only possessed 1 6th grade eagle-shaped furnace, and the rest were only a few below 3rd grade. The reason Wang Lin's was a 9th grade item was because it was directly related to the seemingly ordinary beast bone. It was an extremely rare piece of wild beast bone found in the Bone Sea. After the wild beast died, its bones were no different from those of other spirit beasts. Without research, it would be difficult to distinguish them. Wang Lin's mind followed the jade slip. He concentrated and pondered for a moment. The refining technique of the War God Temple focuses on 3 processes: regulation, fusion, and integration. Wang Lin calmed his mind and didn't blink, taking out some materials from his storage bag and throwing them into the eagle furnace one by one. These materials were all recorded in the jade slip, which Wang Lin had memorized beforehand. He had also found the materials in his storage bag, chicken bloodstone, which, under the impetus of spiritual power, generated a very high temperature. Purple moon vine, a type of plant, which, along with heavenly gangwood, would decompose under the influence of spiritual power. Heavenly steelwood, a type of material with wood properties, has corrosive effects. These 3 materials, though not in large quantities, were enough for his refining. Before he had the refining jade slip, he didn't know what these materials obtained from the outer realm battlefield were for. But now he understood they were basic refining materials and had gained some knowledge about them. He threw the purple moon vine into the reaction furnace in sections, using the beast bones inside to break them apart and simultaneously using his spiritual power to penetrate and fuse them. As more purple moon vine was added, a viscous purple liquid gradually accumulated in the reaction furnace. Staring at the eagle-shaped furnace, Wang Lin muttered, seemingly calculating something. After a while, his eyes flashed, and he flicked a drop of his blood into the furnace. Instantly, a few bubbles escaped from the reaction furnace. Without a hint of panic, Wang Lin released a trace of his divine consciousness, concentrating it on the reaction furnace, and gently poured his spiritual power into it. The jade slip meticulously described the function of the eagle-flying furnace, stating that this refining technique was a sword-wielding, heaven-defying method, using the eagle-flying furnace as a conduit. Through it, the alchemist could control and alter the materials inside. Wang Lin took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, then quickly took out some heavenly steelwood, gently crushed it, and dropped it into the reaction furnace. The purple liquid immediately released a cluster of bubbles, emitting a pungent odor. Then Wang Lin took out a piece of chicken bloodstone and threw it into the furnace. After doing all this, his face became serious. He chanted a spell, releasing several streams of spiritual light, which gradually condensed with the liquid in the furnace, forming a purple sphere. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then waved his right hand. The sphere split into 2 halves, one half floating to the surface, the other sinking into the reaction furnace. Under Wang Lin's control, the upper half of the sphere slowly rose. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, placing his hands on his forehead and chest, and with a slight exertion of force, a surge of purple mansion spiritual energy was forced out of his body and shot into the sphere. The first step of the War God Temple's chair refining technique was now complete. The second step was fusion. This fusion required a Che embryo. Wang Lin patted his storage bag and released a series of flying swords of various sizes. There were a total of 35 of them, all simultaneously hovering in midair. Wang Lin pointed at one of the flying swords, and it immediately shot out, piercing the sphere. The tip of the sword slowly melted, and finally, the entire flying sword was fused into it. Next, the 34 flying swords, under Wang Lin's control, also successively fused into the sphere. Finally, the sphere emitted a dazzling 7-colored light. The entire process took about 2 hours. During this time, Wang Lin remained extremely focused. At this moment, he not only didn't relax, but became even more serious. Staring intently at the sphere, he took out a black flying sword from his storage bag. It could be said that this flying sword had always been with Wang Lin through thick and thin. From the moment he obtained it, it drank Tang Li's blood, then fought alongside him in the decisive battle at Juming Valley until his consciousness dissipated and it was taken away by Sichuan. Its blade shattered. Only the sword spirit, having been refined by Wang Lin's blood, could survive within his consciousness. Afterwards, Wang Lin found several blank forms for it, but none were as effective. Its current blank form, after several teleportation attacks, had a dented spot, looking very battered and on the verge of collapse. Wang Lin grasped the flying sword with his right hand, gently stroking its blade. A sword hum emanated from within, and then a phantom sword image slowly floated up from the blade, hovering before Wang Lin. At the same time, the demonic figure inside the flying sword also rushed out, floating to one side, staring blankly in all directions, seemingly lost in thought. Wang Lin took a deep breath. His hand opened, and the sphere immediately flew towards him. He gritted his teeth, and with a thought, the illusory image on the flying sword instantly rushed into the sphere. Wang Lin's divine consciousness instantly spread out, enveloping the sphere. The final step of the refining technique fusion had begun to unfold. Time slowly passed. The sphere slowly stretched and solidified. After an unknown amount of time, a dragon's roar emanated from within it. A stream of transparent light burst forth, the shimmering light of the crystal flying sword slowly transforming before Wang Lin's eyes. As soon as the flying sword appeared, a swirling vortex of spiritual power also instantly emerged, circling around Wang Lin for a moment before entering the flying sword. After gazing at the crystal flying sword for a long time, Wang Lin opened his mouth. The crystal flying sword transformed into a beam of crystal light and flew into his mouth. The demon was stunned, rubbing his hands and laughing. "This if you swallow it. Where am I supposed to live?" Wang Lin looked up and glanced at him, then waved his right hand, and the dragon scale flew out of his storage bag. He waved his hand towards the reaction furnace, and the half-sphere submerged within it shot out. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. The dragon scale immediately flew into the sphere. After refining, the sphere gradually shrank, finally transforming into a dragon scale. However, at this point, the dragon scale had turned golden yellow. Wang Lin glanced at the demon, who immediately burrowed into the dragon scale. With his right hand, he retrieved the dragon scale, concentrated his gaze on it for a moment, and then put it back into his storage bag. He raised his head to look at the azure cave wall, swung his right hand, and the netherworld ice flame appeared. He stomped his foot, and his body quickly flew away. With the force of a splitting bamboo, he shot up from thousands of feet underground. His speed was too fast, and the destructive power of the netherworld ice flame was terrifying, causing the entire ground to tremble. Several cultivators who were in the valley searching for beast bones had their faces changed drastically, and they fled in panic. The ground shook even more violently. Several sharp-eyed cultivators immediately looked towards the direction of the 14th valley, where a loud explosion had occurred. A black shadow shot upwards, instantly disappearing into the mist above. For a long time, these cultivators still looked in that direction with doubt, various speculations slowly spreading. There were even rumors that there was a 10,000-year-old corpse in the Corpse Valley. This corpse had suddenly awakened, causing the valley to tremble violently. The black shadow that flew up into the air was actually this corpse that had transformed into a spirit. After firing the shot, Wang Lin didn't stop, quickly flying south. According to the information he received from Tangmuyai, Nando City was located to the south, about 300,000 miles from Shai Valley. Wang Lin knew that his refining process had consumed some time, so he increased his speed. His only thought now was to quickly find a pill furnace to refine the heaven-separating pill. 2 days and 2 nights later, a huge black city appeared in Wang Lin's sight. This city was enormous, even from afar. Its boundaries were invisible. This was Nando City, one of the 998 major cities of the cultivation Demon Sea. It was named Nando City because its ruler was named Nando, a nascent soul cultivator with countless powerful experts under his command. He could be considered a regional overlord. Essentially, within the cultivation sea, owning a city represents a certain status. The city lord is undoubtedly a prominent figure. Beneath the city lord are numerous large and small sects. These sects vary in strength, but all are far less imposing than the city lord. Fortunately, the Nando city lord disappeared 500 years ago, leaving the area within 1,000,000 miles like a land without a master, allowing various sects to flourish, thus giving rise to powerful sects like the Dozi sect. Nando City became a masterless city in the cultivation sea jointly managed by several major sects. However, Nando City is located in a remote, resource-scarce region with a lack of spiritual veins on the edge of the cultivation sea. Nascent soul cultivators usually avoid such places. Therefore, there are no nascent soul cultivators within 1,000,000 miles around it. However, there are many core formation cultivators here. Some speculated that if a nascent soul cultivator were to appear here, they would undoubtedly become the new ruler of Nando City. Over the past 500 years, there have been attempts by nascent soul cultivators to occupy this place. However, after a while, they succumb to the scarcity of spiritual energy and the barren environment, eventually leaving. Gradually, no nascent soul cultivators visited this place. After all, the cultivation demon sea boasts nearly 1,000 cities. Why would they need to reside in a desolate place like Nando City? Currently, Nando City is jointly managed by the Heaven-Slaying Sect, the Soul-Exterminating Sect, and the Heavenly Wanda Sect. Although the Evil Fighting Sect has the right to take control, the alliance of these three sects prevents them from advancing even a single step. There's a vast difference between a three-sect system and a four-sect system. No one would be so short-sighted as to watch the Evil Fighting Sect destroy another sect to take its place. On this point, the three sects remained united. After handing over 10 low-grade spirit stones to obtain the city entry token, Wang Lin hurried into Nando City. His target was the refining pavilion in the east of the city. The refining pavilion had 3 floors, and with each floor increasing in price, the magical artifacts became more precious. When Wang Lin arrived, 7 or 8 cultivators were haggling with several shop assistants on the first floor. Before entering, Wang Lin took out a black cloth to cover his face. Inside, he glanced around. The first floor primarily featured swords as magical artifacts, most of which were extraordinary, all housed in velvet boxes. Seals on both sides of the boxes prevented sword energy from escaping. In addition, in the center of the first floor, there was a cylindrical glass column. Inside, 3 flying swords were arranged in a triangle, their tips pointing upwards and swaying. These 3 swords emitted a dazzling light that flickered on and off. Seeing Wang Lin intently gazing at the glass pillar, a young waiter approached. He was around 20 years old, with an intelligent face, pacing back and forth as if trying to gauge Wang Lin's reaction. Covering his face with a cloth was common practice. Many customers didn't want others to see their true appearance, hence their attire. While there were methods to discern someone's cultivation level in the chair refining sect, the waiter found it increasingly strange. Using a secret technique to investigate, he sometimes saw the opponent's cultivation level as core formation, and other times as late foundation establishment. Although inwardly terrified, the waiter maintained a calm demeanor, saying politely, "Senior, which flying sword do you like?" Wang Lin stopped looking and turned to observe the waiter. A single glance was enough for Wang Lin to understand that the waiter had cultivated to the Cha condensation stage. He calmly said, "Does your shop sell alchemy furnaces?" The waiter smiled and nodded, saying, "Senior, looking throughout the entire Nando City, if you're looking for alchemy furnaces, only our shop sells them, not everyone can afford them. If you need one, please follow me to the 2nd floor." Wang Lin calmly followed him to the 2nd floor. The waiter walked a few steps ahead, guiding him as they went. As they ascended the stairs, Wang Lin's gaze shifted to a Taoist priest haggling on the 1st floor. After a moment of contemplation, he went upstairs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the waiter approached a middle-aged man sitting on a rattan chair on the right side of the room, whispered a few words to him, and then went downstairs. The man had a smooth, beardless face, and his bright, star-like eyes occasionally darted around. He stood up abruptly and said, "What kind of alchemy furnace do you want, sir?" Wang Lin secretly assessed his cultivation level and found it to be at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. Thinking to himself, the Cha refining pavilion is divided into 3 levels. The first level is for the Cha condensation stage, the second for the foundation establishment stage. And wouldn't the 3rd level be guarded by a golden core stage cultivator? He calmly said, "Could you bring it out for me to see?" The other person laughed heartily. Pointing to the chair beside him, he said, "Please sit down. I will go and get it for you." He then poured a cup of tea and placed it on the table. After that, he went behind the wall and tapped the wall 3 times. Following that, 3 beautiful women in silk robes emerged from within, each carrying a white jade tray. On each tray was a square wooden box. The 3 boxes were the same size, but had different patterns painted on their surfaces, and each box was sealed with different seals. The 3 young women approached Wang Lin one after another, their eyes fixed on him, constantly glancing at his black robe. The middle-aged man took a box and placed it on the table. He said, "Sir, this is a pill furnace formed by the fusion of green steel rock and mysterious mist star from deep within the cultivation demon sea. This furnace takes 49 months to create. It's a 3rd-grade item." After saying this, he opened the wooden box, revealing countless different-sized alchemy furnaces inside. Wang Lin remained calm. Li Muan had mentioned the alchemy furnace earlier. The one she carried was only a second-grade item, and only a fourth-grade furnace could guarantee the smooth running of the heavenly separation pill. After a quick glance, Wang Lin said nothing. The middle-aged man smiled, and with a slight wave of his hand, the wooden boxes on the table instantly vanished, returning to the silver plates in the hands of the three young women. He glanced at the second young woman. Reaching for the box in the third young woman's hand, he gently placed it on the table. Smiling, he said, "Fellow Taoist, you must be looking to refine a precious elixir. This is the 100 Beasts Spirit Furnace, crafted from 99 low-grade Enercore Spirit Beasts. Using it for refining will greatly increase the absorption of the Spirit Beast's elixir energy, enhancing the quality of the elixir." Then, he opened the wooden box, revealing a blood-red alchemy furnace. Upon closer inspection, 99 ferocious faces of spirit beasts were carved on its exterior. These spirit beasts looked incredibly lifelike, emitting a faint trace of spiritual energy. Even with the furnace sealed, it could still emit spiritual energy. If the seal were broken, it would surely fill the surroundings. This 100 Beasts Spirit Furnace had piqued Wang Lin's interest, but his expression remained unchanged. The middle-aged man touched the box and said, "Fellow Taoist, you must know that those low-grade spirit beasts are equivalent to the core formation stage. I also had to expend a great deal of energy and time to successfully refine them. This 100 Beasts Spirit Furnace is of 5th-grade quality." Wang Lin pondered for a moment and asked, "How much does it cost?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. This is the standard price, or you can exchange it for a treasure of equal value. Hearing the price, even though Wang Lin had calculated beforehand, his heart still sank. This alchemy furnace was too expensive. No wonder the sect leader of the Dozi sect spent half of the sect's spirit stones to buy one. The middle-aged man continued to smile, calmly pouring another cup of tea. He took a sip and said, "Fellow Taoist, this 100 Beasts Spirit Furnace is very expensive. Perhaps you should exchange it for something else." The previous alchemy furnace, although also priced at 100,000 spirit stones, was a mid-grade one, only equivalent to 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Wang Lin glanced at the middle-aged man, patted his treasure pouch, and a piece of dragon skin immediately flew out and lay still on the table. Dragon skin, the middle-aged man said with a hint of surprise. He picked it up, stared at it for a while, then set it aside, pondered for a moment, and then looked up and said, "It's a mid-grade spirit beast dragon skin. How many of these do you have?" Wang Lin remained calm. He didn't answer, but instead asked, "How much would it cost to exchange for this 100 Beasts alchemy furnace?" The middle-aged man bowed his head and calculated for a while, then looked up at Wang Lin and said, "If it's over 1,000 zhang long, then one piece of dragon skin can be exchanged." Wang Lin said nothing. Patting his treasure pouch again, the flood dragon skin immediately piled up in front of the middle-aged man. Without even glancing back, Wang Lin grabbed the box containing the 100 Beasts Spirit Furnace and rushed downstairs. The middle-aged man's breathing quickened as he stared at the flood dragon skin. He knew it wasn't a complete piece, but it wasn't far off. This was a section of skin from a mid-grade spirit beast, a flood dragon. A mid-grade spirit beast is equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator at the peak of their power. Even in the cultivation demon sea, a spirit beast of this level would be a ruler of a region. Although the middle-aged man was knowledgeable, he had only ever seen a few mid-grade spirit beast skins. As for skins of such length, apart from those of low-grade spirit beasts, this was the first time he'd seen one from a mid-grade spirit beast. By the time he looked up, Wang Lin had already put the alchemy furnace into his storage pouch and hurried down the stairs. Treasure shouldn't be revealed. Wang Lin understood this principle well, which is why he disguised himself and covered his face. Even so, he still felt uneasy. He knew he didn't know as much about the dragon skin as his opponent, but he also knew it was a rare treasure. If his opponent became greedy and thought of other treasures from the dragon's body, things would become incredibly complicated. Unless absolutely necessary, Wang Lin would never trade the dragon skin. Firstly, the price of the alchemy furnace was too high. Besides the gourd containing spiritual liquid, the dragon skin was the only thing he could trade for it. Considering all factors, offering the gourd containing spiritual liquid would be an even more extraordinary item, potentially leading to even greater trouble. So he decided to trade the dragon skin and leave immediately. Leaving the refining pavilion, Wang Lin coldly looked across the street. Before going upstairs, he had left a trace of his divine consciousness on the other party's body. Now upon coming out, he sensed that the other party was in the inn opposite. The inn opposite had quite a few guests, and beside that person were 3 foundation establishment stage cultivators. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, not destroying the divine consciousness on the other party, but instead circled through several small alleys using Earth escape technique, but only saw a flash of light and Wang Lin did not disappear underground. The entire Nando city seemed to be covered by some kind of restriction, affecting the Earth escape technique. Wang Lin frowned, quickly flying up and heading towards the city gate. Not long after he flew out, a thin, dark-skinned man appeared right where Wang Lin had just used the Earth escape technique. He looked at Wang Lin as he flew away, his eyes revealing greed. This cultivator was one of the customers who had haggled on the first floor when Wang Lin entered. This man, named Wei San, was sent to Nando City by the Demon Slayer sect to recruit disciples. When he saw Wang Lin ascending to the second floor, he felt uneasy. He feigned indifference, observing him several times before leaving the refining pavilion. He then found a spot in the inn to watch him. Not only that, he also sent a message to several fellow disciples who were buying things in Nando City. After a while, he saw Wang Lin descend. He calculated that Wang Lin would definitely exchange for a valuable treasure, hence his malicious intent. However, he couldn't clearly discern the opponent's cultivation level. He guessed he might be a core formation cultivator. When he summoned his fellow disciples, he was surprised to find that 3 sect elders had also arrived. Overjoyed, he hastily recounted the entire story. Beside him, dozens of people appeared, all of similar cultivation levels foundation establishment stage. But among these, 3 figures behind the curtain were different. These 3 were indeed 3 foundation establishment stage cultivators, making Wang Lin somewhat weary. Elder, I didn't expect the 3 of you to come to Nando City. I can assure you, they possess treasures, Wei San said, turning around and bowing respectfully. Wei San, you're lying. I thought they were just foundation establishment stage cultivators, HMPH. Clearly, they're fake foundation establishment cultivators. How could they possibly have treasures? Waiting so long has been a waste of time, one of them said irritably. You, damn it. A figure behind the curtain said in a low voice, and at the same time, a withered hand, carrying a hint of black energy, reached out from within the mist and grabbed towards Wei San. Wei San's face instantly turned pale, his body collapsing to the ground, trembling as he said, "Disciple, my words are true." Except for the fact that my estimation of his cultivation level was slightly wrong, Disciple overwhelmed with fear. His words became incoherent. Surrounding him were his fellow disciples from the demon fighting sect, all expressionless, some even gloating over his misfortune. A chill ran through Wei San's heart. Seeing the withered arm about to descend, a sudden thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately shouted, I remember now. He asked if the people in the refining pavilion here sold 5 grade or higher alchemy furnaces. Actually, Wei San hadn't heard the words clearly. His life was threatened, and in this desperate situation, he blurted out something nonsensical. Even he himself didn't quite believe it. Perhaps the other party really did want to buy an alchemy furnace. The withered arm paused for a moment, and a gloomy voice came again. An alchemy furnace. Wei San, you know the consequences of deceiving me, don't you? Wei San gritted his teeth and looked up, saying, I can stake my life on it. He chuckled bitterly to himself, thinking that if he hadn't said that, he would be dead by now. It was better to take a gamble. If he lost, it would be truly unlucky. But if he won, he would save his life. Regardless of whether he's telling the truth or not, wouldn't we know if we went to see? The 3rd elder, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke in a booming voice like a bell. As soon as he said this, the 3 men didn't hesitate, immediately soaring towards where Wang Lin had flown. The disciples behind them hurriedly followed. Wei San wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, cursing inwardly, but also flew after them. The 3 elders of the Dozi sect were originally representatives of the Dozi sect, having come to Nando City for an important matter to discuss with the sect leaders of the 3 sects. Now that the matter was settled, the disciples of the other three sects had received orders not to obstruct them. Therefore, along the way, although the members of the evil fighting sect were numerous and their momentum was overwhelming, they quickly pursued. As for Wang Lin, every time he flew a certain distance, someone would check him, and only after carefully inspecting his pass would he be allowed to pass. After several times, Wang Lin lost patience, and moreover, realizing he was being pursued, he simply stopped, fighting wildly and rushing forward. Very quickly, he reached the city gate and instantly rushed out. Not long after, all the members of the evil fighting sect caught up, flashing past. As they left, the disciples of the three sects in Nando City appeared at the city gate. They had just received orders that if the fighting took place inside the city, they should quickly chase after them. However, if the fighting left the city, they were not to stop or assist them. Wang Lin left Nando City, stomped his foot, and his body instantly burrowed into the ground. His earth-earth escape technique was activated, and he quickly fled. While pursuing the three Foundation establishment stage cultivators, one of them let out a soft gasp, flicking his right hand, and an ancient mirror appeared in his palm. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy, which immediately surged outwards from the mirror. Inside the mirror, a shimmering light transformed into a rainbow that quickly shot out from the cultivator's hand. After spinning a few times in the air, a beam of light suddenly shot out from within the mirror, heading towards a distant location. Simultaneously, the light quickly shifted towards that direction. The three sneered and followed the light from the mirror. The disciples of the evil fighting sect were also extremely excited. The feeling of following their sect's elders in hunting prey was incredibly thrilling. Wang Lin frowned, inwardly snorting coldly, and his divine consciousness, placed within Wei San's body, instantly exploded. Suddenly, Wei San, amidst the disciples of the evil fighting sect, let out a pained cry, spitting out fresh blood, his body falling backward from his flying sword. His fellow disciples beside him were all terrified. Wang Lin's speed didn't decrease as he continued to flee, but his divine sense spread out, concentrating on one enemy. With a slight movement of his heart, another disciple of the evil fighting sect cried out in agony and fell. Therefore, the disciples of the evil fighting sect who were pursuing him involuntarily stopped abruptly, not daring to advance further. Only the three Foundation establishment cultivators paid no heed, staring intently at the spot on the mirror and chasing after him. One of the cultivators waved his hand, and a huge black seal flew out from his sleeve. It spun in the air a few times, then transformed into strong gusts of wind, crashing down to the ground with a thunderous roar following the finger of the smiling cultivator. In the blink of an eye, as it slammed into the ground, Wang Lin's body instantly twisted, dodging. The cultivator's smile grew even colder, and he continuously waved his hand, sending powerful gusts of wind crashing down. Amidst the continuous rumbling sounds, a black figure flew out from the ground, then coldly glanced back at the three men before quickly flying away. Hand over the magic treasures you bought inside the refining pavilion, otherwise you will die. The cultivator who threw the ancient mirror's eyes flashed like lightning, growing larger. As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding light suddenly appeared before him, and a powerful sword energy thrust towards him. He panicked. His body felt as if something hard had pierced him from the left, several inches through. Immediately afterward, his chest ached, and he felt something penetrate inside, then exit through his back. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth. What kind of flying sword is that? His face was pale, revealing a look of lingering fear. If he hadn't run so fast just now, he probably would have lost his life here today. Wang Lin sighed inwardly, regretting the loss. He raised his right hand, and a glittering crystal flying sword appeared in his grasp. The two remaining Foundation establishment cultivators were horrified, and without saying a word, they continuously deployed several defensive artifacts. Their eyes now gleamed as they stared intently at Wang Lin. "Get out!" Wang Lin's gaze was cold. After uttering a single word, he continued to fly rapidly forward. The three Foundation establishment cultivators exchanged glances, their eyes finally fixed on the flying sword hovering beside Wang Lin, their eyes gleaming with greed. Such a sharp flying sword was incredibly rare in the world. Without further ado, they pursued him. The injured cultivator, during the chase, continuously threw out numerous defensive artifacts, completely surrounding his body with no gaps. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. then repeatedly chewed several pills, spitting them out and applying them to his wounds. He then hesitated for a moment, took out a jade slip, placed it on his forehead, and spread it out. The jade slip immediately flashed a few times, then disappeared. Wang Lin's divine consciousness swept over, discovering that the three were still pursuing him, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Their intention was to kill him and steal his treasure. Having 3 Foundation establishment cultivators chasing him was nothing unusual for Wang Lin now. If it were one person, he could fight back, but there were 3 of them, all in the early Foundation establishment stage, and they were not to be underestimated. However, once he successfully formed his Foundation establishment, killing these 3 would be as easy as crushing an ant. Under the pursuit of the 3, Wang Lin fled for a day and a night, during which time the 3 unleashed countless magical artifacts. Gradually, Wang Lin's mental strength was running out. After a sneak attack, the crystal flying sword would be ineffective if used again when the opponent was already on defense. Wang Lin's gaze grew colder and colder. His divine consciousness focused on the 3 men, and the extreme realm attack instantly struck like lightning. A red light flashed before the 3-core formation cultivators' eyes, and it felt as if a massive hammer had violently struck their heads. Blood immediately gushed from their mouths and noses. After their bodies swayed slightly, their eyes showed unprecedented fear and gravity. The cultivator who had been injured earlier even more frantically spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes bloodshot, his face contorted with pain. If someone hadn't held him back, he would surely have fallen from the flying sword. He's definitely not just a Foundation establishment cultivator. He must be someone who's only a hair's breadth away from becoming a core formation cultivator. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the intense vibrations in his mind, then spoke to the 2 people beside him. We must kill him, otherwise, with this guy's abilities, once he successfully forms a golden core, all 3 of us will surely die. I've already informed the sect leader. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Wang Lin frowned. His extreme divine consciousness was affected by his cultivation level and was originally ineffective against those in the golden core stage. But now, the yellow spring's ascending aperture technique within his body had reached perfection, and the 3 cores had merged to form a core embryo, producing a glimmer of effect. But it could only injure them, not kill them. The injuries looked serious, but for a golden core cultivator, a little rest would suffice. If the opponent was only 1 person, he could use the Demon Lord's full power to kill one without hesitation. But now, he could only run. Wang Lin sighed inwardly, quickly flying forward. After 8 hours, the sky gradually darkened. Wang Lin's extreme realm divine consciousness had been used several times, each time only delaying things a little. His divine consciousness swept across the space, then suddenly stopped, turning to look at the enemy who had been chasing him for 2 days and 1 night. The 3 of them were exhausted, but they had no choice but to pursue. Otherwise, if the enemy ever achieved the golden core stage, all 3 of them would die without a burial place. Seeing Wang Lin suddenly stop, all 3 felt a little suspicious. At that moment, Wang Lin's right hand was raised high as if supporting the sky, his eyes flashing with cold light, his hair blowing in the wind, and his clothes rustling. The crystal flying sword at his feet gleamed with cold light. Very quickly, a blue flame appeared on his right hand. As soon as this flame appeared, the surrounding atmosphere instantly became icy cold. Aside from his supreme realm divine consciousness, which was Wang Lin's ultimate attack, this blue flame was also worth considering. If his supreme realm divine consciousness could still be used, he wouldn't want to use this blue flame. While inside the 14th Valley, Wang Lin discovered that this flame consumed energy with each use. But now that the opponent was closing in, he didn't have time to hesitate any longer. As the ice flame appeared, the expressions of the 3-core formation cultivators changed drastically. Before they could react, Wang Lin's right hand moved, and a fist-sized ice flame was slowly blown towards them. Although it seemed slow, it was actually very fast. The winds from all directions in the air instantly turned into icy wind, like a small knife, quickly condensing into a physical object and flying towards the 3 men. The other 3 didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately scattering in all directions. But the speed of the ice flame suddenly increased sharply, striking the injured cultivator's arm at an unbelievable angle. In an instant, the cultivator didn't even have time to cry out. His entire body was engulfed in blue flames, instantly dissolving into nothingness. The thin ice flame continued to fly towards another cultivator. But at this moment, a series of thunderous explosions suddenly came from afar, followed by 7 or 8 streaks of rainbow light piercing through the air. Wang Lin's expression changed. His right hand transformed into a claw, and the ice flame was immediately absorbed into his body. Without a word, he turned and fled. At this moment, he unleashed 100% of his spiritual power, desperately running away regardless of the consequences. While fleeing, Wang Lin's divine consciousness swept over the ice flame inside the pill embryo. Its color had now faded. This ice flame originates from the core, and if used repeatedly before the core is formed, it will inevitably affect the core, and even ultimately impact the success rate of the core formation. While powerful, its strength cannot be replenished. Each use reduces its intensity. Furthermore, when in the 14th valley, the ice flame doesn't actually unleash its full power, merely reaching the level of warmth. However, using it to kill an enemy is completely different. It's effective at directly killing the opponent. Only when the opponent uses a magical artifact does it become a battle of magical power, causing the ice flame's energy consumption to increase several times over. Moreover, the fact that the opponent had 3 people earlier is what allowed for such a good deterrent effect. At this moment, along the way, the powerful flying swords unleashed by Wang Lin had made the 3 men as timid as birds afraid of a branch. If it weren't for that, after he killed the first person, the remaining 2 Foundation establishment cultivators would certainly have had enough time to cast spells. This is why he had never dared to use the ice flame before. After all, he hadn't reached the Foundation establishment stage yet, and he couldn't afford to make even the slightest mistake. It was better not to use the ice flame if possible. Otherwise, given Wang Lin's personality, he would have definitely annihilated his opponents in the first strike, absolutely not dragging things out until now. He truly didn't want to endure countless hardships to achieve Foundation establishment only to make a mistake and regret it for the rest of his life. If it weren't for the threat that angered Wang Lin, he really wouldn't have wanted to use the ice flame. But the relentless pursuit left him cornered. He gritted his teeth, preparing to risk everything, temporarily abandoning the core formation stage, even if it meant his core would shatter, and using the ice flame instead. Suddenly, 7 or 8 core formation stage cultivators appeared as reinforcements, the highest ranking among them being at the mid-core formation stage. Wang Lin was terrified, no longer concerned with killing his enemies, and quickly fled. In that moment of escape, he understood clearly that he was now on a path of no return. Unless he successfully formed his golden core, the consequences would be unimaginable. Along the 300,000-mile journey, he quickly approached the border. Behind him were 10 golden core cultivators leisurely pursuing him at a steady pace. Youngster ahead, I want to see how far you can run. Killing an elder of our Dozi sect, even to the ends of the earth, you only have one path left, death. The great elder of the mid-stage golden core, Jian Kun, said slowly. He casually flicked his right hand, and immediately a golden talisman condensed before him. He pressed his hand, and the talisman instantly flashed and flew away. Wang Lin felt a threat to his back. Without hesitation, he subtly dodged the talisman striking at his vital spot. However, many more talismans appeared, and Wang Lin continued to evade them without looking back, gritting his teeth and flying forward. Gradually, the cultivators behind him got closer and closer. Wang Lin's eyes flickered. He knew there was only one way now. This method, though extremely dangerous, would easily resolve all the dangers if successful. Thinking this, a cold glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. His body moved slightly, changing direction and fleeing immediately. Not long after, Wang Lin's gaze fell upon a place where a mountain appeared. The mountain was shrouded in thick fog, obscuring its form. Without further thought, Wang Lin quickly descended. The moment he reached the edge of the fog, a path suddenly opened up. A beautiful girl in purple clothes, her figure terrifyingly revealed. In an instant, a series of dazzling golden runes flashed towards him like lightning. As Wang Lin flew into the mist, they all flew towards his back. Wang Lin let out a soft groan, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body, like a kite with a broken string, fell into the mist. The girl in purple, her face pale, looked at the rapidly pursuing core formation cultivators, waved the flag in her hand, and the mist instantly swirled, concealing her figure. At this moment, 10 core formation cultivators from the evil fighting sect arrived in front of the mist. A short, stocky old man in the middle, with a head noticeably larger than average, stroked his enormous head, sneering coldly and ominously saying, "That little demon just now belongs to me. I happen to be in need of a cauldron for cultivation." After speaking, he licked his lips, his right hand transforming into a claw, and instantly a huge hand appeared in midair, fiercely grabbing at the mist. The moment his giant hand touched the mist, the dense fog immediately swirled, and from within emerged a colossal dragon with a body over 1,000 feet long. The big-headed old cultivator hastily shouted, quickly retreating, his eyes showing surprise. The core formation cultivators beside him also blinked, staring intently at the mist. When did such a formation appear here? Elder Chan Kun said calmly and coldly. The remaining cultivators exchanged glances, no one daring to answer. Chan Kun snorted softly, carefully observing the formation several times, then frowned and said, "This formation can transform into a dragon. It must be extraordinary. Kuntang, try using the 10,000 wine seal." Kuntang was one of the three who had been chasing Wang Lin from the beginning. Without saying much, he immediately turned and flew into the sky, waving his right sleeve to conjure a black stone seal. It grew larger in the air, instantly transforming into a powerful gust of wind. Kuntang's eyes narrowed, and he pressed his hand downwards. This gust of wind immediately vibrated and fiercely blew down from the sky. The dragon formed from mist roared and soared upwards, colliding with the wind. A thunderous sound echoed, and the wind was deflected. Kuntang's face turned slightly pale, his spiritual power agitated. He took several deep breaths, finally managing to regain his composure. Simultaneously, as the wind was deflected, the dragon's body instantly transformed into mist and vanished completely. The entire formation returned to its quiet state. Jian Kun chuckled softly a few times, saying, "Kunsang, give me your black stone seal for a moment." Without waiting for the other party's agreement, he directly extended a claw, pulling the wine in midair down with a force from below. Upon falling into Jian Kun's hand, it returned to its original state. Jian Kun raised his hand and gently manipulated it, removing Kunsang's consciousness and imprinting his own seal. Then, he exhaled a breath of spiritual energy, waiting until it completely merged into the stone seal before throwing it upwards. As soon as the stone seal flew into the air, it immediately expanded, transforming into a large gust of wind, but in terms of size, it was twice as large as before. The wind swirling in the air created a pitch-black area below. Describing it as a lid covering the sky wouldn't be an exaggeration. Tyne Khan stared intently at the mist, his right hand gently pressing down. The wind rushed downwards with a roar, and the dragon within the mist transformed back into form, letting out a loud cry before soaring into the air. It was the same scene, but the results were vastly different. In the blink of an eye upon impact, the wind paused slightly, and the body of the flood dragon vanished without a sound, the wind immediately descending again. But in the instant it struck, 10 flood dragons suddenly flew out from within the formation, colliding with the wind. Jian Kun sneered, shouting, "Elders, attack simultaneously." As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining core formation cultivators immediately sneered and brought out their magic weapons, beginning to forcefully break the formation. Speaking of Wang Lin, after being helped into the stone mansion by Li Muwen, he immediately spat out several mouthfuls of fresh blood. The flood dragon armor on his back was deeply dented, emitting a wisp of black smoke. Inside the smoke, the flood dragon armor moved eerily, gradually restoring itself to its normal state, without a trace of the dent. Without this dragon armor, Wang Lin wouldn't have been injured so easily. Although Jian Kun was only at the mid-stage of core formation, the power of the Great Blessing Talisman was truly immense. If it had directly struck his flesh, his entire body's bones would have shattered, leading to death. Wang Lin's face turned pale. After entering the stone mansion, he immediately took out the wooden box containing the 100 Beasts Spirit Furnace and handed it to Li Muwan behind him, weakly saying, "This is a 5th grade alchemy furnace. Use the fastest speed possible to refine the heavenly separation pill within 1 day." Having said that, Wang Lin immediately spat out a crystal flying sword. The flying sword slowly landed on his shoulder, its tip gleaming with a cold light. Wang Lin was inherently cautious. Even though he possessed Li Muan's soul and blood, he didn't completely trust her and had to be on guard. Li Muan looked at the wooden box in her hand in astonishment. After opening it and glancing inside, she had already determined the value of this alchemy furnace. She looked up at Wang Lin and softly said, "This? Are they chasing you because of this?" Wang Lin closed his eyes, sat down silently, and then softly said, "No." Li Muan's gaze was complex as she looked at Wang Lin. With her intelligence, she had already analyzed that the 10 opponents were after the alchemy furnace. Wang Lin didn't know the value of the alchemy furnace, but how could she not know? A 5th-grade alchemy furnace could be said to be worth an astronomical amount. What did you use to exchange for it? Or did you steal it? She pouted her luscious red lips, seeing Wang Lin's slightly softened expression, and softly asked. Wang Lin frowned, opened his eyes, and coldly said, "Go refine the pills." Just then, the cave shook slightly, and the sounds of fighting and shouting came from outside. Wang Lin took a deep breath, closed his eyes again, and sat down to meditate. Li Muan hadn't seen Wang Lin for 3 years. During those 3 years, she carefully reviewed all her interactions with him. Gradually, she concluded that he probably wouldn't make any demands that she couldn't fulfill. For 3 years, she didn't dare go outside. Thankfully, cultivators didn't have high demands for food. A few spirit fruits and elixirs were enough to survive. After 3 years, whenever she thought of Wang Lin, her heart was filled with complex emotions. Sometimes she thought that if she were to die one day, it would mean Wang Lin had left her behind. Besides that, she had also considered the possibility of Wang Lin appearing inside the stone mansion one day. But none of those thoughts were like today, seeing him chased back by 10 Foundation establishment cultivators. She sighed softly, picked up her alchemy furnace, and hurried to the alchemy room to begin refining the heavenly separation elixir. Time passed slowly, minute by minute. Li Muan spent the entire day refining pills, without any distractions, completely focused on the task. Even so, she was extremely tense. She had never experienced such tension, not even when she first saw her master refine pills as a child. From the bottom of her heart, she repeatedly told herself that she absolutely had to succeed. Otherwise, if the grand formation were broken, the consequences would be unimaginable. If she succeeded, then all of this would still have a way out. At least, she wouldn't mind escaping. The stone mansion shook, the tremors becoming increasingly violent with time, chunks of dust falling, quickly forming a layer of dust on the ground. The sounds of impact outside grew closer and louder. Wang Lin remained seated, meditating, occasionally opening his eyes to look outside the mansion, his gaze filled with coldness. Gradually, a medicinal fragrance wafted from the pill refining room. Wang Lin took a deep breath, calmly opened his storage bag, and rearranged its contents. When he took out the dragon scale, his eyes narrowed. This dragon scale artifact wasn't very useful. Although it could spread into countless branches, enveloping everything according to his thoughts, it would still be severed by a sharp flying sword. Even some powerful fire-restricting spells could burn it. Wang Lin stroked the dragon scale, the cold glint in his eyes growing stronger. He sneered, calculating that once he successfully formed his core, this dragon scale would be useful. The bombardment outside was too intense, feeling as if it were right before his eyes. Wang Lin looked towards Li Muan's alchemy room, his heart sinking, and sighed softly. Li Muan bit her lip, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, tears welling up. Her semi-finished heavenly separation pill had failed by a hair's breadth. As an alchemist, she had experienced countless failures, but never felt so frustrated. This time, she absolutely had to succeed. But unfortunately, fate was unpredictable. Success or failure could happen in an instant. Li Muan glanced at Wang Lin sitting outside, tears streaming down her face. At this moment, she appeared unusually vulnerable. After a while, she gritted her teeth, took out the demon blood vine from her storage bag, and placed it in the alchemy furnace. If the first attempt at refining the heaven-separating pill failed, time was running out, and she had to use the demon blood vine to refine it again. As time passed, the cave dwelling showed signs of collapsing, with some small stones gradually breaking off. The fog outside also gradually dissipated, as if the cave dwelling could collapse at any moment. Wang Lin's usually calm expression changed, revealing a hint of worrying. Just then, Li Muan, with disheveled hair, suddenly rushed out of the alchemy room. With bloodshot eyes and an unusually weary expression, she threw a crimson pill to Wang Lin. A surge of abundant spiritual energy emanated from the pill, invigorating the spirit. This is the heavenly separation pill, refined from the demonic bloodvine. Its effectiveness is slightly reduced. Without a word, Wang Lin picked up the pill between two fingers, glanced at Li Muan, and immediately put it into his mouth. The pill instantly dissolved, and a warm sensation spread through his stomach. Wang Lin patted his storage bag, releasing a spiritual energy liquid. He took a few sips, then took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and sat down, attempting to break through to the core formation stage. The stone mansion shook violently, and rocks and debris fell in increasing amounts. Outside, the thick fog had thinned considerably. Li Muan stared blankly, biting her lip, and drew her flying sword, guarding the cave entrance to protect Wang Lin. At the same time, she shattered all the falling rocks, preventing them from hitting Wang Lin. Jian unleashed a massive storm, relentlessly raining down. His gaze swept over the situation below, his face contorted with growing murderous intent. The surrounding cultivators also wore excited expressions, controlling their magical artifacts and launching a fierce attack on the formation on the mountain. His lips twitched, and he said ominously, "Big-headed dwarf, I can give you that little girl. But after the formation is broken, you must let us have some fun first. Are you willing?" The big-headed cultivator hesitated for a moment, then smiled bitterly, saying, "Great elder, since you've said so, how dare I disagree?" Jian chuckled faintly, unleashing another massive storm, and said, "This kid has only reached the false core stage. But his strength is not simple. He can already kill a core formation stage cultivator. However, he's definitely going to die today." After saying this, his eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, that blue flame must be a treasure. The senior monk, feeling frustrated, quickly glanced at the young woman, a feeling rising within him, and immediately added a few words. He had thought no one would compete with him, but even the Grand Elder, who usually paid little attention to women, unexpectedly spoke these words. The magic weapon in his hand became even more ferocious, venting his inner anger. The mist on the formation thinned, and the 1,000-foot-tall dragons that had materialized were now only about 30 feet tall. Jian waved his right hand, and the giant wind immediately shrunk, transforming into a stone seal that stopped in Kunsang's hand. Throwing the giant wind behind him, Jian let out a soft shout and leapt beside the dragon. He brought his hands together, unleashing a lightning net, and pressed it down on the dragon's head. Jian shouted, "Break!" The misty dragon groaned, its body instantly dissipating and gradually disappearing. That was also the last wisp of mist from the nine-tailed corpse bone formation. Although the nine-tailed corpse formation was powerful, it couldn't withstand 3 consecutive days of attacks from 10 Foundation establishment stage cultivators. If Li Muan hadn't yet refined her elixirs and had been in charge of this formation, it wouldn't have been so easily broken. The formation was broken, revealing a collapsing cave on the mountainside, and these demonic cultivators from the Fighting Evil sect immediately surrounded it. But after entering more than 20 meters, lightning strikes rained down. Although not powerful, they were numerous, creating a somewhat spectacular scene in a short time. The basic formations Wang Lin had set up earlier now displayed their power. However, being only basic formations, their power was limited. Under the wrath of these Foundation establishment stage demonic cultivators, they were continuously destroyed. Jian's eyes were cold. He hadn't yet attacked, as his target was the young fake elixir cultivator. A network of electric energy surged in his hand. Jian had calculated carefully. At the current distance, as soon as that junior showed himself, he would immediately use the immortal net to trap him. When the last of the hundreds of basic formations was destroyed, the stone mansion had no more layers of defense. A striking figure suddenly appeared at the cave entrance. With elegant and ethereal attire and crimson lips, she was as beautiful as a goddess, captivating and irresistible. Even Jian frowned. But very quickly, his gaze shifted to behind her, focusing on the depths of the cave. A pitch-black darkness enveloped it, its contents unclear. Li Muan observed as several Foundation establishment stage demonic cultivators before her. With a flick of her hand, 100 beasts alchemy furnace appeared in her grasp. She said coldly, "You want this?" Jian smirked. At this moment, Kuntang, who had initially pursued Wang Lin, immediately stared at the 100 beasts alchemy furnace and, chuckled. I didn't think a mere bastard like you would actually possess a pill refining furnace. Moreover, it's 100 beast spirit furnace worth 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. That's right, the two of us, Old Man and Parkshoe, came here specifically for this pill refining furnace. Girl, give this pill refining furnace to me. Having said that, he immediately extended his hand, and the pill refining furnace in Li Muan's hand instantly flew into his grasp. Everyone knew the value of this pill refining furnace. At this moment, Kun Sang directly took it. Great Elder, this pill refining furnace belongs to the two of us. Later, we will surely repay you handsomely. Is that all right? Kun Sang and Park Lin stood together, bowing respectfully. Jian Kun's gaze swept over the pill refining furnace, and he nodded without speaking. At this moment, the lecherous eyes of the big-headed cultivator lit up, and he turned to Li Muan, smiling and saying, "Little lady, from now on, among those who serve me, you are my cauldron." Li Muan's face turned pale, a hint of sorrow flashing across it as she watched the opponent's claws lunge towards her, intending to sever her own heart meridian. However, at that moment, the large-headed cultivator suddenly screamed, his voice extremely mournful. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth, blood immediately gushing from his 7 orifices. His body felt as if it had been struck by a powerful force thrown far away. Before he could even fall, an invisible force pulled him back. With a thud, his head was severed, leaving only a headless corpse. His consciousness dissipated. His golden core flew past Li Muan and into the cave. From now on, I, Wang, am the #1 person below the nascent soul stage. If there are no nascent soul stage cultivators among you, you can consider yourselves dead. A cold, icy voice emanated from within the cave. Immediately afterward, a large, dark figure slowly emerged from the cave, gradually appearing before everyone. With jet black hair, a cold demeanor, and emotionless eyes, he stood like a towering block of ice between heaven and earth. A feeling like encountering a mortal enemy arose, as if a raging wave was crashing down on the minds of each demon cultivator. This was a troubling sensation originating from their souls. In this moment, before their eyes, this person seemed to transform into a primeval beast. Each soul tremor caused their consciousness to surge, even showing signs of shattering, swirling like spring thunder within their bodies, their ears simultaneously ringing. Park Lin, already injured, had his consciousness already shaken by the extreme state of consciousness. Although he could suppress it, he hadn't had time to recover. At this moment, his consciousness surged, the massive wave shattering it, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, forcing him to retreat several steps. His head was bowed down, his body trembled incessantly, and with each convulsion, more fresh blood gushed out from his constricted orifices. Jian Kun's expression changed drastically, his mind shaken, and the electric net in his hand crackled and gradually dissipated. He looked panicked, retreated a few steps, and without hesitation transformed into a beam of light, instantly flying away. His desire to seize the ice flame had long since vanished, and he no longer had the courage. He was terrified. As a cultivator at the mid-stage core formation level, he had never been overly afraid within the confines of Nandu City. He had encountered many late-stage core formation cultivators before. Every year, the NOC would send envoys to collect materials, and these envoys were late-stage core formation cultivators. Although he couldn't defeat them, he had never felt overly apprehensive. This was the first and only time he had truly been afraid. Therefore, he immediately fled without hesitation. In the past, even if he were to flee, he would never choose to be the first to run. He would wait for others to flee before choosing a safe direction to escape. But at this moment, he only had one feeling. If he didn't flee immediately, he would surely die. The remaining group of Foundation establishment cultivators' expressions changed instantly, especially Park Lin, who showed no sign of having fallen. Grand Elder Jian Kun had fled without hesitation. After that, the rest also immediately unleashed all their spiritual power, scattering in all directions to escape for their lives, fearing that even a slight delay would make them the first to be killed. Li Muan gazed at those figures for a moment, then breathed a sigh of relief, her body going limp as she leaned against the wall. Suddenly, an icy arm wrapped around her armpit. Li Muan was startled, immediately feeling herself being lifted up at an incredible speed. A familiar scent wafted into her nose, and her heart calmed down. A swirling mist appeared before her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, Wang Lin's cold voice reached her ears. "Don't move, I'm taking you to kill someone." Wang Lin, carrying Li Muan, paused briefly in midair, then took out the dragon scale from his storage bag. He swung his right hand, and the scale lengthened, beginning to move. It directly wrapped around the corpse of the big-headed cultivator. Then, the end of the scale split into two branches, one wrapping around the corpse of Park Lin. Wang Lin's right hand grasped the dragon scale, his divine consciousness sweeping across the area, discovering the location of the fleeing figures. A hint of mockery flickered in his heart. He instantly moved, leaping northeast in pursuit. He flew through the air, clutching the dragon scale tightly, dragging behind him the two corpses of the core formation cultivators. Kun Sang was terrified. He had felt as if a giant hand was stirring within his consciousness, a mere touch causing instant annihilation. The bizarre death of Park Lin had particularly shocked him. At this moment, the regret in his heart was overwhelming. Because of a single alchemy furnace, 2 of the 3 of them were dead. Thinking of this, his heart grew even more troubled. Gritting his teeth, he potted his storage bag, took out a pill, swallowed it without hesitation, and urged his spiritual power. He bit his tongue, spitting out a blood mist. He sent several spiritual senses into his body with his hands, causing his body to gradually wither, but his speed increased several times. Only a fleeting afterimage remained in his wake as his body shot out 100 miles. A cold smile appeared on Wang Lin's face as he moved like a shooting star, tearing through the air. From afar, he saw Kun Tang, a cold glint in his eyes, and spat out a beam of starlight. The beam of starlight flashed and instantly vanished, reappearing 100 miles away. Kun Tang, flying in panic, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. He looked down and saw a beam of starlight pierce his chest. His golden core also flew out from his chest, flying backward. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a sound. His vision darkened, and finally, his body trembled and he fell from the air. Before dying, he still couldn't understand why everything had suddenly reversed. How had the prey become the hunter? As soon as his body fell, a golden thread instantly shot out from the end of the dragon scale, wrapping around the corpse and binding it tightly. As Wang Lin flew past, Kun Sang's corpse was dragged along by the dragon scale. The 3 corpses of the core formation stage cultivators were like 3 peacock tail feathers, pulled straight through the air by the dragon scale. And Wang Lin was the head of this peacock. The third one. Wang Lin's expression darkened. He took the golden core and threw it into his storage bag, then moved, flying towards the next target. Li Muwen watched the scene before her. Her heart, though prepared, still stirred up a storm of shock. At this moment, Wang Lin's power had become an indelible mark, deeply etched in her heart. Chen Hai, an elder of the Fighting Evil sect, who usually enjoyed reverence, was now like a dog with its tail between its legs, fleeing in terror. He knew his speed wasn't fast enough, so he didn't run far. Immediately, he used magic to dig a large hole in the ground, concealing his breath and burying himself. When he was in the foundation establishment stage, he had used this method to avoid disaster. Lying beneath the ground, he inwardly chuckled bitterly, thinking to himself that it had been a long time since he'd used this life-saving technique. He sighed softly. But then, the sigh seemed to freeze. His eyes widened, and a crimson lightning flashed in his pupils. Not only did blood gush from his 7 orifices, but crimson electric currents also appeared in his consciousness. A golden thread shot out from the ground, binding Chen Hai's corpse and lifting it out of the earth. The fourth one. The end of the dragon scale split into 4 branches. Except for the headless corpse of the big-headed cultivator, the remaining 3 corpses were all covered in blood from their 7 orifices, looking extremely terrifying. With 2 corpses closing in on him, the cold glint in Wang Lin's eyes not only didn't diminish but intensified, his movements becoming faster and faster. A short while later, the number of corpses following Wang Lin had increased from 4 to 9. Finally, only the earliest fleeing elder, Qian Kun, remained. The further he ran, the colder his heart grew, especially when his divine sense swept across the scene and he saw Wang Lin using dragon tendons to bind the 9 corpses. His scalp tingled. In such a short time, he had unexpectedly killed all the foundation establishment stage cultivators. What level of cultivation was required to achieve this? Could he be a nascent soul stage expert? Qian Kun's heart trembled, but immediately he dismissed this thought. Before, when they were chasing Wang Lin, they were well aware of his cultivation level. He was clearly only at the late foundation establishment stage, nearing completion. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to pursue him. But now the situation had suddenly reversed. This reversal happened too quickly. It happened so fast that Jian Kun felt like he was dreaming, and everything that was happening was just a nightmare. Wang Lin chased after him, the cold glint in his eyes growing thicker and thicker. Seeing Jian Kun already far away, he inwardly sneered. This guy was, after all, a mid-stage core formation cultivator. His speed several times faster than the others. Even so, Wang Lin wasn't in a hurry. Such rapid escape would consume a lot of spiritual power, and he wouldn't be able to sustain it for long. He would slow down soon. Jian Kun gritted his teeth and changed direction. He remembered that not far away was a branch of the Dozi sect, guarded by two core formation experts. Faced with a life-or-death situation, he disregarded everything else. As long as he could hold off the opponent for a while, he could save his own life. Everything else could wait. He used all his spiritual power, heading towards the Dozi sex branch at top speed. Wuding Peak is a very high mountain, with many pavilions on its summit. 1,000 years ago, it was the largest sect in the surrounding area. Unfortunately, 1,000 years later, the sect had declined and was recently annihilated by the Dozi sect, becoming a branch of it. Today, while the disciples were practicing, the two foundation establishment elders, Munan and Mubei, who were meditating, suddenly opened their eyes, exchanged glances, and hurriedly pushed open the door and stepped out. In midair, Jian Kong arrived, looking disheveled. Before even getting close, he shouted loudly, "Munan, Mubei, I order all disciples of Wuding Peak to cooperate in stopping the pursuer behind me. You are not allowed to leave Wuding Peak even a single step. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with 10,000 top-grade spirit stones." After saying this, his body flashed, and he fled in a panic. Munan and Mubei, upon reappearing, heard Jian Kong's voice, and their stunned expressions suddenly changed drastically. If he could make the Grand Elder flee for his life, how could the two of them stop him? Just then, their eyes caught sight of someone appearing. Munan and Mubei were wondering who had caused the Grand Elder such distress, but seeing Wang Lin arrive, their minds were instantly shaken. Especially when they saw the 9 corpses Wang Lin was dragging behind him. They stared intently, their expressions changing drastically. Munan exclaimed, "9 elders of the headquarters this." Mubei sighed, a chill running through his body. He pulled Munan aside and respectfully said, "Junior Mubei greets Senior." Munan trembled, also bowing respectfully. "Junior Munan greets Senior." Wang Lin coldly glanced at the two of them, his speed undiminished, streaking through the air. This single glance had terrified them, their clothes soaked with cold sweat. Having flown for a long time, Jian Kun's spiritual power was somewhat depleted. He potted his storage bag and took out a spirit pill to consume. This brief delay brought him closer to Wang Lin. Seeing Wang Lin approaching, he let out a bitter laugh. Looking at Wang Lin with a malevolent gaze, he gritted his teeth and took out a red token from his storage bag. Inscribed on it was a single word in bold red, "Exterminate." This token was the most famous token in the Cultivation Demon Sea, the 10,000 Demons White Sun Extermination Token. It had been passed down from ancient times, its crafting method now extinct. Only a dozen or so remained in the entire Cultivation Demon Sea. Jian Kun had inadvertently obtained it and immediately refined it into a supreme treasure, his ultimate trump card, always fearing its discovery. He intended to keep it hidden for future use to enhance his strength. Opening it required an extremely harsh condition, the sacrifice of a cultivator at or above the core formation stage. When a wanted person is killed, their cultivation level is sacrificed to refine a cultivation pill, which, when consumed, significantly increases the strength of others. Because of this bizarre effect, demonic cultivators, upon seeing a wanted person, usually rush forward to kill them. Also, because of this special effect, those who possess this token rarely open it themselves. Instead, they seek out a foundation establishment cultivator to force them to open it. The wanted person, on the other hand, can easily find someone nearby to obtain a cultivation pill. As a result, these tokens are becoming increasingly scarce. In the entire demonic cultivation sea, there are probably fewer than 10 left. Jian Kun had similar plans. He intended to use it when preparing to advance to the nascent soul stage. But faced with the imminent threat of life and death, he became ruthless. After taking out the token, he paused, waiting for Wang Lin to catch up. Anyone wanted by this warrant, as long as they remain within the boundaries of the demonic cultivation sea, few can survive for more than 100 days. Conversely, if they survive 100 days without incident, they will automatically devour the cultivation pills of the person who issued the warrant, thereby enhancing their cultivation. Seeing the opponent approaching, Jian Kun, holding the 10,000 demons 100 days slaying decree in his hand, shouted, "Stop! Do you recognize this warrant? I have refined it, my soul has merged into it. If you kill me, you will certainly be hunted down and killed. We were wrong today, and you have already killed 9 people, why pursue us to the very end? If you spare my life, I will introduce you to someone so that you can become the grand elder of the demonic cultivation sect like me. What do you think?" Wang Lin paused, his gaze sweeping over the token in Jian Kun's hand, then fixed on him. Upon seeing the token, Li Muwen trembled with fear. After carefully examining it, her expression changed drastically, and she whispered, "This is the 10,000 demons 100-day slaying token. I never imagined that the inner sea of demon cultivation still possessed a treasure of this caliber. I only saw it mentioned in some ancient books." Li Muwen recounted everything she knew about the token's advantages and disadvantages, her tone slowing slightly, her apprehension clearly evident. Jian Kun was indeed afraid that Wang Lin was unaware of the token. No matter what he said, Wang Lin would remain skeptical, even killing him, thus ruining his own reputation. If that little girl had already introduced this token, Jian Kun wouldn't believe that someone, knowing the power of the 10,000 demons 100 days slaying order, could still attempt to kill someone. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Fellow Taoist, what do you think of my suggestion? Don't be too stubborn. If you kill me, you'll be wanted by the slaying order, and the trouble will be endless. The woman beside you, though innocent, will certainly be implicated. Isn't that right?" Wang Lin didn't even glance at Jian Kun, turning to look at Li Muwen, and said word by word, "Are you sure? If you can survive 100 days, you can obtain all of his cultivation, right?" Li Muwen took a deep breath and nodded. Jian Kun's heart trembled, thinking something was wrong, and he was about to retreat. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and he shouted a single word. "Death!" Jian Kun let out a miserable groan, blood gushing from his 7 orifices, his eyes glazed over, his consciousness shattered, and he fell to the ground dead. The moment he died, the token in his hand instantly shattered without a sound, and a crimson light suddenly shot out, forming a huge destruction character in midair. This destruction character was bright red, as if it had just emerged from a pool of blood, hanging high in the air above Wang Lin's head, extremely dazzling. Wang Lin looked up at the large destruction character in midair, his expression unchanged at the branch of the dragon scales behind him separated, wrapping around Jian Kun's corpse and pulling him backward. Wang Lin pulled Li Muwen and turned to fly away, instantly returning to Wuding Peak. Munan and Mubei stared blankly at the bright red destruction character, greed rising in their hearts, but this greed quickly dissipated. The two stood respectfully atop the 5 peaks like cicadas trembling before a praying mantis. Wang Lin glanced over coldly and calmly said, "Does the headquarters of the evil fighting sect have a nascent soul cultivator stationed there?" Munan hastily interjected, "No, not to mention the evil fighting sect. Even within a radius of 1,000,000 miles around Nandu City, there isn't a single nascent soul cultivator. Such seniors wouldn't bother with this place. They usually only travel within the NHC." Wang Lin stared intently into Munan's eyes, making him tremble with fear. He then asked, "What is the cultivation level of the sect master of the evil fighting sect?" Mu Bei stepped forward and respectfully said, "Senior, the sect master of the evil fighting sect has reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core Realm. He has already reached the peak and can enter the late stage at any time." Wang Lin inwardly sneered, but his eyes flashed with cold light as he coldly ordered, "You to lead the way to the headquarters of the evil fighting sect." How could Mubei and Munan dare refuse? They hastily bowed respectfully and stood up to lead the way. While flying, their eyes occasionally swept over the large exterminate character above Wang Lin's head, hoping it would attract many people to come and kill him. Along the way, wherever Wang Lin passed, gusts of wind and thunder arose. The cultivators below looked up in astonishment, involuntarily gasping in shock. First, they saw the towering, bright red exterminate character above Wang Lin's head, and then they saw 10 corpses being dragged through the air like shooting stars. Everyone involuntarily thought that these 10 people had been attracted by the extermination order, resulting in their pursuit turning into annihilation. Tying up these corpses and dragging them away was obviously a direct warning. Within a short time, everyone who witnessed this scene was terrified, quickly using their communication jade slips to inform their friends and fellow disciples. The 10,000 demons 100-day slaying order had reappeared in the demon cultivation sea. This news immediately spread in all directions through various channels. The appearance of the slaying order meant that whoever could successfully kill this person could obtain the entire cultivation of a core formation stage cultivator. This made the situation extremely attractive to both foundation establishment and core formation stage cultivators. Especially for core formation stage cultivators, if they succeeded, they could even advance to a new realm. Even a mid-core formation stage cultivator could potentially advance to the late stage, especially since some speculated that the person who opened this order was a sacrificial cultivator. If it was a late core formation stage cultivator who sacrificed themselves, this would undoubtedly cause an even greater sensation. While Wang Lin was flying, the core within his body gradually transformed into a golden elixir about the size of a fist, emitting waves of spiritual power that permeated his entire being. Wang Lin calculated that his core formation cultivation was over 100 times greater than foundation establishment. He looked towards the direction of the cultivation demon sea, his gaze seemingly penetrating the inner sea, directly looking at Zhao Kingdom. A cold smile appeared on his lips, and he silently thought to himself, Teng Hui Yuan, I, Wang Lin, have successfully formed my core formation. When I reach the nascent soul cultivation level, that will be the day I return. You absolutely cannot die prematurely. I will make sure your entire Tang clan is buried with you. Munan secretly glanced at Wang Lin, seeing Wang Lin's smiling face. His body involuntarily trembled slightly, his heart constricted, and he inwardly cursed, why hasn't anyone come to kill this guy yet? The word destroy above his head is so big. Quick, go kill him, otherwise, if we really bring him to headquarters, even if he doesn't kill us, the sect master will exterminate our souls. While he was praying, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance amidst the mist. This person had a majestic appearance, rushing from afar, the swirling mist dissipating. He had black hair, black eyes, black clothes, and a black sword. His entire body exuded a dense black aura. If his expression had been cold, he would have appeared to be overflowing with killing intent. Unfortunately, he was middle-aged, with a protruding belly, a round face, and a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. Therefore, not only did he lack any killing intent, but he also gave off a comical impression. However, after Munan and Mubei saw this person, their expressions changed slightly, and then a look of joy flashed in their eyes. Hey, the 10,000 demons 100-day annihilation order. Excellent. A green glint appeared in his eyes as he stared intently at the large exterminate character above Wang Lin's head, laughing in admiration. Youngster, I'll give you half an incense stick's time to settle your affairs. Don't even think about resisting. With your early stage core formation cultivation, you're not even worth my attention, Black-robed Demon Lord. After saying this, he clasped his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky, and displayed an arrogant posture. Li Muan covered her mouth and chuckled, looking at the arrogant fat cultivator, then at Wang Lin, her smile deepening. Munan felt a surge of excitement. This was a true master, worthy of being the black-robed demon lord Shangguan Mo, someone even the sect master had to show him 3 parts of respect. It was said that he, like the sect master, had reached the peak of the mid-stage core formation and could enter the late stage at any moment. This cultivation was even stronger than the great elders. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows and coldly shouted, You want to die? Shangguan Mo was taken aback. He sized up Wang Lin with his small, green eyes for a moment, then smiled faintly and said, You truly don't know your place. Let me see you off, so you may learn some respect. What is a mid-stage core formation cultivator like? Before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin pointed his right hand at the black-robed demon lord, his voice cold, Die. As soon as the word die was uttered, a jade pendant suddenly flew from Shangguan Mo's chest. It cracked and shattered into 2 pieces, emitting a wisp of smoke before dissipating. Wang Lin grabbed the 2 jade talismans with his right hand. He scanned them with his divine consciousness, a look of astonishment appearing on his face. He casually tossed them into his storage bag. He stood there, staring at Shangguan Mo, who was now filled with terror. Death Curse. Shangguan Mo's face was covered in cold sweat. This jade talisman was the only magical artifact his master had left him before his death. It could withstand a full-force attack from a nascent soul stage expert. He was still on the outskirts of the demonic sea, avoiding any nascent soul cultivators he encountered, not daring to provoke them. If he met cultivators of lower cultivation, he would rob them a little, gradually gaining some notoriety. But now, he instantly sobered up, staring in terror at Wang Lin's eyes, afraid the other party would suddenly shout die. His legs immediately went weak, and he quickly knelt on the ground, trembling as he said, "Senior, spare my life. Junior Shangguan Mo knows he was wrong. Please don't blame me." Mu Non stared blankly at the scene before him, his heart filled with extreme fear. He cautiously glanced at Wang Lin, no longer daring to harbor any of his previous thoughts. He stood beside Mu Bei, quickly lowering his head to hide the fear in his eyes. Shangguan Mo, seeing Wang Lin's still icy expression, trembled inwardly, gritting his teeth and saying, "Senior Junior is willing to become your disciple, and from now on, I will serve you. Master, please accept me as your disciple." After saying this, he hurriedly looked towards Li Miwan, pleading, "You must be my master's wife, right? Master's wife, please persuade master to accept me as his disciple." Li Miwan's beautiful face flushed slightly. She secretly glanced at Wang Lin, unable to discern his expression. She sighed softly, bowing her head without speaking. Wang Lin's gaze remained cold, fixed on Shangguan Mo. His extreme divine consciousness swirled in his sea of consciousness, his eyes flashing with crimson lightning. Shangguan Mo, who had been observing Wang Lin's reaction, inwardly thought, "This is bad." He knew that if the other party could make his own jade talisman actively defend itself and shatter into two pieces, then his attack was certainly no less powerful than a nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, the bizarre death curse technique had terrified him. He knew that even if he tried to escape, he would likely face certain death. In a state of terrified anxiety, he hastily touched his forehead, and a lifelet of a mid-stage core formation cultivator suddenly floated out from his forehead, a golden yellow color. As soon as the lifeblood emerged, his expression immediately became listless, his spiritual power fluctuated violently, and his cultivation level showed signs of regressing. The higher the cultivation level of a cultivator, the more precious their lifeblood is. Once offered up, their entire cultivation is inevitably damaged. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the damage. A drop of golden life essence blood flew out from Shangguan Mo's forehead, emitting a gentle radiance. Wang Lin calmly looked at Shangguan Mo, and with a slight wave of his right hand, the drop of life essence blood immediately flew into his palm. Without hesitation, Wang Lin swallowed it whole. The life essence blood instantly entered his sea of consciousness, enveloped by his extreme realm divine consciousness. From now on, he only needed to chant a spell, and Shangguan Mo would die instantly. Similarly, if Wang Lin died, the other party would not be able to escape death either. In fact, life essence blood is no different from a forbidden spell. Only a forbidden spell has a more direct effect. A person's sea of consciousness may seem solid, but in reality, it is extremely fragile. If too much life essence blood is swallowed, it can very likely cause chaos in the sea of consciousness, leading to unimaginable and terrifying consequences. Therefore, the lifeblood essence has certain limitations, preventing most cultivators from being overjoyed. There are thousands of restrictions that can achieve a similar effect to lifeblood essence. Furthermore, lifeblood essence must be voluntarily given by the cultivator. If forced, unless the person possesses great divine power, they cannot obtain it even if they want to. Shangguan Mo was also in a desperate situation. He knew the other party wouldn't easily let him go. They might even place some powerful restrictions on his body. Therefore, while he was begging the other party to accept him as a disciple, he had already prepared himself mentally. This apprenticeship was actually just an excuse for him to find a way out. But he couldn't have imagined that the other party would remain unmoved. Cornered, he only offered his lifeblood to save his own life. Only after the other party accepted it did his anxiety lessen slightly. Wang Lin coldly looked at him, turned around, and said to Mu Non, "Continue leading the way." Since Wang Lin killed the elder of the Dozi sect, he had made up his mind not to be soft-hearted. Killing an ordinary member of the Dozi sect would have been easy to deal with, but killing an elder would certainly lead to relentless pursuit. Wang Lin was no longer the naive, simple village youth he once was. Both his temperament and his methods of conduct were far more mature than before. That year, killing Tang Li led to a series of unfortunate events. Therefore, Wang Lin resolved that if he had already killed one person, killing 10 more wouldn't matter. That's why he decided to completely annihilate the Dozi sect. Only by destroying the Dozi sect could he prevent future troubles. Thinking this, Wang Lin pulled Li Muwen and leapt forward. At the same time, his gravitational force transformed into 2 large arms, grabbing Munan and Mubei and pulling them forward. The 2 brothers' faces turned pale, but they dared not utter a word of complaint. They quickly stabilized themselves, bowed their heads, and led the way. As for Shang Guanmo at this moment, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and followed closely behind. He felt bitter inside, but dared not show it, fearing that the killer would unleash his murderous intent again. Death Curse Technique. He must be using the Death Curse Technique. Anyone who can cultivate such a vicious technique is certainly not an ordinary person, Shang Guanmo thought to himself, occasionally glancing at Wang Lin. A strange feeling arose in Li Muwen's heart. She looked up at Wang Lin. Even in her wildest dreams, she never imagined that he had actually reached the core formation stage. Moreover, everything that happened along the way matched his words before he left the cave. Below the nascent soul stage, I have no rivals. Recalling her life in the cultivation demon sea over the past few years, Li Muwen felt like she was dreaming. Everything was so different from her previous life. Before, Li Muwen was either practicing cultivation or refining elixirs, rarely venturing outside. And whenever she went out, her brother would accompany her. With her brother's protection, there was almost no danger. In addition, she was exceptionally intelligent. Especially in alchemy and formations, she was truly a genius. She was beloved by the elders of the Wu sect. Many within the sect pursued her, but none could win her heart. The first time she met Wang Lin, she underestimated him, almost making a mistake. Thinking back now, if she had fought him then, even her brother wouldn't have been a match for Wang Lin. She knew that the only outcome for those people now would have been their complete annihilation. Even someone with her beauty couldn't evoke any pity from him. He's a heartless person. Li Muwen looked at Wang Lin, sighing inwardly. For years, she had completely believed that he couldn't possibly harbor any ulterior motives towards her. Because in his eyes, she was merely a mobile alchemy furnace. A bitter feeling welled up in Li Muwen's heart, growing stronger and stronger, eventually spreading throughout her body. While flying at high speed, Wang Lin frowned and coldly said to Li Muwen, "You don't need to worry too much. After I've settled this matter, I'll take you to the Fire Flame Alliance." Li Muwen's face turned even paler. She lightly bit her lip and rubbed her forehead. The two fell into silence. Suddenly, the 2 brothers, Munan and Mubei, who were walking ahead, stopped. Their expressions were uncertain. From the mist appeared before them hundreds of cultivators. All of them were staring intently at the Blood Rat Exterminate character above Wang Lin's head. Their eyes couldn't hide their covetousness, though there was a hint of apprehension in that covetous gaze. Wang Lin coldly glanced around and calmly said, "Keep going. Anyone who dares to stop me, I'll kill them." Shang Guanmo quickly responded. He thought to himself, the opportunity has arrived. This time I must show my worth. Thinking this, he rushed forward, standing beside Munan and Mubei, laughing heartily. "You little Foundation establishment stage soldiers. You heard it. Anyone who dares to stop them will die." All the cultivators moved aside, making way for the group to pass. Those cultivators originally didn't intend to attack, but only wanted to see how the person who was rumored to have received the 10,000 demons 100 days annihilation order was doing. Especially behind them, Wang Lin used dragon scales to bind 10 corpses, which made people even hesitate to attack. However, the news of the annihilation order spread too quickly. Almost everyone in the cultivation world knew about it. People rushed out to gather information. Gradually, the number of cultivators flying in the air increased. Along the way, Wang Lin and his group encountered many cultivators. Due to the large number of cultivators, their speed inevitably slowed down. Wang Lin felt annoyed and snorted coldly. Seeing the covetous gazes of the cultivators, his killing intent gradually arose. Moreover, there were many cultivators following behind, their eyes filled with no good intentions. Munan and Mubei felt a little scared. Although both were Foundation establishment cultivators, they encountered many cultivators with higher cultivation levels along the way, some of whom they had only heard of but never met. These cultivators were all following them closely, causing them great alarm. Not only them, but even Shangguan Mo was terrified. He thought to himself, if this continues, it will attract the attention of cultivators inside and outside Nando City, and then it's hard to say whether nascent soul cultivators will appear. He felt anxious, wondering why that killer hadn't attacked yet. If it were him, he would have acted long ago. Only through ruthless intimidation could this situation be resolved. Otherwise, as more and more cultivators gathered, it would cause a lot of trouble. All four sides were surrounded by cultivators. Li Muan felt a little scared, but after looking at Wang Lin, she felt reassured. The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes grew stronger. Finally, he suddenly stopped, looked at the people around him. A cold smile spread across his lips, and his voice echoed in all directions. In 3 breaths, if anyone remains here, they will die. After saying that, he closed his eyes. After a single breath, Wang Lin opened his eyes. A red lightning flashed in his eyes, and with that, he released Li Muan's hand and instead embraced her waist. Before he could feel the softness in his hand, his body shot backward like lightning. His extreme divine consciousness radiated wildly. A beam of light flew from his mouth. It flashed a few times and then disappeared. This was the first time Wang Lin had unleashed a killing blow on such a large scale. Within the range of his supreme divine consciousness, killing Foundation establishment cultivators was like killing ants. Each one screamed in agony, like a pig being slaughtered. All the remaining cultivators showed expressions of terror and retreated. Gradually, the majority of cultivators exerted all their strength to flee. However, they couldn't get far. After only a short distance, they encountered a flash of light. Immediately, their heads split in two, blood gushing out as they died. Wang Lin's expression was cold and ruthless. Wherever he went, the cultivators died with blood gushing from their orifices. Each corpse that fell from the air was bound by the dragon scales extending from his back. Wang Lin's speed didn't decrease. His body moved even faster. He specifically targeted golden core cultivators, while the Foundation establishment cultivators were merely bystanders. At this moment, all the cultivators surrounding Wang Lin had long since lost their desire for his attention. Their hearts were filled only with terrifying fear. The word exterminate above Wang Lin's head grew darker with each death. Finally, it shone like a lamp in the night, terrifying to behold. The color of the word exterminate was so intense it seemed as if blood was about to gush out. Furthermore, the fleeing cultivators were also utterly terrified. The mysterious, unpredictable light was silent. Every flash of light meant death. It was like an invisible assassin gathering souls one after another. In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn out, even those cultivators who had fled far would perish under the attack of the flying sword. And the number of those who died under Wang Lin's extreme realm divine consciousness was countless. The dragon scales behind Wang Lin had already bound over 1,000 corpses. A pile of corpses stretched out behind Wang Lin like a cloak woven from human remains. Meanwhile, in a place shrouded in mist 1,000 miles away, 7 or 8 demonic cultivators with aged faces were deep in thought, silently frowning and scrutinizing Wang Lin. The apprehension in their eyes grew increasingly intense. These Taoist practitioners all possess mid-stage core formation cultivation. Normally, they devote themselves entirely to cultivation, and even the 3 major sects in Nando City, or the Dozi sect, would show them 3 parts respect. If it weren't for the appearance of the execution order, they wouldn't have shown themselves at all. We must act quickly, otherwise we will alarm the nascent soul stage old monster. Don't think that within tens of thousands of miles of Nando City there are no nascent souls. What about outside the city? Once a nascent soul old monster arrives, we won't have a single chance. A sturdy old man, but surrounded by malevolent energy, looked at Wang Lin in the distance and spoke slowly. This person has early-stage core formation cultivation, but why is he so powerful? Look, even Shangguan Lao Mo is willing to become his disciple. I'm afraid even if I intervened, I wouldn't be able to do anything. A thin, withered old man standing beside him, watching Wang Lin effortlessly kill a nascent soul cultivator and take his golden core, said fearfully, "And that flying sword. I've never seen a sword so powerful. I didn't expect it could teleport. This is a divine ability only possessed by nascent soul cultivators. The quality of this flying sword is no less than a nascent soul level magic treasure, or even a god transformation level one. It has killed hundreds of cultivators already. Humph, did you notice the 10 people tied up behind the killer? It seems they are the elders of the evil fighting sect. He killed nascent soul cultivators as easily as stepping on an insect. If you still have greed, that's your business. I, Ling, won't get involved anymore. Farewell. A man in his 50s, seeing Wang Lin effortlessly kill several people, his eyes filled with apprehension. After speaking, he hastily bowed and retreated. He potted his storage bag, threw out a small boat, and boarded it. Then, like a shooting star, he sped away. The remaining monks remained silent. Suddenly, one of them spoke loudly. The messenger from the inner sea is about to arrive. I am unwilling to see my 100 years of hard work wasted. This is my only chance. Once I can kill this person and seize the golden core, I will surely reach the late stage of the core formation realm. At that time, I can keep everything I have accumulated. I feel the same way. I don't have much longer to live if I can't raise my cultivation level within 10 years, so no matter what, I must try this time. An old man with a face full of wrinkles, standing at the back, spoke slowly. After speaking, he moved slightly, then like a flash of lightning, disappeared in an instant, rushing towards Wang Lin. Behind him, the monk who had just spoken also transformed into a sword light and followed. The remaining cultivators remained silent, their eyes fixed on the two, observing the situation. If the two succeeded, they would immediately charge forward. If there was no hope for them, they would abandon their intention of confronting Wang Lin. Wang Lin released the Dead Foundation Establishment cultivator, placing the golden core in his hand into his storage bag. Looking at the scattered cultivators around him, he chuckled coldly. He patted the dragon scale behind him and said, "Come out. From today onwards, you can devour as much as you want." The demon, still trapped inside the dragon scale, saw many delicious things around it and was very eager. But it dared not come out without Wang Lin's command. At this moment, upon hearing Wang Lin's words, it let out a cry and emerged from the dragon scale, revealing its true form. In the blink of an eye, it lunged towards a Foundation Establishment cultivator who was fleeing for his life. The monk's body suddenly trembled and convulsed. After a moment, his body turned into a dry skeleton. A pink light leapt out from the head of the corpse. The demon roared with delight. "Great! Finally, I can devour to my heart's content. Haha, this time, I must devour until I'm full." Wang Lin glanced at the demon, then ignored it and looked down at Li Muan. At this moment, Li Muan's face was pale, staring at the demon, biting her lower lip tightly. She didn't know what this thing was, but when the demon appeared, she felt extremely terrified. Her fear was clearly visible. Wang Lin coldly glanced at the demon. It hurriedly ran away, secretly laughing to itself. It thought that it didn't want to be so close to him either. If it could be as far away from him as possible, it would be best. Ideally, they would never meet again. Then, being free to fly in the vast sky would be so comfortable. But unfortunately, it also knew that this thought was just a pipe dream. The demon thought to itself. It had just chased after a fleeing monk. It bared its fangs, about to pounce suddenly. A flash of light appeared before the monk's chest. The demon stared blankly at the monk's corpse for a long time, then opened its mouth and cursed loudly. After that, it chased after another monk. After much effort, it finally caught up, intending to devour him. When the light flashed again, only after the demon had gone far away did Li Muan regain her composure. She hesitated for a moment, then looked up and gently asked, It is." Wang Lin's eyes shone brightly. Within 100 miles around him, there wasn't a single monk in sight. Anyone killed was bound tightly by the dragon scales, becoming part of the cloak behind him. In this battle, Wang Lin's killing reputation had spread throughout Nando City. At this moment, the number of corpses killed by his hands had reached thousands, lying scattered everywhere. Especially the word "the true" above his head blazed with blood-red light. In the eyes of the fortunate survivors, it was no longer a tempting bait, but proof of a powerful expert. "It's a demon," Wang Lin said coldly, his gaze fixed ahead. About 1,000 miles away, two figures, one in front and one behind, were rushing towards him. He blinked, then turned and left. "Shengguan Mo, Munan, Mubei, you three saw it, didn't you?" A cold, indifferent voice echoed in the minds of the three stunned figures. Shang Guanmo's body trembled slightly, quickly regaining his composure, and flew towards the two approaching cultivators. His heart was in utter turmoil. Although he had known beforehand that the killer was very powerful, he couldn't have imagined that his magic would be so powerful. Its power was completely extraordinary. It was no different from the power of heaven and earth. Death curse truly terrifying. If I'm lucky enough to survive this time, I'll definitely have to cultivate some skills. If I can achieve such strength, then I won't have to fear anyone in the cultivation demon sea anymore. Shang Guanmo sighed. For the first time, he didn't feel sad about giving away his lifeblood. In fact, he felt a little conflicted. Strong individuals are always respected wherever they are. This is especially true in the cultivation demon sea. At this moment, the two brothers, Munan and Mubei, felt the same way as Shang Guanmo, their hearts filled with apprehension. They secretly thought that with the strength of this killer, the fighting evil sect had no way to deal with him. Therefore, if they wanted to save their lives, they needed to obtain a title. The two looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and quickly chased after Shang Guanmo. Haha, isn't this old man eyeing? Come here. It's been a long time since we last met. Perhaps we should treat each other a little more warmly. Shang Guanmo looked at one of the two men and burst into laughter. At the same time, he raised his right hand, and the black sword behind him immediately flew out of its sheath, emitting a sharp sword light, and lunged forward. As for the Mu brothers, although their cultivation had only reached the early stage of the core formation realm, they were very skilled at working together. Together, they dealt with the other man, and although it was somewhat difficult, they managed to hold out for a while. Wang Lin glanced intently at the cultivators 1,000 miles away. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. The cultivators who were lucky enough to survive had fled far away. All of them were terrified, their souls almost leaving their bodies, trying to escape as quickly as possible. Wang Lin's image was like an imprint deeply etched into their hearts, following them for life, never to fade. 1,000 miles away, only for foundation establishment stage cultivators remained. At this moment, the sturdy old man, his whole body radiating evil energy, shook his head and turned to leave. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. A man and a woman appeared 10 yards behind him. Above their heads was a huge exterminate character, emitting a strong, pungent smell of blood. The remaining cultivators, sensing something unusual, turned to look. Their faces all changed color, and they hastily took out their magic weapons. Their eyes stared intently at Wang Lin, but no one dared to make a move. Wang Lin glanced at the four of them, then coldly said, "Get out." Of the four, except for the thin old man who showed gratitude, quickly put away his magic weapon and left. The faces of the other three alternated between red and white. One of them suddenly retreated, snorting softly. Today's events Li Muan sighed inwardly. She thought to herself, why don't you hurry up and leave? What's the point of saying such meaningless things? Sure enough, before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin frowned and waved his hand. His supreme realm divine consciousness instantly spread out. In an instant, the man's words turned into a blood-curdling scream, his eyes bloodshot, and he clutched his head. A thump echoed. His head turned into a cloud of blood mist. A blood-stained golden core flew into Wang Lin's hand. The other two cultivators didn't say a word, turning and fleeing. Wang Lin blinked, watching them go. His supreme realm divine consciousness dispersed, leaving a mark on their bodies. Just then, a tragic cry erupted from the battle between Shang Guanmo and the cultivator. Immediately afterward, the cultivator fled in terror. But he hadn't gone far when the demonic light and crimson glow appeared. The demon roared angrily, "You dare to claim my possessions again?" This time, absolutely not. It's mine, mine. However, it was still a step too late. A flash of light appeared, and a large wound materialized on the cultivator's chest. After about half an incense stick's time, the battle between the Mu brothers and the nascent soul cultivator ended. The cultivator was killed by Shang Guanmo's sneak attack. Wang Lin subtly moved, retracting his flying sword into his body. Although unwilling, his head had to return to the dragon's scales. Continue leading the way. Wang Lin's voice was extremely cold, radiating terrifying killing intent. Wang Lin knew that if he wanted to stand firm in this place, he needed to establish his reputation. The demon-slaying sect was the best choice for him to establish his authority. At this moment, the two brothers, Munan and Mubei, held Wang Lin in the highest esteem. Especially Mubei. His eyes clearly showed it. Upon hearing Wang Lin's command, he immediately flew out to lead the way, heading towards the demon-slaying sect. Behind Wang Lin lay countless corpses. Streams of death energy emanated from him, possessing a more intimidating power than any words could express. Along the way, anyone who harbored any ill intentions, upon seeing the more than 1,000 bodies behind them, would instantly lose all willpower. They all quickly dodged, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Since then, their speed naturally increased significantly. As they flew, Wang Lin adjusted the spiritual consciousness within his body. His peak spiritual consciousness, after enduring numerous battles, was naturally somewhat depleted. A red lightning bolt flickered in his consciousness, gradually growing larger. By noon the next day, in the territory of the demon fighting sect's headquarters, Wang Lin's spiritual consciousness had recovered to its original state. He gazed into the distance, surveying the scenery. Before him was a vast mountain range, its peaks transformed into the shape of a dragon by magic. From afar, the entire range resembled a winding dragon. Standing atop the dragon was an old man with white hair, a profound expression, and cold eyes, staring at Wang Lin. Above the dragon's head, 10 foundation establishment cultivators formed sword formation. Upon seeing Wang Lin, each of them displayed different emotions. Some were respectful, others fearful. Within the circle formed by the 10 flying swords moved, clashing against each other, creating a clanging sound and flashing sparks. Streams of spiritual power emanated from the dragon's body, particularly from its scales. Upon closer inspection, one could see that each scale represented a cultivator. From a distance, when all the swords shone, the dragon's entire body seemed to glow, like a truly living dragon. The great dragon fighting formation, Shangguan muttered to himself after a moment of contemplation. Mu Bei quickly explained, this great dragon fighting formation is the sect's ultimate formation. Legend says that only cultivators with nascent soul cultivation can break it, although those rumors were half true and half false. No sex formation in the entire Nando city was as powerful as that one. Wang Lin had some understanding of formations. After a moment of contemplation, Li Muan suddenly said, this isn't a formation, but a kind of mysterious magic that concentrates the souls of tens of thousands of people into the person standing at the head of the dragon. This allows the person standing there to increase their cultivation for a certain period of time. At this moment, the person standing at the head of the dragon's eyes blazed, and his voice roared. Fellow Taoist, you are carrying the execution order. I am Zidong Lui, the sect master of the Dozi sect. 13,562 members of the Dozi sect are all here. Since you have come here today, if you can resolve the sword formation of our sect's elders, then from now on, the Dozi sect will obey your commands. But if you lose, don't blame me for being ruthless. Do you dare? His voice echoed like thunder, shaking the 4 directions. At the same time, tens of thousands of people on the dragon's back shouted in unison. The swirling mist in the sky suddenly dispersed after the shout. Light emanated from tens of thousands of swords, and the spiritual power from the disciples at the lowest level also quickly surged upwards, all converging on the dragon's head. A visible halo of spiritual power moved upwards from below, condensing at the dragon's head, growing larger and larger. Then, the 10 cultivators who had formed a circle in the sky quickly flew towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin released Li Muan and also quickly rushed forward, his eyes blazing with fire. Before the 10 cultivators could get close, their bodies trembled. They had understood each other through various means, so when they saw him charging forward, they involuntarily stopped. Wang Lin's gaze swept over them all, and he raised his right hand. Thousands of corpses behind him ferociously charged towards the dragon. These corpses managed to climb onto the dragon's body but were separated by a suddenly appearing halo of light, which gradually turned into red mist. Suddenly, the outer protective halo of the evil fighting sect was also tinged red. The large halo moved from the dragon's body to the man standing on its head, and a strange smell suddenly emanated from him. His clothes ripped apart, and his body suddenly grew many times larger. A colossal surge of spiritual power, like a tidal wave, powerfully emanated from him. He roared a few times, his strength increasing exponentially, finally nearly reaching the early nascent soul stage. However, he did not reach the illusory nascent soul realm. The illusory nascent soul realm usually only appears in puppets created by high-ranking cultivators. Zidonglai let out a low growl, his entire body soaring into the air. His icy gaze fell upon the Foundation establishment cultivators, and he shouted, "Useless fools, get out of here." The 10 Foundation establishment cultivators, their faces filled with indignation, quickly retreated to the side, observing coldly. Zidonglai rolled his eyes, a ferocious smile playing on his lips. "I've heard all the rumors about you. It seems no one below the nascent soul stage is your match. But now, I possess the power of the nascent soul stage. Let's see if you can defeat me." Li Muan's face turned pale as she anxiously looked at Wang Lin, suddenly noticing the mockery in his eyes. She didn't understand why she felt a little more at ease. At this moment, the two brothers, Munan and Mubei, felt anxious. They had initially thought Wang Lin would easily win, but now, it seemed the situation had reversed. If Wang Lin were defeated, they would surely face the wrath of the sect master Zidonglai. They knew that the Demon Slayer sect had an extremely cruel method of punishment for traitors. Shang Guangmu's lifeblood was also in Wang Lin's hands. If Wang Lin died, he would not escape death either. At this moment, he was screaming from the bottom of his heart, secretly thinking about how to break through the formation. Wang Lin chuckled inwardly, took a step forward, and rushed forward, standing about 30 feet away from Zidonglai, coldly staring at his opponent. "Don't you know the death curse technique? Let me witness the power of your death curse technique." Zidonglai suddenly disappeared, reappearing 30 feet away. When his opponent disappeared, Wang Lin also flew backward, and Zidonglai moved again. Wang Lin also retreated, coldly staring at Zidonglai. Zidonglai frowned, staring at Wang Lin. "What do you want?" The thoughts in Wang Lin's eyes became even more apparent, but he calmly replied, "I'm not fighting anymore." Having said that, he flew back to where Li Muan was standing, his arm around her waist, and the two retreated to the peak of a mountain about 100 feet away. Then Wang Lin looked at Zidonglai and sneered. Zidonglai frowned even more, growling, "Since that's the case, this matter." He didn't finish his sentence before disappearing. When he reappeared, he was standing in front of Wang Lin, grinning ferociously and spitting out a white beam of light. The white light transformed into a tiger's head, roaring and lunging towards Wang Lin. At the same time, he swung his right hand, and within a 3-foot radius around Wang Lin, an electric net appeared, fiercely tightening around the center. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, a cold smile still on his lips. In the instant the tiger's head lunged forward, the demon head on the dragon's scales immediately jumped out, laughed, and swallowed the tiger's head whole. At the same time, the starlight flying sword also flashed, and the electric net surrounding Wang Lin crackled and popped. The flying sword attacked several times, and the electric net shattered. As for Zidonglai, a sudden icy flame appeared in Wang Lin's right hand, emanating a chilling aura. When the ball of fire appeared, Zidonglai's expression changed several times, and he immediately jumped back. But then, seeing the red light in Wang Lin's eyes, his consciousness was suddenly shaken. The shock to his consciousness caused him to freeze, and the ball of fire silently pierced his chest. A blue light quickly spread outwards in a spiderweb pattern from the point of impact. Blood appeared at the corner of Zidonglai's mouth, and he retreated further, only stopping when he was about 30 feet from the dragon's head. He formed hand seals and pressed pressure points on his chest. After a few sharp cries, he pushed the blue light back to its point of origin, and with a loud bang, it exited his chest. The ring of fire flashed, but its light faded somewhat, then flew back to Wang Lin. Until then, Wang Lin hadn't made a move, merely standing 100 feet away, smiling coldly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Zidonglai stopped, staring at Wang Lin. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly said, "How did you find out?" Wang Lin calmly replied, "I didn't find anything. I just knew your aura within 30 feet was different from 50 feet. Li Muqian quickly understood, saying, his injury was also fake. As for being injured by the ring of fire, it was real, but when he returned to 30 feet, he was healed by the dragon's spiritual energy. The fake injury was just to lure me over to fight him." This was the first time Wang Lin had spoken so much to Li Muqian. Although he was speaking to her, his eyes were still fixed on Zidonglai. As he looked towards the dragon's head, a hint of fear arose in his heart, and he thought to himself, if it possesses such magic, I cannot underestimate it. As long as it has enough spiritual power, achieving God-level strength is within reach. If that were truly the case, the evil fighting sect would have long since taken control of Nandu City, becoming the #1 sect within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Of course, this magic also has fatal flaws, but in such a short time, the first thing everyone thinks of is that the opponent must also be aware of this, or at least know where the time limit is, and based on the time calculation, they can completely compensate for this weakness. If it only has that weakness, then the power of this magic is already too strong. After carefully observing, especially seeing that the opponent was using every means to lure him into a fight, rather than killing him immediately upon encountering him, Wang Lin calculated that he was standing about 90 feet away from the opponent. A sudden suspicion arose in Wang Lin's heart. He then attacked, observing within a radius of 30 feet, then 50, 70, and finally 100 feet. Only then did he discover the fatal weakness of this technique. The further away from the dragon's head, the weaker the opponent's internal energy became. At this moment, Zi Dongfang's expression completely changed. Although he still possessed internal energy, he couldn't use it. What the opponent had guessed was almost correct. In fact, even before reaching 100 feet, just beyond 90 feet, his internal energy would diminish, making it difficult to defeat his opponent. Even if the opponent attacked, without engaging in combat, simply retreating a few feet would cause his internal energy to plummet back to the core formation stage. If the stalemate continued, the situation would inevitably become unfavorable for him. The dragon fighting formation only lasted for about 2 incense sticks worth of time. Half the time had already passed. What should he do? Zi Donglai secretly calculated in his heart. Originally, he intended to have the core formation cultivator use the sword formation to trap the opponent for a while. As long as he had a little time, he would strike and kill the opponent. But at this crucial moment, a sense of apprehension arose in the elder's heart. He reluctantly took action himself, but unexpectedly, the opponent discovered the deception. Now in a precarious situation, he stared at Wang Lin without speaking. Wang Lin glanced at him, then pulled Li Miwan back 10 meters. The mockery in his eyes grew stronger. Zi Donglai sighed softly. His body quickly retreated, standing on the head of the giant dragon. He took a deep breath and calmly said, "All right, I admit defeat." With that, he lightly tapped the dragon's head with his foot, and the spiritual power in his body quickly surged into it. The dragon's eyes grew brighter and brighter. A halo of spiritual power quickly spread from the dragon's head downwards. Zi Donglai's body trembled as the spiritual power drained away. His face showed agony. Slowly, the agony on his face intensified. His body began to wither, and finally, gasping for breath, he knelt on the dragon's head. His body aged several decades in an instant. He raised his head and said weakly, "I admit defeat. From now on, I will obey all your commands. This is the sect leader's order of the fighting evil sect." As he spoke, his hands trembled as he took out a triangular token of purplish-pink color. He forced a breath and pushed it forward. Wang Lin's eyes flickered as he looked at Zi Donglai, then at the token. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed. Without a word, he quickly pulled Li Miwan back several meters. In the spot where Wang Lin had just been standing, a phantom image of Zi Donglai appeared in an instant. The phantom image transformed into a beam of sword light, moving at an extremely fast speed, and in a flash, it stabbed towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's speed was already fast, but it was still no match for the flying sword. After retreating more than 30 meters, the flying sword suddenly flashed and pierced his chest. The speed of the flying sword was too fast, not much slower than the teleportation of the small sword. In an instant, as the flying sword pierced his chest, it suddenly stopped. It was blocked by the defense of the flood dragon armor. Wang Lin's two right fingers were like pincers, gripping the sword's blade tightly. Wang Lin's expression was extremely grim. The opponent's flying sword was very difficult to defend against. Fortunately, he had retreated 100 feet, so there was still a short time between the flying sword's launch and its approach. Otherwise, even a ghost wouldn't be able to withstand it. The flying sword trembled a few times, then shattered into pieces. A black flame spread from within the sword, enveloping it. In an instant, the sword fragments turned into dust. After the black flame appeared, Wang Lin released his two fingers, his cold gaze fixed on Zi Donglai standing on the head of the giant dragon. Zi Donglai's eyes showed a hint of regret as his body turned into dust and was carried away by the wind. His final move was his secret killer move. He's a sword cultivator. Li Muan covered her mouth with her hand, her face filled with terror. The scene she had just witnessed still made her heart tremble. Sword cultivators. In ancient times, there were many such practitioners. The problem is up until now, very few people have been interested in cultivating swordsmanship. Flying swords, it can be said, are one of the most powerful magical artifacts. Sword cultivators. Their speed and attack power are far superior to ordinary cultivators. Furthermore, there are many sword cultivation techniques. However, only by cultivating the techniques to the highest level and possessing a top-grade flying sword can one unleash the terrifying power of a sword cultivator. The sword cultivation technique that Zidong Lei practiced was obviously not high level, and the quality of his flying sword was also ordinary. Otherwise, with his powerful sword cultivation and his mid-stage core formation cultivation, he could easily dominate Nando City instead of being suppressed here. In a one-on-one fight, his flying sword could certainly surprise and defeat his opponents. But if there were too many enemies, he couldn't disperse his attacks, only having one chance to strike. His final attack was when Zidong Lei unleashed the sword core within his body. The sword core was essentially a sword elixir. It could have been a surprise victory, but unfortunately, it ended in defeat. The most overjoyed people after Dong Lei's death were the Mu brothers, Mu Nan and Mu Bei. They exchanged glances, then knelt down, bowed to Wang Lin, and loudly declared, "Welcome, Sect Master." Shang Guanmo inwardly cursed the Mu brothers for their shamelessness. But immediately afterward, he quickly went to Wang Lin's side and solemnly said, "Congratulations, Master, on becoming the sect master of the Dozi sect." The 10 elders of the Dozi sect, who were forming a sword formation and retrieving their flying swords, looked somewhat embarrassed. After a moment of silence, they all bowed to Wang Lin, their intentions self-evident. As for the more than 10,000 disciples standing behind them, their spiritual power had been depleted by 7 or 8 parts. At this moment, they all struggled to stand up, looking at the word exterminate. Blood dripped from the top of Wang Lin's head as he loudly proclaimed his victory. Wang Lin felt no joy at Zidong Lei's death. On the contrary, he felt a sense of helplessness. In the cultivation world, there is no right or wrong, only the strong prevail over the weak. To survive, one must eliminate everything that threatens them. It's conceivable that if he hadn't come here, he would undoubtedly face endless counterattacks from the demonic sect. To protect himself, there was only one way, to let everyone know that he was not someone to be trifled with. Once someone provoked him, the consequences would be severe. Wang Lin's first attempt to establish his authority in the demonic cultivation sea ended here. This attempt was extremely successful. At least within a radius of 1,000,000 miles around Nando City, no one was unaware of the terrifying sea of blood and piled-up corpses, causing all those who coveted the slaying order to abandon their intentions. Looking at the 10,000 cultivators kneeling at his feet, Wang Lin raised his head and gazed into the distance, thinking to himself, "Teng Hui Yuan. For revenge, whether it's immortal or demon, it doesn't matter. As long as it can increase my strength, even becoming a demon is fine." He smirked coldly, glancing at Shang Guanmo, and said, "From today onwards, you are the sect leader of the Fighting Evil sect." Shang Guanmo was stunned, about to speak, but saw Wang Lin's icy gaze and shivered. He swallowed the words he was about to say and repeatedly nodded. "Prepare a secret chamber for me. I want to go into seclusion." Wang Lin said indifferently, then pulled Li Muan and leapt towards the Fighting Evil sect. The secret chamber was quickly prepared in the very place where Zidong Lei usually went into seclusion. It was located right inside the head of the giant dragon. Wang Lin sat down cross-legged, looking at Li Muan's complicated expression, and said, "After I finish my seclusion, I will take you back. Now you can move freely." After saying that, he closed his eyes and remained silent. Li Muan looked at Wang Lin in surprise, and after a moment, softly said, "Thank you." With a hint of worrying in her heart, she turned and left. After Li Muan left, Wang Lin opened his eyes. There was no longer the cold indifference he had shown earlier, only a bewilderment. That bewilderment grew stronger and stronger, eventually turning into sorrow. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the scene from that year. "Taiju, you're not young anymore. In recent years, many people have sought matchmakers here to arrange marriages. Mother heard that even immortals can get married. Since you've returned, don't leave so quickly. For now, go with mother to meet them. If they like you, I'll ask to be your daughter-in-law. You brat, in the village, those your age already have children running around. His father said, our Taiju is an immortal. Can he find a wife who is an ordinary person? Taiju means to find you an immortal daughter-in-law. What's so good about an immortal? Immortals are gone for 5 years and don't come home. If I had an immortal daughter-in-law, they wouldn't come home even once in 10 years. HMPH, I'll listen to your father then. This brat has high standards. He doesn't care about village girls, mother. Just wait and see what kind of person you'll bring home to me in the end. Mother, don't worry. I will definitely bring you a good wife. Slowly, 2 streams of blood tears flowed from the corners of Wang Lin's eyes. He clenched his fists. After a moment, he wiped away the tears from his face. He struck the wall with his right hand. Instantly, the dragon's mouth slowly closed, leaving no gap whatsoever. After setting up several more formations around himself, Wang Lin placed his right hand on his forehead, his consciousness concentrating into the heaven-defying pearl. His body suddenly disappeared. Even the word exterminate hovering above his head was nowhere to be seen. This was the first time since Wang Lin's golden core stage had entered the dream realm space. In an instant, as he entered, Shangguan Mo, who was reprimanding several golden core stage elders, trembled. He clearly felt that the killing intent had vanished. To be precise, his lifeblood had disappeared without a trace. This terrified him. He quickly turned around to look at the hat of the giant dragon. After a while, he slowly turned back, his face full of doubt. Li Nuan, who was descending, was also stunned. She looked up at the head of the giant dragon, remained silent for a moment, then sighed softly. In the dream realm space, Sichunan's nascent soul was sitting cross-legged, suspended in midair. His eyes were tightly closed, his body completely transparent, with only a faint trace of spiritual energy flowing within him. Beside him, 2 milky white spheres of light floated. Wang Lin stood beneath the nascent soul, gazing in astonishment at the 2 spheres. He knelt on the ground and whispered, Father, Mother, rest assured. Taiju will definitely bring you a good wife, but not now. After a moment, Wang Lin took a deep breath, looked up at Sichunan's nascent soul, his eyes filled with gratitude, and said in a low voice, Sichunan, rest assured, I have now formed my golden core. After reaching the nascent soul and transformation god stages, one day I will reach the soul transformation stage. At that time, I will definitely take you out of here and find you a new body. That is my promise to you. Having said that, Wang Lin straightened up and bowed deeply to his nascent soul. Then, his body vanished from the spot. Inside the secret chamber of the dragon's head, 7 points of light suddenly appeared. These 7 points grew brighter and brighter, eventually transforming into a shadow. Slowly, the shadow became clearer and clearer, turning into Wang Lin. The moment he appeared, Shangguan Mo sensed his presence, his heart filled with panic. He wondered what kind of cultivation technique the killer had practiced to be able to conceal his entire aura. Just moments ago, he had been silently questioning the reason, considering whether he could seize the opportunity to escape. But at this moment, he felt no excitement whatsoever. Li Nuan was intently stroking the scales of the giant dragon, her mind calculating. Her skin was pure white, and her body emitted a faint fragrance. Her eyes were focused, her hand gently caressing the dragon's scales. Although the fluctuations in her vital essence didn't attract her attention, her eyes slowly seemed to understand something, and she intently scrutinized each scale of the giant dragon. Wang Lin appeared at his secluded cultivation spot, sat down cross-legged, and picked up his storage bag. From the beginning, all the Foundation establishment cultivators he had killed had their belongings collected here. Now that he had time, he checked them. Among them were many flying swords and magic treasures. However, those things didn't interest Wang Lin as much as a scroll of paintings mixed in. The scroll was over 2 meters long, with a slight fluctuation of spiritual power on it. Wang Lin remembered that he had obtained this from a Foundation establishment cultivator who had already opened half of it. Unfortunately, Wang Lin's supreme realm divine consciousness couldn't distinguish anyone. Any cultivator below the nascent soul stage who was touched by his divine consciousness died instantly. Wang Lin still didn't quite understand the supreme realm. In the teleportation array of the outer battlefield, under the pressure of the realm's laws, he first sensed its existence. Afterward, through countless uses and battles, he understood its power even more. It completely surpassed everything. However, he still didn't know that the Supreme Realm had a threshold, the late nascent soul stage. To break through to the God transformation stage, the hope was extremely slim. The owner of the scroll had died, and his divine consciousness had dissipated. Wang Lin lightly stroked his right hand, embedding a wisp of divine consciousness onto the scroll. However, the artifact was extremely strange. Even after sending a wisp of divine consciousness onto it, it showed no unusual sensation. It's no different than before I sent my consciousness into it. Wang Lin immediately felt interested. If it were an ordinary magic weapon, he could simply erase the opponent's consciousness and then place a divine thought on it to control it naturally. Unless it was a nascent soul level magic weapon, they were all the same. Based on the level of spiritual power fluctuations on the magic weapon, it hadn't reached the nascent soul level yet. Wang Lin had several nascent soul level magic weapons in his possession. One of them was the Jade Talisman of Yangshen, a nascent soul cultivator from the War God Temple. The biggest characteristic of a nascent soul level magic weapon is its extremely strong spiritual power fluctuations, a world apart from elixirs. Besides that Jade Talisman, there was also a flying sword. According to Wang Lin's classification, that flying sword was definitely at the nascent soul level. If he hadn't used the blood refining technique to refine it, it would have taken a long time to refine it before he could control it. Thinking of this, he remembered the ancient sword sheath. With its combined power, the flying swords might be greatly enhanced. Sichuan had once said that even he couldn't discern the true nature of this sword sheath. This clearly indicated its level surpassed that of a nascent soul level artifact. It might even reach the level of a transformation god or nascent soul level artifact. After all, there weren't many artifacts that Sichuan couldn't recognize. Wang Lin sighed inwardly. It was a pity the artifact in his storage bag had been crushed by Tang Hui Yuan. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he inwardly exclaimed, "Something's wrong." If that sword sheath was truly such a treasure, then Tang Hui Yuan's nascent soul cultivation couldn't possibly have destroyed it. And if it couldn't be destroyed, where was the sheath? Wang Lin blinked. After putting down the scroll, he stood up. He paced back and forth a few times, then retrieved a storage bag containing some low-grade materials. Spiritual energy flowed into his two fingers, and with a gentle squeeze, the storage bag turned into dust, scattering in the air. Wang Lin's eyes were extremely serious as he watched the process of the storage bag being crushed into powder. After a while, he took out another storage bag and crushed it as well. After continuously destroying several bags, Wang Lin's expression changed slightly. Although the storage bags were destroyed, the items inside remained intact. They were like a room arranged with the storage bag as the door. Although the storage bag was destroyed, the room was only sealed shut. The items inside still existed. If he could find a way to open that room, he could completely retrieve the contents. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then sat down cross-legged. He picked up the scroll again and focused his examination. This scroll wasn't a nascent soul level magic treasure. As for why he felt nothing even after sending his divine consciousness to it, Wang Lin couldn't understand. He pondered for a while, then opened it. Wang Lin's eyes gradually became serious. Inside, it was completely black, without a single image. But after looking closely, a sudden sense of danger arose in Wang Lin's heart. A pair of triangular eyes, full of malevolent energy, suddenly appeared in the center of the scroll. Immediately afterward, a piercing shriek emanated from within the scroll, causing it to shake violently. Without hesitation, Wang Lin closed the scroll. The furious roar from within the scroll gradually faded and disappeared. Wang Lin's forehead was covered in sweat. Just now, the shriek from the scroll was no less intense than the roar of the dragon in the corpse valley before it died. The only problem was that it was confined within the painting, so the fluctuations of spiritual power couldn't spread outside. At this point, he finally understood why he still couldn't control the painting after placing the seal on it. It turned out its only purpose was to seal it. That was its true power. And the thing that had just appeared in the painting was definitely a spirit beast. Carefully rolling up the painting, Wang Lin's eyes blinked, and after a moment, he took out a golden elixir from his storage bag. The color of the golden elixir was somewhat gloomy. Wang Lin thought for a moment, then patted his storage bag. Instantly, more than 100 golden elixirs flew out. However, their colors were all gloomy and withered. If it were before, Wang Lin would have swallowed the golden elixirs immediately upon taking them out. But along the way, according to Li Muong, devouring the golden cores of cultivators, although it could rapidly increase cultivation, easily led to impure spiritual power with many impurities. This would cause the body's breath to become disordered. Furthermore, the spiritual power of some golden cores had different attributes. Once too many were devoured, one would inevitably be affected by the conflicting elements of the 5 elements, leading to impaired mental clarity. Hearing this, even though Wang Lin was unwilling, he had to abandon the idea of devouring them. According to Li Muan, only by refining the golden cores and combining them with the 5 element attributes before devouring them would there be no negative consequences. However, that refining method belonged to the demonic path. Li Muan had only heard of it and didn't have a specific method. Wang Lin thought for a moment, then collected all the golden cores into a storage bag and put them away. He would use them later when he found a suitable method. Then Wang Lin took out the dragon scale again. With a wave of his hand, the demon hiding inside was thrown out. After flying around in the air, its eyes looked at Wang Lin with a dejected expression. The crimson light surrounding the demon had intensified considerably. Wang Lin glanced at him and said, "To what extent has your cultivation recovered?" The demon cautiously retreated a few steps, hastily saying, "Just enough to reach the late foundation establishment stage. If it weren't for the sword spirit constantly vying with me, I could certainly have recovered to the golden core stage." Wang Lin sneered, silently observing the demon. The demon grew increasingly frightened, quickly saying, "The late foundation establishment stage is at its peak. Just a little more to reach the golden core stage." After saying this, it thought to itself, "If you force me to my death, I will definitely fight you to the death." But that was just a thought. The demon knew that even if it fought to the death now, it wouldn't stand a chance. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. A large hand suddenly appeared, grabbing down. The demon screamed, trying to dodge, but found itself trapped on all sides. It could only watch helplessly as Wang Lin seized it. Wang Lin's hand traced across the demon's body. Slowly, a pink aura emerged from within it. A small, fist-sized golden elixir appeared in the aura. The demon's aura immediately subsided, and it said shamefully, "Huh. When did I form the elixir? At that time, I was devouring so much that I didn't even realize it." Just as it said that, it suddenly noticed Wang Lin's gaze slowly turning cold. Its body trembled, and its eyes showed a pleading expression. Wang Lin thought for a moment, then suddenly said, "Have you recovered your memory?" The demon trembled even more, its eyes filled with fear. This was its biggest secret. Right at the moment of successfully forming the elixir, some images suddenly appeared in its mind, but it dared not reveal them. Now, having been discovered by Wang Lin, it was terrified, constantly struggling with itself. Should I risk my life against him? Should I risk my life? Impossible. I can't defeat him. I'll risk my life fighting him. With great effort, the demon finally made up his mind. Just as he raised his head, about to act, he saw a pink light emanating from Wang Lin's eyes. The demon let out a mournful cry, green smoke rising from his body, his golden core slowly shrinking. Actually, Wang Lin's extreme realm divine consciousness didn't possess such immense power, but he was originally one of the soul devourers. Although his divine consciousness had changed, the pressure of the soul devourer remained. Even his soul-devouring ability was still intact. Therefore, his ability was the demon's natural enemy. After the demon let out a few mournful cries, Wang Lin withdrew his divine consciousness. The demon stood listlessly to the side. In this world, he probably feared no one except Wang Lin. Just now, if the opponent had maintained his composure for another half an incense stick's time, the golden core he had just formed would have shattered. "However many souls you've devoured, release them to me," Wang Lin said calmly. The demon's face turned dejected. From his mouth spewed out countless white souls. After spitting out more than 40 souls, his golden core was almost on the verge of disintegration. Wang Lin waved his hand, and 43 souls quickly entered his sea of consciousness, standing beside the soul of the nascent soul cultivator from Zhuanwu Kingdom. His supreme divine consciousness flashed like lightning, and the souls instantly vanished. Wang Lin could feel his own divine consciousness had become slightly stronger. The demon secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes stared intently at Wang Lin, muttering to himself, "How outrageous! I spent so much effort snatching this sword spirit from you. Sooner or later, I'll fight you to the death. Just wait until I recover my nascent soul cultivation." He was contemplating how he would subdue Wang Lin after restoring his nascent soul cultivation. Suddenly, Wang Lin grabbed him and threw him into the dragon's scales. The demon felt choked with frustration, but could only sigh. The thought of risking his life resurfaced. But then he realized that even if he risked his life and shattered his golden core, he wouldn't achieve his goal, and he felt discouraged. After drinking a few sips of spiritual liquid and sitting down, Wang Lin pondered the power of Zidonglai's sword cultivation. After thinking for a moment, Wang Lin took out some spirit stones and arranged a turtle shell annihilation formation around himself. After doing so, he took a deep breath and struck the wall. The giant dragon's mouth slowly opened. Wang Lin stood up and walked out. As soon as he stepped outside, Wang Lin saw a petite and charming figure standing nearby. Li Muan's face was slightly haggard, but her eyes sparkled with intelligence as she traced the scales on the giant dragon's tail. Shang Guanmo stood beside her, smiling. He held a large luminous pearl in his hand, emitting a soft light. Wang Lin remained silent. This time, his seclusion hadn't lasted long. But looking at Li Muan, it seemed she hadn't left since the beginning. He sighed and gently descended behind Li Muan. Upon seeing Wang Lin, Shang Guanmo became even more focused, channeling his spiritual power into the pearl, making its light even brighter. At the same time, a few drops of sweat appeared on his forehead, indicating his intense concentration. Wang Lin gazed intently at Li Muan's pretty face, her delicate eyebrows furrowed. Her cherry lips were slightly pursed, staring intently at the scales. A gust of wind blew, scattering strands of her silky hair across her cheek. "Let's go, I'll take you back," Wang Lin said slowly. Li Muan's fingers trembled slightly as she looked deeply into Wang Lin's eyes. After a moment, she whispered, "You really want to take me back?" Wang Lin avoided her gaze and nodded. Li Muan smiled, though her smile held a hint of helplessness. She stood up, adjusted her clothes, and said, "Can you give me 3 days?" Wang Lin glanced at her, leapt onto the giant dragon's back, and sat down cross-legged. Li Muan took a jade slip from her storage bag, placed it on her forehead, and memorized what was written on the dragon's scales. She turned calmly and said to Shang Guanmo, "Prepare a secret chamber for me." Shang Guanmo hastily nodded. He secretly thought he had misjudged. The relationship between the killer and the young woman wasn't as he had suspected. Inside the secret chamber, Li Muan sat quietly. The events of the past few years unfolded slowly before her eyes. From the beginning, when she was pursued by a core formation cultivator from Zhuanwu Kingdom, to being rescued by Wang Lin. The two of them fled together, eventually leading a pack of fire spirit beasts to the cultivation Demon Sea. After building the stone mansion, she practiced alchemy every day while Wang Lin devoted himself entirely to cultivation. 3 years ago, he went out to find an alchemy furnace for her. Upon returning, he was chased and killed by a core formation cultivator. Afterwards, Wang Lin successfully formed his core and led her out. Along the way, he created a path drenched in fresh blood, especially during his core formation. At that time, a weak and timid girl like her had to face 10 demonic cultivators at the core formation stage. Just as she was about to sever her own heart meridian, Wang Lin suddenly appeared, causing the opponents to flee in terror. The feeling of panic at that moment was unbearable for her. She almost fell, and he embraced her. "Don't move, I'll take you to kill people." Those words echoed in Li Muan's ears. Every time she thought of them, her face flushed. Along the way, each time she thought of those words, she felt like laughing and crying at the same time. But following Wang Lin along the bloody path, those words had become deeply ingrained in her heart. "I'll take you to kill people." Remembering them, she smiled and softly said, "People take each other to see the blooming flowers and the sunrise and sunset, but he's taking me to kill people." But immediately, she let out a long sigh and murmured, "For the past few years, he has never asked my name. And I don't even know his name. Perhaps, in his eyes, my name is unimportant. To him, my only use is refining elixirs. Now that the elixirs are finished, I am worthless." Thinking this, a pang of pain shot through her heart. A trickle of fresh blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. The sudden appearance of fresh blood on her fair, pretty face was startling. Only 2 words could describe Li Muan's state of mind at this moment: utter desolation. After a while, she pursed her lips and took out a pile of jade slips from her storage bag. There were a total of 18,974 of them, exactly the number of scales on the giant dragon's body. Initially, the number of disciples under Zidonglai was insufficient, so they hadn't yet created enough scales. It took her half a month and countless hours to carve this scale. The mental energy she expended during this time reduced her lifespan by at least 5 years. But Li Muan didn't pay attention to that. She held a jade slip and continuously carved with intense concentration. She had made nearly 20,000 jade slips, placing them side by side. 3 days later, Li Muan's face was pale and her body was extremely weak. It was as if a gust of wind would make her fall. She clung to the wall, slowly making her way out of the secret chamber. Wang Lin was sitting on the head of the giant dragon, holding something in his hand. He had been meditating there for 3 days. After Li Muan appeared, he put the object away and jumped down. As soon as his body touched the ground, he noticed her haggard face. Wang Lin frowned and asked, "What have you been doing these past 3 days? Take this and drink it." He took a jade bottle from his storage bag containing over 300 drops of spiritual liquid and placed it in Li Muan's hand. Li Muan gently hugged the jade bottle to her chest and said, "Thank you, senior brother. I'm fine. Let's go." After saying this, her face flushed slightly and she leaned her head on Wang Lin's shoulder, then continued, let's go home." Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, then wrapped his left arm around Li Muan. His body quickly soared into the air, his flying sword clearing the way ahead. In an instant, the two disappeared into the horizon. At this moment, in a tea house in Nando City, an old man with a gloomy expression and an aquiline nose pushed open the door and entered. He was tall and thin, wearing a long green robe. The robe was embroidered with 7 yellow plum blossoms, each with a small red stamen, making them incredibly lifelike. Plum blossoms are traditionally symbols of elegance. Yellow plum blossoms evoke a sense of everyday life, but a touch of red in the plum blossom immediately changes the feeling. Something inherently elegant now exudes a chill, something somewhat eerie. The hotel was filled with monks, but as soon as the old man entered, the noise instantly subsided. Several pairs of eyes briefly glanced at him before looking away. The old man entered the hotel without looking around and went to a seat by the window. After ordering a bottle of wine, he poured and drank it himself. His eyebrows, sometimes furrowed, sometimes relaxed, indicated that he was preoccupied with many thoughts. At this moment, the hotel once again emitted a low murmur. Around a table, several monks were whispering. Finally, the malevolent star has struck the demon-fighting sect in Longshan. After that, he fought a great battle with Zidonglai for 3 days and 3 nights, then used a mysterious magical artifact to kill Zidonglai with a single blow. Heh. I think Nando City will probably have a new city lord. The old man in the green robe suddenly changed his expression upon hearing the words mysterious magical artifact. Heh, that's nothing. Initially, I witnessed a true killer with my own eyes. At that time, he was dragging over 1,000 corpses behind him. And in his heart, he had a beautiful young woman. I will never forget such a scene in my life. A cultivator with a round face, his expression reminiscent, sighed. The old man in the green robe frowned and muttered a few words. You all speak softly. It is said that he is born with a murderous nature and cultivates an extremely vicious technique called the death curse. Moreover, he hates being talked about. Be careful, if this reaches his ears, none of you will be alive to pay the price. A young man with a cold expression, after taking a sip of wine, sneered. The old man in the green robe's eyes lit up upon hearing the words death curse technique. This person carries an execution order. If he were still in the cultivation demon sea, he probably wouldn't live more than a few days. Right now, there are no nascent soul cultivators around Nando City. But if this gets out, nascent soul cultivators will surely come here. If I were him, I would definitely find a place to hide. The young man sneered again and took another sip of wine. 100-day pursuit order. The old man's eyes suddenly brightened. He suddenly grabbed the young man who was tilting his head back to drink, and an invisible hand seized him. Young man, I'm interested in that person. Tell me about him quickly. In a short while, the entire hotel fell silent. Everyone looked towards the old man in the blue robe. His hand gripped the young man's neck, his cold gaze sweeping around. The thought, his eyes like lightning, flashed through the minds of the cultivators. A chill ran down their spines. A nascent soul cultivator, holding a wine cup, hastily bowed his head, his eyes filled with fear, inwardly lamenting. This feeling is definitely from a nascent soul cultivator. The old man withdrew his gaze and released his grip. A dark mark appeared on the young man's neck. Speak, tell me everything that happened. The old man picked up his own wine cup. After drinking, he finally spoke. The young man dared not breathe heavily. With his late foundation establishment cultivation, it was difficult for him to see through his opponent. But based on his own experience, he guessed that the opponent's cultivation was at least mid or late stage nascent soul. About half a month ago, that person suddenly appeared and killed 10 foundation establishment stage cultivators of the evil fighting sect. Afterward, for some unknown reason, he was found to possess a 100-day slaying order. The young man quickly recounted everything he knew in detail. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a flick of his right hand, the young man's eyes bulged out. His body transformed into a cloud of blood mist, instantly blown away by the wind. The cultivators in the inn shuddered, wanting to leave, but no one dared to take the first step. The old man in the green robe pondered for a moment, then glanced around. Then he looked at a foundation establishment stage cultivator and said, "You. Come here." The foundation establishment stage cultivator trembled, stood up, and hurried to the old man's side. He was extremely respectful, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Junior Sumu, greetings. Senior, please feel free to ask whatever you wish. I swear on my elixir that I will not lie even a single word. I only beg for your mercy." The old man in the green robe raised his wine cup, drained it, and slowly said, "Since entering the inn, when you heard those people discussing, the spiritual power in your body has been very chaotic. That proves you saw it with your own eyes, right?" Sumu took a deep breath, still frightened, and whispered, "I did indeed see that killer." His cultivation level? The old man's eyes flashed with a glint of light as he immediately asked the question that concerned him most. It was also the matter that angered him because the young man hadn't mentioned it earlier. Early stage of core formation. Sumu didn't dare to confirm. Then he quickly added, "Senior, that person, at first glance, seems to have a cultivation level of early core formation, but he possesses 2 magical artifacts." Hearing the words magical artifacts, the old man's expression remained calm, but his heart was no longer at ease. One of them is a flying sword that can instantly teleport. The old man seemed disappointed, picking up his wine cup and drinking. "Besides that, there's something else, but I couldn't see it clearly. I only saw a beam of red light with something inside. Anyone who gets hit by it will instantly turn into a dried corpse and die." He pondered for a moment, then stood up. After throwing a low-grade spirit stone onto the table, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Sumu's body. The two instantly disappeared from the spot, traveling thousands of miles in an instant. As soon as he left, the cultivators in the inn all had the same thought. Nascent soul stage. Under Sumu's guidance, the old man's body flashed continuously in the air. After about half an hour, they arrived at the location of the demonic sect. The old man's powerful divine sense swept across the area and instantly located Shangguan Mo. Under Shangguan Mo's stunned gaze, the old man in the green robe calmly extracted a drop of his lifeblood from his forehead. Then he tossed Sumu aside, and based on the connection of the drop of lifeblood, he quickly flew southwest. Meanwhile, Wang Lin was flying very fast with Li Muon. Because his flying sword was clearing the way ahead, wherever he went, the thick fog of the cultivation demon sea parted to reveal a path. The cultivation demon sea was covered in fog year-round. Only for about a month did the fog transform into seawater. Although Wang Lin had been in seclusion for several years, he had never witnessed the process of fog condensing into seawater. A month after he entered the 14th Valley, the fog finally turned into seawater. From then on, for the next 3 years, the process repeated itself until he emerged. Today, it was precisely the month when the seawater turned into mist again. Li Muon was different. Almost every year she experienced this scene. Under the protection of the Grand Formation, the seawater could not penetrate the cave. But looking out from inside, one could still see a deep blue sea, teeming with rare spirit beasts swimming and passing by. In nearly 4 years, the sea had changed 4 times. Each time, Li Muon was extremely worried, personally presiding over the grand formation. Only after the seawater returned to mist did she feel at ease. At this point, the dampness brought by the mist was much greater than when the two of them entered that year. In some places, the mist even showed signs of condensing into water. As they flew, the humidity of the mist increased steadily. Finally, there were even droplets of water swirling within the mist. "It's almost a sea," Li Muan said softly. Wang Lin remained silent, not responding. Suddenly, he stopped and turned to look behind him. He concentrated on observing the surrounding mist, only to see it gently fluctuating, then suddenly rushing forward. Even some creatures living in the mist were quickly fleeing. "Brother, what's wrong?" Li Muan noticed Wang Lin's expression and asked. "Nothing," Wang Lin said, then accelerated his flight forward. He was uneasy. Based on the speed of the mist's fluctuation, it was clear that someone was flying towards him at a very fast speed. And that person's cultivation was very strong. Otherwise, they couldn't make the mist move like that. Moreover, the creatures in the mist were only scattering around instead of running forward. This further confirmed Wang Lin's suspicion that someone was chasing him. Actually, that was perfectly normal. It's like a small pond with a school of fish. If you thrust a sword straight into the water, the fish will immediately scatter instead of swimming forward. As a child, Wang Lin often played with the village children, so he understood such things perfectly. Therefore, he was able to deduce the situation based on his observations. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He took out the spiritual liquid and drank a large gulp. The golden core in his body quickly activated, rapidly absorbing the spiritual energy from the liquid, restoring his depleted spiritual power. Wang Lin's speed increased slightly. Li Muan also sensed Wang Lin's urgency. She took out some materials from her storage bag, arranged them into a simple formation, and threw them behind her. Wang Lin's eyes showed admiration. Seeing this, Li Muan felt even warmer inside. Unfortunately, she had previously expended too much energy and now felt powerless. Seeing Wang Lin drink the spiritual liquid, his speed increased significantly. She hesitated for a moment, then took out the bottle he had given her and drank a few drops. Immediately, her spirits lifted. Looking at the liquid in the bottle in amazement, she silently praised its effectiveness. Afterward, she continued to set up small formations. As they flew higher, the invisible resistance gradually increased. This was the special power of the cultivation demon sea. Anyone attempting to break through would be affected. The old man in the green robe, still about 7,000 miles away from Wang Lin, patted his storage pouch. A cyan gourd flew out. Its size increased rapidly, instantly becoming 100 times larger. He calmly sat on it, and the gourd immediately flew forward. Its speed was double that of before. Wang Lin felt the surrounding mist fluctuating more and more intensely. Part of the reason was his incredibly fast movement speed, and the other part was clearly due to the sudden and rapid increase in speed of his pursuer. At this moment, within the cultivation demon sea, the mist gradually thinned. In the space, wisps of water vapor slowly appeared. Looking down from above, the mist in the cultivation demon sea had thinned to the point where one could see through it. Under the moonlight, a faint layer of light reflected on the surface of the cultivation demon sea. A layer of water slowly appeared. Gradually, the layer of water thickened, quickly spreading outwards. In an instant, waves appeared on the sea surface. The sound of the waves echoed through the air. The old man in the green robe sitting on the gourd suddenly frowned. A formation suddenly appeared before him. Although he didn't pay much attention to it, his speed would certainly be affected. He snorted softly, waved his sleeve, and patted the gourd. In an instant, a surge of energy erupted from the gourd's mouth. A ripple appeared at the mouth of the gourd, rapidly spreading forward. Wherever it passed, the formation shattered. Even the mist and seawater were pushed aside, creating a passage. The old man sitting on the gourd suddenly leapt into the passage. Wang Lin was completely drenched. After taking a gulp of spiritual liquid, he suddenly lunged forward, plunging straight into the sea. He embraced Li Muan, his body moving like a fish, swiftly gliding forward. In a flash, he was in the middle of the ocean. Turning his head, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. He pointed his finger at the flying sword in front of him. Instantly, the flying sword vanished. Then, Wang Lin pulled Li Muan's hand like a sword piercing straight from the sea to the sky. In an instant, the two had risen from the depths of the cultivation demon sea into the air, transforming into a rainbow and disappearing into the horizon. At this moment, beneath the water's surface, the flying sword silently hid itself within the waves, waiting. After half an hour, a whirlpool suddenly appeared offshore. The whirlpool's circumference was hundreds of meters wide, carrying countless large waves. At the center of the whirlpool was a passage leading directly to the bottom of the demonic cultivation sea. Slowly, a verdant gourd slowly emerged. The old man in the blue robe sat with his head tilted back, gazing at the sky. His expression was utterly calm as he tapped his gourd. Just as he was about to fly up, his expression suddenly changed. He subtly clamped his right hand between two fingers, and a beam of light was tracked between them. He smirked coldly, but in an instant, his smile froze. The light between his fingers slowly faded, leaving a lingering afterimage. In a flash, he tilted his head slightly. The light briefly grazed his face, flickering a few times in the air before disappearing. The old man didn't try to stop it. His eyes darkened as he touched the wound on his face. Then, he brought his bloodstained finger to his mouth and licked it. After that, he closed his eyes. This young man has too much nerve. After a moment, he opened his eyes and tapped the gourd again. Immediately, the gourd quickly shrunk and was held in his hand. He opened the lid, raised it to his mouth, and took a large gulp. The strong aroma of wine permeated the surroundings. The calamity caused by the fire spirit beast in the fire-burning kingdom had been eradicated by a fourth-level cultivation nation. However, the spiritual energy here remained intensely fire-attributed, making it impossible for cultivators to absorb. Moreover, the heat on the ground was extremely high. Lava flowed everywhere, and volcanoes continuously erupted, turning the entire country into a pile of ruins. The former imperial city of mortals was now submerged beneath the lava. No living creatures remained on the surface. At this moment, the fire-burning kingdom was nothing more than a wasteland. Wang Lin and Li Muan flew at a very fast speed. They remained silent, observing the scene below. Wang Lin felt a pang of emotion. If it weren't for the heaven-defying pearl absorbing the fire spirit beast's ancestor, he would have been devoured by it by now. All he could say was that he was incredibly lucky. Even knowing the consequences, if given the choice, Wang Lin would still have done what he did. The two were like a rainbow soaring across the sky. In an instant, they arrived at the spot where they first met. Li Muan glanced at Wang Lin, saying nothing. As for Wang Lin, he was preoccupied with the person chasing him from behind, too preoccupied to pay attention to anything else. While flying, a thought suddenly struck Wang Lin. He extended his right hand, and a flying sword appeared in his grasp. Suddenly, Wang Lin stopped. He stared intently at the bloodstain on the flying sword. After a moment of observation, his expression turned grim. From the drop of blood on the flying sword, he could sense a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Just one drop of blood possessed such immense spiritual power. What level of cultivation had that person reached? He took out a jade bottle, dripped a drop of blood into it, and placed it in his storage bag. Wang Lin felt a heavy weight in his heart. He looked up at the word exterminate above his head, a cold smile forming in his mind. Then, without saying another word, he grabbed Li Muan's hand and quickly flew away. Crossing the border of the Fire Flame Kingdom, the mountain that the Fire Flame Alliance had initially occupied could be seen from afar. On that mountain, the symbols of the four major sects of the Fire Flame Alliance fluttered high, clearly indicating that this place had been occupied by them. Wang Lin stopped here, remained silent for a moment, then said, "I won't see you off." Li Muan bit her lip, looked behind her, and said, "Or perhaps you could come with me back to Luoxia sect to avoid them for a while." Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he said, "No need." After saying this, he hesitated slightly, glanced at Li Muan, then patted his forehead. Li Muan's life essence blood flew out. Wang Lin didn't return it immediately. His supreme divine consciousness spread out, leaving a trace on the life essence blood before releasing it. "Thank you for the past 4 years. This life essence blood contains a trace of my divine consciousness. From now on, no one below the nascent soul stage will be able to harm your divine consciousness." Wang Lin's voice was calm and slow. Li Muan's expression was somewhat complicated, and she whispered, "Will we ever meet again?" Wang Lin sighed softly, then fell silent, not answering her question. He took something from his storage bag and gave it to Li Muan. It was indeed the 100 Beasts Spirit Cauldron. That day, after killing Kun Sang, Wang Lin had taken it. Li Muwen held the 100 Beasts Spirit Cauldron, looked at it for a moment, then raised her head and said softly, "All the elixirs I have refined over the past few years, along with their specific effects, are recorded on this jade slip." After saying that, she took out more than 10 small bottles and a jade slip. After Wang Lin received them, he put them into his storage bag. He clasped his hands and said in a deep voice, "4 years ago, I promised to protect you and keep you safe. Now, I have fulfilled my promise. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Farewell." With that, Wang Lin's body moved slightly, officially departing. Li Muwen suddenly cried out, "Senior brother, I have something to give you." As she spoke, she took a white jade slip from her storage bag and threw it out. Then she turned, stepped on her sword light, and flew towards the fire-burning alliance. Wang Lin caught the jade slip and scanned it with his divine consciousness. Immediately, Li Muwen's voice echoed in his ears, "Senior brother, water doesn't know your name. For the past 4 years, you haven't mentioned it even once. And you don't know my name either. For the past 4 years, water thanks you for saving my life several times. I will never forget the time I spent in the cultivation demon sea. Water knows that senior brother often goes into seclusion, so I made this jade talisman. The talisman contains the essence of water as formation techniques. That formation is based on the dragon fighting formation of the evil fighting sect, with modifications to increase its power. The formation contained both offensive and defensive capabilities. However, compared to offense, defense was the fundamental aspect of the formation. While senior brother was in seclusion, if danger arose, this formation could offer some protection. If so, Water thought to herself. Holding the jade slip in his hand, Wang Lin silently listened to the words he left behind, his eyes following Li Muwen's receding figure. He retracted the jade talisman, his body moved slightly, and he vanished without a trace. He patted his forehead, and his body instantly transformed into countless streaks of light, disappearing into the ground. His entire body had entered the dream realm space. At this moment, his breath completely disappeared. Wang Lin had long decided that after bringing Li Muwen back, he would enter the dream realm space. The 100-day deadline of the slaying order was, for him, only equivalent to a few days of cultivation in the dream realm space. That's also why, despite knowing the danger of the 10,000 demons' 100 days annihilation decree, he still resolutely killed Jian Kun. The old man in the green robe chased after him to the fire-burning kingdom. After Wang Lin disappeared for a while, the old man reappeared at the spot where he had just been standing. His face was full of doubt. He lowered his head and looked at the ground, his body quickly burrowing underground, searching for a while. After a while, he emerged from the ground, his face even more astonished. He muttered, "Completely vanished. Even the senses of my life essence blood couldn't detect him. It seems this young man has quite a few secrets." At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked towards the 3 rainbow-colored beams of light rapidly approaching. In an instant, the 3 beams of light descended to the ground, revealing a woman and 2 men. The woman in the middle wore palace attire, her demeanor extremely elegant. To her left was a man with a dignified appearance and extraordinary bearing, wearing a long, dark robe. At first glance, he resembled a scholar. To the right of the woman was a tall, elderly man with a rosy complexion. The old man's face was somewhat different from that of an ordinary person. His eyes were very large, and a fire burned in his pupils. The old man, dressed in a blue robe, glanced at the 3 of them and calmly said, "What do you 3 want?" The woman was indeed Feng Lone. The refined cultivator beside her was, needless to say, her dual cultivation partner, Yang Shen. The other old man was one of the nascent soul ancestors of the War God Temple, with a cultivation level equivalent to Yang Shen's. Yang Shen felt a little apprehensive, glancing at the old man. He couldn't discern the other's cultivation level. Therefore, he clasped his hands and said, "Are you from Xuanwu Kingdom, fellow Taoist?" The old man in the blue robe frowned and said, "Who is your fellow Taoist? Get out of here. Otherwise, I'll take your nascent soul to refine a treasure right now." Yang Shen's expression changed, and he let out a few cold laughs. Just as he was about to speak further, the red-faced old man suddenly raised his hand to stop him. His large eyes stared intently at the 7 golden plum blossoms on the other's robe. His expression shifted slightly, and he clasped his hands together, saying, "Are you from the cultivation demon sea?" Yang Shen and Feng Lone exchanged glances. Their eyes both focused on the plum blossoms on the old man's robe. The old man in the green robe frowned. Losing patience, he waved his right hand. All three felt a whirlwind rise, pushing them thousands of feet away. Even their nascent souls showed signs of leaving their bodies. After managing to regain their footing, the three's expressions turned grim. Yang Shen asked in a low voice, "What is your cultivation level?" "At least late nascent soul," the red-faced old man said miserably. "Zubin, what do those golden plum blossoms mean?" Feng Lone frowned and asked, "I'm sure you've all heard that 300 years ago, before I joined the War God Temple, I once traveled through the cultivation demon sea. With my early nascent soul cultivation, as long as I didn't go into dangerous places, I could completely protect my life. There are 999 cities in the cultivation demon sea. In the inner sea, there are over 300. However, among those more than 300 cities, 7 are known as the 7 plum blossom lands. The location of those 7 cities resembles plum blossom petals. The 7 city lords there possess unfathomable cultivation. It's rumored they've reached the transformation god stage. But that's just a rumor. Whether it's true or false is unknown." "Who was that just now?" Feng Lone frowned and asked. "That just now. If I'm not mistaken, that was one of the 7 city lords of the 7 plum blossom city. However, demon cultivators in the cultivation demon sea, especially those in the inner sea, rarely leave. This time, he probably won't stay long." The old man, his face flushed, said seriously. The three looked at each other, their hearts heavy. They stood at a distance, watching the old man's position. Then they circled around to return to the Fire Flame Alliance's mountain. Just now, the three had sensed the presence of a nascent soul cultivator nearby. They had assumed it was someone from the Zhuanwu Kingdom. But unexpectedly, the result made them worried. After scanning around a few times, the old man in the green robe let out a soft snort. He deployed his divine consciousness, expanding the search area. At this moment, he didn't miss any sign, no matter how small. His divine consciousness swept across every inch of land around him. Slowly, his consciousness expanded, getting closer to the Fire Flame Alliance. But he didn't stop, scanning around once more before withdrawing. He repeated this several times without sensing anything different. The old man's doubts grew stronger. After a moment of contemplation, his figure moved slightly and he vanished. He moved swiftly through the Fire Flame Kingdom, entering the neighboring country of Tianmao from a border area. His target was the Heavenly Tower in the center of Tianmao. Inside the tower was a high-ranking envoy from Tianmao. Not all third-tier cultivation nations possessed heavenly towers. Fire Flame Kingdom and Zhuanwu Kingdom did not. This was why Fire Flame Kingdom chose to invade Zhuanwu Kingdom instead of Tianmao Kingdom. Wang Lin was in seclusion within the dream realm, time slowly passing, and in the blink of an eye, over 100 days had gone by. Today, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. The blood-red character exterminate above his head slowly faded, finally losing its red color and turning into a grayish-white. An invisible wave of energy appeared all around, illuminating a section of space within the dream realm. Initially, the light was somewhat dim, but it quickly brightened. The light spread outwards, illuminating the dream realm, and this phenomenon continuously expanded until there was no place left untouched by the light. Wang Lin watched the transformation before him in astonishment, his heart filled with apprehension. Immediately afterward, the character true above his head slowly shrank, and a massive surge of spiritual power rippled through the dream realm, causing increasingly intense fluctuations. Gradually, a cultivation pill appeared in the air. A flame slowly emanated from the pill. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his right hand transforming into a claw, and the pill instantly fell into his palm. Observing it with his divine sense, he noticed that this cultivation pill contained a fluctuating spiritual power, which was indeed emitted by the total cultivation level of a core formation stage cultivator. Li Nuan had explained the 10,000 demons 100-mile slaying order to him in detail that day. He pondered for a moment, but didn't immediately consume it, instead putting it into his storage bag. Wang Lin intended to use this cultivation pill when he reached the nascent soul stage, as the chances of success would be much higher then. Compared to the probability of reaching the core formation stage, the probability of reaching the nascent soul stage was countless times smaller. Wang Lin knew that his success in core formation was due to the effects of the Yellow Springs Ascension technique and the Heavenly Separation Pill refined by Li Muon. If he lacked either of these, he might not have succeeded, and failure would mean he would remain stuck at the foundation establishment stage for life. Now that he has successfully formed a golden core, in the not-too-distant future there will be an even more difficult hurdle to overcome, the nascent soul stage. Successfully forming a golden core is extremely difficult. Wang Lin, considering Ma Liang's physical aptitude, felt that achieving this was far-fetched. Unless, as Li Muwen said, he could find legendary elixirs to increase the chances of forming a golden core. But these elixirs only appear in 5th-level cultivation nations, and their quantity is pitifully small. Forming a golden core, even in the dream realm space, it's impossible to succeed in less than 100 years. Right now, the top priority is choosing a cultivation technique. The Yellow Springs Ascending Aperture technique has reached its limit, and Sichuan hasn't awakened yet. Everything depends on himself. Wang Lin muttered to himself. A cultivation technique for the Golden Core stage is now his top priority. However, choosing a technique is difficult. Most of the techniques Wang Lin possesses were obtained through killing people. There were quite a few methods for cultivating the Golden Core stage, but with so many different techniques, choosing which was better and which was worse was difficult. This wasn't the most important point, though. Wang Lin's intention was to choose a technique that could increase the success rate of forming a golden core. Thinking of this, his eyes flashed several times. Based on Mao Yang's memories, the War God Temple's Divine Dao technique seemed to have this effect. However, what puzzled Wang Lin was that if the War God Temple's Divine Dao technique had this effect, it would surely attract the greed of 4th-tier cultivation nations to seize it. Although 4th-tier and 5th-tier cultivation nations would likely be interested in this matter, according to Ma Liang's memories, the War God Temple's Divine Dao technique had never attracted the attention of higher-tier cultivation nations. This was what puzzled Wang Lin the most. However, since it was the only clue at this moment, Wang Lin secretly decided that he must obtain the Divine Dao technique. In Ma Liang's memory, the Divine Dao technique was a kind of imitation, gradually refined through the enlightenment of his predecessors. What Wang Lin wanted was the most original version of the Divine Dao technique. Wang Lin did all this to ensure that he could successfully form a nascent soul in the future. Only by preparing everything early would the probability of success be at its highest. However, one cultivation method still made Wang Lin a little uneasy. Forming a nascent soul is not the same as forming a golden core. One must know that whether a 2nd-level cultivation nation can become a 3rd level depends on whether anyone in that nation has successfully formed a nascent soul. Therefore, the process of forming a nascent soul is extremely difficult. Wang Lin sighed inwardly, closed his eyes again, and spent a few more days in the dream realm space practicing breathing exercises before preparing to leave. Before leaving, he visited Sichuan and his parents, standing there silently for a while, his gaze becoming even more resolute. His body flashed, and he left the dream realm. Deep underground, a 7-colored light flickered, and the illusory figure gradually solidified. Wang Lin instantly appeared and began to move. At the same time, he began to deploy his entire divine consciousness to observe the movements in all directions. Outside, it was late at night, and the surroundings were extremely quiet. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then headed towards the fire-burning sect. But before he could get far, his divine consciousness suddenly transmitted a sense of danger. Without hesitation, he immediately burrowed deeper. He used his Earth Escape technique to its limit, instantly descending from 30 feet above the ground to 100 feet, his speed not decreasing at all. "That brat, I've been waiting for you for 97 days. An aged voice slowly entered Wang Lin's consciousness. Wang Lin's mind went blank, goosebumps rose all over his body, his expression became more somber, and without saying a word, he continued to burrow deeper. 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet, 400 feet. It wasn't until he reached 1,000 feet that a resistance began to emanate from below. Upon discovering this resistance, Wang Lin immediately changed direction to continue his escape. Hehe, fortunately I borrowed the Earthwalker boat, otherwise, when you get close to the outer core, resistance will appear, and then catching you will be difficult. The voice continued to transmit through his consciousness at a steady pace. Wang Lin remained silent, and while moving, he suddenly changed direction. He was now moving upwards, instantly rising from a depth of 1,000 feet to 100 feet, and then Wang Lin's figure appeared on the surface. When he appeared, he saw the fire flame mountain right before his eyes. As soon as he emerged from the ground, Wang Lin quickly determined his direction and ran towards the mountain. As he approached the mountain, a barrier of light immediately appeared, blocking his way. In that instant, he took out an identity jade slip from his storage bag. As soon as he took out the jade slip, the barrier of light didn't stop Wang Lin at all. He directly entered inside. Upon entering, he paused, turning his head to look behind him. At that moment, on the ground, a black wooden boat rose from the earth. A green-robed old man stood on the boat, observing Wang Lin from a distance behind the barrier of light. He nodded and said, "Not bad. Your consciousness is indeed a bit strange. Although your body has merged, it's still somewhat disjointed. This must be due to possession. Young man, you should follow me. You can't stay here." Wang Lin's expression darkened slightly, and he sneered. The old man in the green robe's lips curled into a strange smile, and he lightly pressed his right hand on the light screen. A crackling sound emanated from the light screen, and then it instantly shattered into pieces, shaking the entire mountain behind. The nascent soul cultivators from the fire-burning alliance were terrified and immediately fled. Before the old man could retract his hand, Wang Lin turned and continued to flee. The old man in the green robe sneered, about to pursue, when suddenly a nascent soul cultivator from the evil demon sect appeared in midair, shouting, "Fellow Taoist, why did you destroy our mountain protection formation?" For the past 3 months, the other party had been staying nearby, normally just quietly scanning the area with their divine consciousness as if searching for something. The opponent's spiritual sense was incredibly strong, even surpassing that of the nascent soul stage cultivators within the Fire Flame Alliance, causing anxiety among those within the alliance. Throughout this time, the Fire Flame Alliance's nascent soul stage cultivators had been constantly monitoring the opponent's movements. Today, although they had just witnessed one of their disciples jump into the formation, they were shocked to see the mountain protection formation shattered by the opponent with a single touch. Ignoring this would cost the Fire Flame Alliance dearly. Since it was the evil demon sect's turn to protect the mountain today, this nascent soul stage cultivator couldn't help but ask. In his mind, regardless of whether the opponent answered or not, he would still ask. If the opponent was willing to answer, they would. If not, he wouldn't press the matter further. The old man in the green robe stared intently at the Fire Flame Alliance cultivator and uttered a single word, "Begone." The single word that escaped the old man's mouth was like a massive wave, gradually spreading outwards. The air in all directions was violently disturbed by this wave. Besides that, countless sounds echoed in the ears of the nascent soul cultivator. By the time the sounds faded, the old man in the green robe had vanished from the spot. The nascent soul cultivator in front of him began bleeding from his mouth and nose, unable to speak. But very quickly, the old man in the green robe returned, his expression even more somber than before. Staring intently at the mountain ahead, he slowly closed his eyes, his immense divine consciousness spreading outwards. His divine consciousness swept over the thousands of people on the mountain, even down to a depth of 1,000 feet. But the more he examined, the more his face contorted. Then, in an instant, his divine form transformed into 2 people, then 4. The 4 clones, identical to the old man, dispersed in all directions, constantly spreading their divine senses in search, but ultimately found nothing. The old man stomped his foot, and the other 3 clones instantly teleported in all 4 directions of Zhuanwu Kingdom to continue their search. He sat down cross-legged, and immediately a wave of divine sense sealed off the entire area. "Only 3 years remain, young man. In these 3 years, even if I have to refine the entire Zhuanwu Kingdom, I, the 8 Extremes Demon Lord, will find you." Alas, if this young man couldn't use the death curse technique, I wouldn't have had to expend so much effort to capture you.